Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're listening in the world, and a very, very warm welcome to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel with live ball-by-ball commentary on the third and deciding Test match between England and New Zealand. It's an absolute belter of a day, if you like really hot weather. Not a cloud in the sky, temperatures forecast to reach the high 30s. And news of the teams for you. New Zealand have made 3 changes, all of them enforced through injury. The big news is that Mitchell Santner comes in place of Glenn Phillips, who is out with a side strain. Blair Tickner is in for the rested Kyle Jamieson, and Ben Sears is in for Matt Henry, who's not recovered from a calf injury, which he bravely battled through in the second Test match at the Oval. So 3 changes there, Harmy. The Centurion, one of the 2 Centurions, is out. Glenn Phillips, his maiden Test century at the Oval, and well, the big one is Matt Henry. Steve Harmison, massive changes for New Zealand, and obviously 4 for England as well.
Yeah, we knew about the 4 for England. Good morning, manners. Good evening, afternoon, wherever you are listening to this in the world. It's we knew, as we always do 2 days out, what the England group was going to be like. A lot of noise, a lot of talk, but I would imagine there'll be a lot of excitement around the England group this morning when word was getting that not only was Glenn Phillips, who's been very, very good with a bat so far this series, but the devastating Matt Henry, who had a back spasm at Lord's and then took 11 wickets at the Oval, is out. I think the Jamieson one, Jamieson I think was rested a long time ago. I think the minute the Oval finished, I don't think Kyle Jamieson was playing in this Test match. But I just wonder when Matt Henry pulled up that they might have changed their mind, but they've gone on the side of caution, gone with Sears, gone with Tickner, gone with O'Rourke, and a long tail for me. Santner can bat, Smith can bat, Tickner can bat a bit, but if I was England, Ben Stokes back, leading the charge, clapping his hands, giving some encouragement to the other nightclubby, Mr. Atkinson, I'd be very happy with the outlook of what the New Zealand changes are if I was the England bowling attack at this moment in time, even in the heat.
It's Gus Atkinson who's going to bowl the first over, not Jofra Archer, and he's running in towards us from the Stuart Broad end. Forward comes Tom Latham playing defensively, nudging that one straight back up towards mid-off, straight to the fielder. 3 slips and a gully for England. Orthodox looking field to start, and it's captain Ben Stokes who's fielding at mid-off. Josh Tongue is at mid-on. Joe Root first slip, Harry Brooks second, Ben Duckett third. They've become a recognisable trio there. Jamie Smith, of course, has returned behind the stumps. Jacob Bethel's in the gully. Emilio Gay at cover point. Atkinson in again, bowls. Latham struck on the pad, bounces out towards square leg. It's a scorching hot day. There are some empty seats, and there are still a few tickets available, but it looks like it's 90% full, Trent Bridge, and it's going to be a withering day for those in the sun.
It is in the sun, bowling. Yeah, England's bowling attack. Just an early indication, just a look, man, as we've had 2 balls. And I'm just looking, I always tend to look at the follow-through and the footholes and see if there's any indentations marked by the bowler as he's running in.
Here is Atkinson again around the wicket, tucked away nicely by Latham off his pads, down towards Jofra Archer, comes steaming in from long leg. And New Zealand are underway, having won the toss and chosen to bat first, 1 without loss. Tell us more.
There's a bit of green grass on the surface, straight down the middle. We're right behind the stumps, right behind Jamie Smith. And there's a little bit of tinge of a green grass strip going up the middle of it. But looking at Gus's follow-through, you sometimes look, if there's a pitch being a bit damp or a bit tacky and got a little bit of moisture in it, the scuff marks are a little bit darker. They're a little bit darker before then they dry out. You see that, and I just wonder if that indication to me means there's a little bit of moisture in this surface. It was covered all day yesterday. It was only brought up to the surface this morning, and I just wonder, even though England have lost the toss, it wouldn't be a bad thing first up this morning if there is any indication of moisture in it, that it might do something from off the seam.
Here comes Atkinson again, bowls. Forward comes Devon Conway. pushing that one straight back to the bowler. It was interesting that the pitch was covered for the entirety of yesterday. Apparently it was peeled back first thing in the morning, the covers, and it was given a little bit of fresh air, but there were clearly concerns about the heat yesterday, and that's why it was undercover for the whole of the day. But it does mean that it takes 24 hours for the kind of sweating to wear off, doesn't it?
Yeah, the sweating to wear off, the moisture that you've put into it, you want to try and keep it in, so that gets in you obviously a lot more.
Atkinson in again, quicker one, bounces a bit, and Conway struck on the thigh pad, nudges it out towards leg slip where Emilio Gay fields.
So because of that, as a groundsman, you can't water it during the game, so you've got to try and a fine balance. It's where probably Lord's got it horribly wrong in not knowing how to keep it for 5 days, and that didn't go right there. I thought it was a really good cricket pitch at the Oval, and this is always a good cricket surface, but it's always a balancing act between moisture in and moisture out.
Atkinson again bowls, and that one is struck on the pad outside the line of off stump. There was a shout, an enthusiastic appeal, but it was enthusiastic rather than one of conviction, and not out is the verdict from umpire Nitin Menon, and the over comes to an end. Tidy one from Gus Atkinson. He, like Ben Stokes, was reportedly quite cross about his treatment by his employers at the ECB, but like Stokes, he has kept his counsel and has behaved with decorum.
He has. I mean, Ben's had to speak, obviously, and I think we all want that to be put to bed and get the game started, get it going, and hopefully time will be a good healer. But the beauty of it from Gus's point of view, he slipped under the radar. I don't think he liked, I wouldn't have liked what was said and the sanctions that were handed out. The written warning bit, and all the sort of, I think, blown out of all proportion, some of the stuff. But he's done well as Gus Atkinson. He's kept his head down. He's got himself in a position. He went over to Cardiff, bowled a few overs, got a few wickets, got 4 for, and put himself back in a position to start the Test match again. And hopefully, like Ben Stokes, from Gus's point of view, just get this Test match started, get this day out of the way, and hopefully, like I said before, time will be a good healer, and the England cricket team can get on with what they want to do, which is to win cricket matches, put smiles on the supporters' faces, because it's been tough. It's been a tough relationship between off the field and on the field with the England cricket team.
Here is Jofra Archer for that's left to Gully. And I haven't misspoken. He's tried to leave it alone, has Tom Latham, and he hasn't taken his bat out of the way in time, and it's ricocheted off the toe end, fielded by Jacob Bethel along the ground.
Yeah, full of length from, just seeing again from Gus Atkinson's LBW shout. It bounced, and it bounced from a full of length manners, and I think that's what you've got to have here at Trent Bridge. You've got to bowl full at here. You don't get anything for short. The minute you start bowling short, you get cuts cross-batted style. That there from Archer, great start, 83 mile an hour, and it was full.
Here's Archer again, bowls very full, and it's driven past Shoaib Bashir, who dives to his right. That wasn't his most accomplished effort in the field from Shoaib Bashir. I think he might just have seen it a bit late, or maybe it was timed a bit better than he anticipated, but that wasn't a great effort, in fairness.
I just wonder if Shoaib Bashir's got a little scratch or a little graze on his elbow, and he's getting it to a point where it's scabbed over, and he doesn't want to dive and knock it off, because then the process starts all over again. That looked like a lad who didn't want to get his elbows on the floor.
He's got the tubey grip on the left elbow.
Yeah, that gives it away, doesn't it? Yeah. And a long sleeve shirt.
Does a bit. Here is Archer again, steered away nicely by Tom Latham, pushing it past backward point, and it's the captain who's fielding it backward point at the moment, who does the chasing, and he retrieves it. They've gone through for a couple. Latham is on to 5. Devon Conway's yet to score. New Zealand winning the toss, batting first, 5 without loss in the second over.
Can't believe how slow that went. I mean, this is normally it's a rapid ground. I'm expecting high scores this week because of the dimensions of the ground, and normally the outfield is like lightning. I've not been out there this morning. I managed to climb the 3 or 4 floors of steps that we are in this commentary box. I didn't fancy doing it again. So whether the grass is a bit lush on at Trent Bridge.
Here's Archer again outside the off stump, left alone nicely by Tom Latham. It is 4 floors, but there's 21 steps, but they're very high ceilings.
Yeah, very, very high ceilings. It's a great building. It really is. I remember playing a game here just as it was getting built. I batted a long time with Paul Collingwood for Durham. So we'll probably talk about 98, 99 when it was in the middle of construction.
Here is Jofra Archer again around the wicket, bowls to Latham, who comes forward. He's desperate for some runs, Tom Latham, after a really lean first 2 test matches. And he's forward again, pushing it up towards mid-off.
But it's a beautiful ground. I mean, the atmosphere here at weekends, I remember that at that time. I think Collie got 90 odd, batting at number 7 and number 8 for Durham. And I don't think he had very many when I walked out, managed to hang in, but he kept hitting the ball into the building site, so it just took forever to get the balls back.
Archer again to complete the over, a little away swinger to Latham, but it started too wide and it's left alone. And there is no run. 3 changes, just to repeat, for New Zealand, all of them to do with injury. Kyle Jameson not actually injured, but left out as part of his workload management program that had been worked out for him before the tour, apparently. Well, you just said that. So he's left out. His place is taken by Blair Tickner, who's just been given his central contract for the first time, and at the age of 32, and is bowling, in his own words, better than ever in his life before. So Matt Henry also out with the calf strain that was troubling him at the Oval, and the big one as far as the balance of the team is concerned, Glenn Phillips out with a side strain, although actually Mitchell Santner's a kind of like-for-like replacement.
He is, but so far this series, Glenn Phillips has got 34, 44 and 100 at number 7. I think he's been the glue and the rock that's held New Zealand together. So yeah, I think that's a massive loss. And from England, I'd be encouraged if I was an England bowler to think if we can get 5 wickets and we got Santner coming in, happy days.
Gus Atkinson now continuing to Devon Conway, who's pushing that one out towards mid-off and fielded by Josh Tongue, no run.
Especially for somebody like, it'd be interesting to see how Stokes uses him from a captaincy point of view in Josh Tongue, where I think it's hot, it's warm. I would have been of this opinion if Ollie Robinson was playing, that you'd front load Ollie Robinson in the first part of the day with the new ball, maybe 12 out of the first 30 overs, 15 overs from one end, and keep Tongue fresh for that 5 down all-out burst that he's good with the tail.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls. Oh, that's a good lead from Devon Conway. He's gone over the top of off stump by about a foot, so he's left it on length, and very well done, taken by Jamie Smith.
So from a plan point of view, captaincy, thinking, can I get as much out of Archer as I possibly can early on and get some wickets, get the ball moving, keep it in some good rhythm, keep him warm, keep him loose, and keep Archer going in the early part of the day, knowing that if the plan goes according to plan and we can get them 5 down, I've got this battering ram at the tail.
Outside the off stump again from Atkinson, who's bowling with good pace, and noticeably so. He's getting good carry as well and bounce. Again, it's left alone by Devon Conway. New Zealand winning the toss, batting first, 5 for none.
So it'll be interesting to see if Stokes has that plan up his sleeve, that keeping a short, sharp spells out of Josh Tongue, knowing his longer spells are going to come as soon as Mitch Santner gets to the middle, and you've got Santner, Smith, Tickner, Sears and O'Rourke. I think that's the way I'd be looking at setting up my day if I was captain of England at this moment in time.
Atkinson again around the wicket, bowls. Conway forward, nudges that one up to Shoaib Bashir at mid-on, and there's no run. New Zealand, good morning first of all to, good night it should be. It's not the morning yet, to our listeners in New Zealand. I know that there have been many of you with us as your main option, only option for ball-by-ball commentary. Delighted to be able to bring you the action here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. New Zealand wearing black armbands for this test match. Atkinson in again, driven by Conway, on the up, seems to me, but straight to Shoaib Bashir at mid-on. And that, of course, is a mark of respect and in memory of Bob Blair, who passed away at his home in Cheshire at the age of 94 last week. One of the iconic sporting moments in all of Test cricket history, when he came out to bat at the wondrous Test match against South Africa in 1953 to accompany Bert Sutcliffe in tragic circumstances. Here is Atkinson again. Conway drives sweetly. What a beautiful shot that is, through the offside and away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Probably was a half volley from Gus Atkinson, but handsomely dispatched by Devon Conway. And I'm chuckling because I'm thinking, I mean, we were expecting this to be a flat pitch, and just thinking that shot as a bowler, you're thinking, oh, this really could be a long day.
You do. Could be a long day. Could be a you've already thought that perhaps it's going to be a warm day. But I'd be encouraged if I was Gus on there. It is fuller, but Conway, you've just bowled 5 or 6 balls where Conway's playing across himself. He's hitting the ball. He's defending the ball into the leg side. And there, he's just bowled about a little bit outside off stump. Any little movement there and slips in the game. So I'll be encouraged there.
Archer in with a wild delivery down the leg side, which is left alone. Not sure that Tom Latham could have got anything on that if he'd wanted to, but that one certainly came out wrong. I know that our listeners in New Zealand will be all too familiar with the story of Bob Blair, but it was on the second day New Zealand were in all sorts of trouble at the wondrous Test match, and he heard in the early hours of the morning that his fiancée at the time, Marissa Love, one of 151 people who had been killed. Archer is in once again, and this one crashes into Latham's pad, and they take a leg bye out on the leg side. 151 people were killed in the Tangiwai rail disaster, and he stayed in the team hotel to grieve her loss. But nobody knew that he had actually made his way to the ground, and Bert Sutcliffe, who was heavily bandaged, having been struck in the head several times by bouncers from the South African fast bowlers. New Zealand were 9 down, and Bob Blair appeared down the players' tunnel. That's outside the off stump from Jofra Archer. And players from both sides, famous sporting photographs, players from both teams were in tears as Blair made his way to the crease. They added 32 for the last wicket, but it was his courage in extreme adversity that made him such an iconic figure. He went on to play Test cricket until 1964. And actually, South Africa and New Zealand now play for the Tangiwai Shield in a series between the two nations. Outside the off stump from Archer once again, and it's left alone. So Bob Blair remembered in this Test match with black armbands. And I don't think that we needed to wear black armbands to remember the Bob Blair story. Truly extraordinary. And he's survived by his wife Barbara. Loved the game, played for over 40 years, captained Lancashire over 50s. Outside the, here comes Archer once again, and it is outside the off stump, and it's driven through the offside gloriously by Devon Conway. Off the mark with back-to-back boundaries off Atkinson and Archer. You seen any sea movement yet?
No sea movement. There's a little bit of swing, a little bit of shape there. Archer's bowling 84 miles an hour. He's not there yet. He's not got it yet. He's not woken up, I don't think, quite yet this morning. Atkinson looks as though he's building a good head of steam up from the other end. Jofra just needs something to get him going. Threw one down the leg side, bowled a couple of half volleys. That was a full half volley where Atkinson, when he was crashed through cover before, I was encouraged. That there was the full half volley.
Here's Archer once again, and Strater crashes into Conway's front pad as he tries to work it on the onside. It was wide, wasn't it? It was a half volley length from Archer, but Conway's really had to reach for it, and early signs that there's a trueness to this pitch. The batsmen can trust their hands and eyes, and there's not much deviation. Ben Stokes came into second gully in the last couple of balls of that over. I do say, I mean, for all his batting and bowling brilliance, he's taken some of the most spectacular catches that England have taken since Stokes began playing, and I do think that his close catching has been missed by England. Had those series of finger injuries, didn't he? But I think it's really good to see him in a catching position.
It is good to see him it's a bit sort of double-edged sword. You want him in a catching position because his wingspan and the areas he can cover to take spectacular catches is unbelievable. But he's got 2 or 3 dodgy digits that like we've seen last week, we can't afford to lose him. So the reason why he stands at mid-on and mid-off, it's not because he wants to talk to bowlers, it's just I think he has problems with his fingers.
Atkinson again begins a new over in this one. Hits Latham on the pads, trying to glance it away behind square on the leg side. Been a late and a poor night for producer Scott, who dutifully sat through to watch his beloved Scotland get belted by Brazil.
Oh, they did as well,
night.
didn't they? They did as well. Their manager came out with the fateful words at the end as well. He said, "We're going home." He thinks they're going home.
Well, they might still get through. They beat Honolulu 1-0, didn't they?
Yeah, something like that, wasn't it? It was.
One of the third. Here's Atkinson again, and it's clipped away behind square on the leg side, well fielded by Emilio Gay. There was a great reminder of
Haiti, wasn't it? Haiti they beat 1-0.
Was it not Honolulu?
No, it was Haiti they beat 1-0. Yeah,
and
Hawaii. It was a similar sized island, but it wasn't quite. Yeah,
I think there's a bit more law and order in Honolulu than there is in
yeah,
Haiti.
Yeah. I don't think that 1-0 win is going to get them the best third place, unfortunately. I think Steve Clarke was right. I think they might be coming home, which is a shame because the English like to kick the Scots and the Scots like to kick the English.
Here's Atkinson again, and this one clipped away off his pads by Latham. I must say it's been a positive and encouraging start for Tom Latham, who's been barren in the first couple of test matches. He's got another couple there. It's a good piece of fielding actually out in the deep by Jofra Archer, running around the long leg boundary and flicking it back to Shoaib Bashir. I was reminded of the time that Scotland played Brazil in the 1982 World Cup, and at the start kick-off the referee said, "Good luck, may the best team win," to which Captain Graham Souness replied, "I hope not."
I hope not. Yes, I heard that last night. I'm trying to think. I think Kelly Cates was on BBC and she opened with that. Graham Souness, the great quote, saying, "I hope the best team doesn't win here."
Did she also leave out the expletive?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Driven behind square on the offside by Conway. Well, I mentioned how well Latham has started. Conway's not doing too badly either. That's a third boundary to him. I must say, this is very, very early days. We're going to say it anyway. Looks like a good toss to win. And it looks like batting is also the right decision early on.
Yeah, it is. I mean, talking about expletives, I think there have been a few. If there wasn't too many towards Ben Stokes from the England dressing room over the course of the last fortnight, there's probably more now that he's lost the toss in this game. Seeing what's happened after the first 10-15 minutes, this is a good pitch. And you get value for your shots here, Trent Bridge.
Atkinson again to Conway. He's forward and pushing that one up towards Josh Tongue at mid-off. Well, I mean, England not only got hammered at the Oval, but they only got half their match fee.
Yeah, half them. Well, to be fair, they only deserve to get half their match fee because, I mean, I was 77 overs on day one. 77. I mean, I know I sound like an old man, but that. I mean, I can understand. 85.
You can get away with that.
I can get away with that.
The match referee will let you off that.
77 is ridiculous.
Here's Atkinson again outside the off stump, nicely left by Devon Conway. And New Zealand remain 21 without loss. They also lost 12 World Test Championship points. But my point is that if they only managed 77 overs on the first day at the Oval, how many are we going to get today?
Yeah, I know. I can't say. I mean, Shoaib Bashir is going to have to bowl You know, a containing spell at some point for about 10 or 15 overs, I would imagine. A rotation of seamers, 4 overs, 5 overs. I know Ben Stokes is having a conversation with Gus Atkinson as he walks him down to find leg, but Josh Tongue's getting warmed up. Jofra Archer's first couple of overs have been very gentle, what in not only in sort of energy through the ball into the wicket, but energy from the start of the run-up through the bowling action as well. A little bit better here.
3 slips, 2 gullies as Archer is in. That's quicker. Ooh, that's bounced as well outside the off stumps. Good leave. Latham and Conway striking the ball, timing it beautifully, but they've also been leaving it very, very well in the opening 23 minutes. The opening 5 overs, 6, we're into the 6th over now. You know that we talk about sort of cricketing reasons for bowling changes and who needs to do the work and whatever, but there are physiological reasons today for Bashir to bowl. I mean, like, how many overs can you ask Jofra Archer, Gus Atkinson, Josh Tongue to bowl at Ben Stokes in conditions like this? So down the leg side again from Archer. So not only Shoaib Bashir, but you know that we might have to have some overs from even on day one from Bethel and Root.
Bethel encouraged me at the Oval. Really did encourage me at the Oval in a way that the lines and lengths that he bowled, that you could use them in the first innings as a more containing
one
option.
short ball and over. Though,
yeah, one short ball and over. But if you put a fielder out, you've got half a chance of potentially picking up a nice little burgled wicket, but a nice little bonus one. But I think 4 or 5 overs. Jofra Archer, Josh Tongue, Ben Stokes, Gus Atkinson in this heat. It's hot, but they're used to it. They're conditioned. They're used to bowling in the heat.
2 slips, 2 gullies now, and a leg slip. Archer in, bowls edged. It's gone through 3rd slip, and he's just been moved to leg slip. Oh dear me! 3 slips for Jofra Archer until that ball, and it's been edged through vacant 3rd slip down to the boundary for 4.
Oh my word, Jofra, what have you done? What have you done? You've agreed with your captain to move Ben Duckett from 3rd slip, and it would have gone straight to him. Ben Duckett's not the biggest in stature, and that would have gone straight into his midriff. Thank you very much. And that would have got England off and running, would have got Jofra Archer off and running, because there has been a little bit more of a spring in his step in these 3 balls. 85, 86 miles an hour. But Ben Stokes before that has not been that encouraged by Jofra Archer, and that's why he went from 3 slips to 2 slips.
Here is Archer again, straight and back of a length and pushed away by Latham, straight to Josh Tongue at mid-off. And for some reason he set off for a run, and Devon Conway, rather startled at the striker's end, says, no, get back, which Latham duly does.
Yeah, they want to run there. There was definitely, I mean, Glenn Phillips is not getting the other end there, and he's the quickest, probably the quickest in the world game. It always, when things aren't going for you, these things happen. Unfortunately, England are a little bit feeling sorry for themselves at this moment in time. I thought it's happened in the last few weeks. The small margins not going for you.
Here's Archer again, bowls quick bounce outside the off stump, left alone by Latham. And Conway on 12, for 12 apiece into the 6th over, 25 for none. It's how does the protocol work then? Is it the seniority of the bowler? I mean, does the captain say, listen, what do you think? I reckon leg slip here. We'll take 3rd slip out. Or is that the fast bowler's initiative? Or I
think it's a bit of both. I think a bit of both. Captain looking at rhythm, bowler thinking, if I'm flying in, I'm going well. Pace is on it, pitch it up. Extra slip, yes. Am I being encouraged to put another slip in?
Archer again, bowls just wide enough to be left alone by Tom Latham, who's 12 off 20. Devon Conway 12 off 16. 6 overs gone, and New Zealand winning the toss and batting first. 3 changes for them. Out through injury, Glenn Phillips with a side strain, Matt Henry with a calf strain, and Kyle Jameson workload management. In comes Mitchell Santner, Ben Sears and Blair Tickner. England, of course, made 4 changes, which they did 2 days ago.
Yeah, 2 days ago England had their team. And you know, you're talking about lines and lengths and fielding positions, manners. Sometimes the captain will send a message to the bowler without talking to the bowler. in moving a fielder. You know, if a bowler's bowling too wide, he might move somebody onto the leg side, as to say, I need you to bowl a bit straighter here, and I'm going to give you a bit of protection, because the plan that you're going at is not the plan that we want you to go at. I don't think that was the case there. I think Jofra, like I said before, I don't think he's hit his straps quite yet, and I just wonder, because of that, first 2.2 overs, Ben's thought, right, I'm going to try and cover all bases.
Atkinson continues to Devon Conway, plays defensively, pushing it out on the offside, and there's no run.
You'll not find a captain say, right, I'll have a third man. But what the captain might go is, that's a very, very short. You know, where we are now, sitting, looking out, straight over the top of Jofra Archer's bowling hand, down to our right, to the third boundary for the left-hander. That is very, very short. So possibly Ben's thinking, Jofra's not quite hit his straps yet. He's bowling 84 mile an hour, which is okay. He's bowled that little bit fuller. It's not quite carrying to third slip. They've been dropping their hands. I'm going to try and cover and make sure I don't get gone for 4.
Atkinson is over the wicket now and pushed away to the square of 2 gullies, fielded by Jacob Bethel, and there's no run. The LED advertising boards around the ground, fascinating. I find it really interesting that you can have the whole ground for a certain amount of time. You know, so that all of them, you can have alternate advertisements on one side of the ground and the other, but at the moment John Pye Auctions have the whole of Trent Bridge. I wonder if that's a local, it must be a local auction house. Here is Atkinson again, over the wicket, bowls across Conway, left alone by the left-hander, taken behind by Jamie Smith. I wonder what it costs.
It'd be a few quid, wouldn't it? I would
Yeah.
imagine it'd be a few quid. This is prime time TV, yeah. I would imagine it would be a few quid to get all of it. Oh, saying that, you're not getting all of it all day, where if you just got one board and it's stuck and it's in the same place, you're there for the day. So
interesting. Anyway,
Yeah.
so guess what I'm going to be googling in 2 minutes when I leave. Who's John Pye?
Who's John Pye?
Here's Atkinson again, beautifully fielded off his own bowling, firmly pushed by Conway, straight back. Looked like it was going past Atkinson, but he sprawled across the pitch and fielded it very well indeed, diving to his right. And he prevents, would have been probably a couple. Conway 12, Latham 12, New Zealand 25 without loss. 9 changes for England across the second and third test matches. That's equals the most they've ever made in a 3-test series. The only other time they did it was in 1895. Here comes, Atkinson beats the edge. Conway playing and missing it. That's the angle more than any seam movement. Over the wicket across the left-hander. Is that the first play and miss we've had?
I think so. It's his second ball, his ball from over the wicket. And he's encouraged to go over the wicket because Conway is closing the face. He's defending the ball. From around the wicket, he's defending it into the leg side. So there's a big gap on the offside, which he's belted a few through. But the last 2 or 3 defensive strokes have gone onto the leg side. So he's closing his face, bringing in his left shoulder. And Gus has changed the angle, hoping that he does that from a little bit wider.
There's a square leg as well. As Conway comes forward, drops it into the offside, sets off for a single immediately, and completes it without any issue. It was uncontested by Josh Tongue at mid-off, and the over comes to an end, as does my commentary stint. I think you're off too, Harmy. I'll get the tea on, but a quick word from you, and then it'll be Jon Norman, and I think it'll be Jeremy Coney.
No, still me, I think.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm staying. So, unfortunately, for another 10 minutes, you've got. I mean, when you look out here, it's a beautiful ground now, and it's a picture postcard when it comes to the stands. The 2 new stands on the left and right hand side. The old pavilion's getting a new roof, a new lick of paint. I think a new floor on the top where the committee room was, because that was a that was a derelict. It was an old building. But from a start point of view, it's been a good start from New Zealand, Jon Norman. And one, I think Jofra Archer's changing the angle and going over the wicket, seeing what Gus Atkinson's done.
Yeah, 3 slips in the gully in place, and this is straight and tucked to square leg. Ben Stokes has moved round. Big moment in the game in the last over from Jofra Archer. The delivery after Ben Duckett taken out a 3rd slip and put as a 2nd gully. Where did Tom Latham sticking healthy outside edge at catchable height? Well, exactly there. So that was a moment that went the way of New Zealand. They, of course, at the start of play were rocked, I suppose, to have to come into this test match without the world's #1 bowler. Matt Henry out with a calf strain. This is on the pads, and Conway just jabs the bat down. There's a fielder out on the boundary at deep backwards square leg who comes in. It's Atkinson out there. Jarrod's back after a weekend of camping in 30-degree heat with 25 kids and just Jarrod. How did that go? And welcome back.
I think there was more than 25 kids.
How many were there?
I don't know. I didn't count them.
Really?
Hopefully they all got home at the end.
I would have. Were you on barbecue duty again?
Yeah.
What do they call them? Sangers? Is it sangers they call them in Australia? What do they call sausage?
Snags.
Snags. What's a sanger?
Sandwich.
Ah, that's right. Round the wicket, Jofra Archer to Tom Latham, who just lets this one go through. This is probably the last 3 deliveries now from Archer. He bowled a couple of 4-over spells, didn't he, at the Oval?
He did quite a bit of warm-up. I don't know if you saw it as well. So he did more warm-up than you would normally see him do. I think it was Manners who said to me, is he doing a fitness test? And I was like, well, it was a bit late. They've already selected the team, so... There
was a lot going. It was uncharacteristic this morning. There was a lot to watch out there this morning.
I thought that too, yeah.
You know, usually it kind of follows of quite a similar pattern. You might just have a little look as Archer running away from us, and this is pushed out to cover. Josh Tongue just a fraction slow, but there was a run there. So New Zealand move on, 28 without loss, 27 without loss here at Trent Bridge.
No ball?
Oh, and a no ball called, so we will see another delivery or 2. 28 without loss then. Yeah, there was quite a lot going on because, of course, normally you might just have an eye on a bowler marking out the run-up to make a guess or get confirmation about who's going to play. Fielding drills with certain players have always been quite amusing. I remember watching one involving Monty Panesar before play, which was just absolutely hilarious. Monty, if you're listening, apologies. This is jab down towards short leg, and it's Shoaib Bashir running in from square leg to field. But in the main, they're not that interesting, are they? But today, of course, New Zealand with 3 changes. And we were trying to work out who was coming in for who.
Also, Ben Stokes. There was a lot of looking at Ben Stokes. I saw Jeremy Coney out there get in the way of Tom Blundell at one stage when he was trying to do some keeping drills. Got a bit lost out on the field. No, I did feel like there was a lot going on today.
There was conversations taking place. Did you see that one? Conversation taking place between Richard Thompson, the chair of the ECB, and Brendan McCullum. That went on for a while. Over the wicket now, Archer, and this is slanting across one of the 2 left-handed opening bats for New Zealand, and of course top 4 all bat left-handed, and Archer troops back to the top of his mark. He's not at express pace in this opening spell. He's averaging about 83 miles an hour, but he has created the one big chance in the match so far with that edge just flying to the left of Harry Brook at 2nd slip. So yeah, so there was a big huddle as well. Did you see the huddle?
A very big and long huddle. And can you have a big and long huddle?
I don't see why not. So that was going on. Brendan McCullum was speaking in that. Here's Archer again. Ooh, that's a touch straighter. Zips in just a bit, but left on length, and that's the end of the over. 29 without loss.
Do you think McCullum was saying, so, just so we're all aware, there is a curfew, and it's 12. We have WhatsApped this to you, we've emailed it, and we've also sent letters home to your parents.
I remember intercepting a letter home to my parents. Back in the day before, I mean, nowadays when you've got kids at secondary school, which you do, you get like alerts, everything, right? Yeah. Back in the day, Jeremy.
Oh.
Greetings, by the way. My attendance, or lack of it, had been no test at secondary school, so they sent a letter to my parents detailing every single day I'd missed in the term, but unfortunately my parents were out when the letter was delivered.
You intercepted it.
Yeah, but stupidly, instead of just throwing it away, I put it behind my cupboard. So then it was found about 3 months later. Yeah, that was a bit silly, as was missing school. No.
I don't think we have enough time to say all the things that I did and got away with. But
Well, that's the thing I can tell the good listeners on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. They don't want to hear about that, do they? Pushed up to extra cover. Jeremy, how are you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
We
Good.
were a little dismayed to hear the news. You actually got the news, didn't you? You got it early, but you didn't. Didn't break any confidence. We didn't
No.
go to air. We didn't tweet it.
No.
But you knew that there was going to be a couple more changes than what actually eventually.
Well, I'm staying at the same hotel, so...
Does your one have
Yeah.
aircon?
It did, but it's a cell. It has a very prison-like feel. If there was a cat and you swung it and killed it, the cat would thank you.
Atkinson continuing, just a touch of width there, and Tom Latham, just playing with hands away from body, steers the ball down, or guides the ball down to vacant third where it's fielded. So, are they serving the Oval food where you're staying?
No, it was a better breakfast than we had at the Oval. No chicken.
Manners described it as prison food last week, so I'm glad we were only broadcasting overseas and nobody from Surrey were listening. You missed that. Oh, were you there for the first 2 days?
it's horrible.
You know where
wasn't
you ate first 2 days?
Was it every
you didn't
single
miss
day?
anything.
Yeah.
No, because day
No,
five
day five.
was excellent.
We got the corporate food, the leftovers.
it? I do like a sneaky corporate.
Delicious pies. I mean, off the scale. Edgbaston standard pies. You remember when Edgbaston used to serve up pies for the post-match press conference? Here's Atkinson again and left alone with 3 slips, Gully backward point and a leg slip as well. Mid-off, mid-on, there's fielder out at deep square leg as well.
Well, I don't know what you guys have been talking about apart from food and things like that.
We've
and
gone early, I'll be honest
you
with you, Jerry.
You have almost
The
as if we've
whimsy.
left the game. But it's, I mean, it looks to me as if it's what we would call the vernacular, a road. There's no swing really to speak of. A little bit from Archer, but it's very much from the arm.
He's got a couple of balls to move, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But very straight.
Yep, generally.
Here's Atkinson coming in, and again left on length.
Atkinson is an interesting bowler, I reckon, in these good conditions too, because he's more of a surgical kind of bring the stumps into play. That one was a little bit shorter, so it's pitched over the top of the stumps. But generally, I think he's pretty useful. There's no movement, so to speak. You get kind of worried as a batsman when you get in these situations because you don't want to miss out. It makes you there's an anxiety that comes to you. So that's what will be happening to the New Zealanders. Don't make a mistake.
Oh, it's a flashing drive from Devon Conway, and just for a minute there, I thought it was going at head height. I don't know if Stokes has lost that there. I've got a kind of a pillar in front of me, so kind of lost it myself. But it's 4 runs, and the camera's just picking up on Stokes here.
Yeah, see, for me, that's just a little bit wide. And how are England trying to get the New Zealand openers out? They've committed, of their 9, 5 in the cordon. And it's very obvious about what the plan is. So the message is really leave those wide ones alone for the moment, especially for the first session, while the ball is a little bit hard and new and bounces a bit more.
Yeah, we did go along the ground, but between Gully and backward point, and the England fielders behind the stumps had their arms up and suggesting that was a bit of a moment that's gone New Zealand's way.
It's the same with Stokes. Stokes, I think in the first session you generally don't want to push, the changes too often. He ended up moving third slip away, didn't he, to go into... He wanted Archer to bowl a little bit straighter at the stumps, and so he's put a man and himself, or I think might have even been himself, just in front of square on the leg side, and the next ball is a drive.
But I think he moved third slip to second gully, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, he still wants him to bowl outside a stump.
Yeah.
Why would you not want to find a catcher at that point?
Yeah.
It's just, it's moving a fielder for the sake of moving a fielder.
That's it. And I think in the first session of a test match with a new ball, with new fresh bowlers, even though there's little movement, I wouldn't play around too much. Play your percentages early on.
Bowling change for England, and Josh Tongue, who plays his county cricket here at Nottinghamshire, of course, is about to bowl his first delivery of the match with 3 slips, a gully, and backward point has just been pushed back a touch. And this is a full delivery on leg stump, and well, it's gone where most deliveries on leg stump go, to the boundary. It's straightish mid wicket, nobody out there. We know that this is how Josh Tongue bowls. He does bowl quite a lot of Yorkers. I don't know about the percentage or ratio of Yorkers that he bowls, but I'd say it's pretty much up there with maybe Mitchell Stark. I'm trying to think of fast bowlers that bowl as many Yorkers as Josh Tongue.
I think he'd bowl more than Stark now. And Stark has adjusted his length quite a bit, so I think you're right. I think he tries to start his spells quite a lot with them. They don't always go well, and that one was pretty poor.
Here he is again, bowling round the wicket, and this is a better length and hit back to the bowler. 40 without loss then, New Zealand. Tom Latham winning the toss and deciding to bat. No surprise whatsoever when that decision was made. He's 20 from 26, and Devon Conway's 18 from 31. Jofra Archer's bowled his first 4 overs. He's out the attack now. Atkinson's gone for 20.
Jeremy, I see New Zealand have got black armbands on. That is for Bob Blair, the 94-year-old seam bowler, who's more famous for one test match than most people are in their life.
Here is Josh Tongue again, and he goes full again. This is in the air for a fraction of time, but it's going to reach the boundary, almost identical part of the pitch as it did to the first delivery, but it just seemed like Latham was onto this just a touch too soon. And it was it interested mid on for a second or two, but it's 4 more runs. Yeah, Manners was talking about that famous or infamous test match back in the day against South Africa. There was a train crash, wasn't it, that led to the death of his...
Was it Wanganui?
It was Wanganui there, but it'd be Whanganui now, I guess.
No, it was the Tangiwai disaster.
Which
was a...
But was the train on the way to Wanganui?
The train was going to Auckland, from Wellington to Auckland, going so south to north and overnight.
Here is Tongue again, and this is on the pads, will be a single.
So South Africa batted first. The last test match actually at Ellis Park, basically known as a rugby ground, and you come up from underneath where the changing rooms are, and you arrive at the ground. And Bob Blair was told by the manager going in overnight, that there had been the accident and that the train had come off the tracks over the Tangiwai area, which is a very high viaduct, and the trains had crashed down into the sort of the gully below. And Bob Blair's fiancée.
Continuing round the wicket is Josh Tongue again. Just pitches this up, but gets the angles wrong. There's that leg slip in place. Saw a lot of byes and leg byes at the Oval, but this is taken taken comfortably by Jamie Smith behind the stumps. 1 of 4 changes for England.
Yeah, Narissa Love, her name was, and she was killed, along with quite a few others.
I think it's still the worst train disaster in New Zealand history.
Oh yeah, 50 to 120. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact number.
It was a lot of people that passed away. Yeah,
and so Bob was told early on about the 3rd day of the match.
Tongue again, and very straight and defended with almost an extravagant straight bat there by Devon Conway. End of the over, 8 runs coming from it. Oh, and a leg by. 45 without loss in New Zealand, and we've had the first 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes of play.
So the New Zealanders, all the New Zealanders will be wearing black armbands today. And he stayed back at the hotel where New Zealand started to bat in their first innings, and it was a difficult pitch. And the South African quick bowlers, we know what the quick bowlers are like. Heine, Adcock, those people in those days.
I think at one stage did they have
4 or 5 in hospital.
Yeah, I think they had 2 or 3 in hospital at the same time.
Yeah.
And then Bert Sutcliffe basically never recovered from the hit that he received.
Well, he came back, didn't he, with the swathed and bandages, and there's that shot.
And they put him. He also had whiskey.
That was later.
That was
later. and he, when New Zealand were 9 down, everybody thought that was the end of the innings, and suddenly Bob had taken himself from the motel where they were, and had arrived at the ground and changed into his whites and put his pads on and so on, and he arrived from underneath the ground and stood as a single figure as both teams had almost arrived to change innings. And it was, and I spoke to Bert about it. Bert went over to him, "Oh, Bob, what'd you do that for?" That was his exact words to me. "What'd you do that for, Bob?" And they put their arms around each other and they went out and batted. And they put together about 30 or 40 very quick runs.
I think they went past the follow-on, didn't they?
I know that they stayed in their pads and in the showers afterwards, and that's where Bob and Bert had their whiskies.
Going to have a bit of spin, and it's Shoaib Bashir for the first time in the series, and the first ball was just a touch too full, and Tom Latham just pushes us out through vacant cover point for a single. 46 without loss. England, or rather New Zealand, are going at a run a minute at the moment.
We'll obviously talk about Bashir coming on so early, very, very soon, but no, Bert definitely had whiskies before he went out to bat as well. That was part of the thing of he went out. Also, the bandages weren't working, Jeremy, so they had to use towels because he was bleeding so much from his head. It's an incredible story.
Here's Bashir again, and Devon Conway just punches this back to the bowler.
I was wondering if England could somehow win this series 2-1 without Bashir bowling a ball and playing in the 2 wins. So that hasn't happened.
Some surprises bowling ahead of Ben Stokes, Jarrod, and this field as well. Your thoughts as this is pushed up to Stokes himself. Oh, there's a fumble, but he's going to get away with it.
I suppose some of it is just that maybe they haven't had many chances on a flattish pitch with the ball not moving around to get Bashir bowling to 2 left-handers, which is part of the reason he's playing, right? He kind of has to bowl against the top order. That's where all the lefties are.
Bashir again with a little bit of a... Oh, it was nearly pushed straight to one of those 2 fielders. One an extra cover. It's Joe Root. That's in the air. Just dies on the captain for the last Test match and was just a little bit to his right. Couldn't get down. Well, that would have been a really poor moment for Tom Latham if he'd picked out Joe Root there.
Yeah, well, the first point is... It's interesting, isn't it, when you look at a pitch like this and you think back to Lord's, what that was like, chalk and cheese. That's the first thing I would say.
Here's Bashir again, and that's going to be swept fine. That's a poor ball from Bashir, 2 leg side, and fine leg is too far around to be able to cut that off. So 4 runs and the 50 up, and has Shoaib Bashir always had that skip at the start of his run-up?
He has. That's a really, really poor ball from a top-class international, specialist spinner. If you're being picked in that role, that wasn't just a little bit leg side, was it? That was an absolute gimme. Just after he put some pressure on them as well, and that's the issue with Bashir. It's not his best ball that's the problem; it's his worst ball.
Here he is. This time it's defended straighter from Bashir in fields, and that's the end of his first over. It's gone for 6. New Zealand at 51 without loss.
The second thing I would say about introducing Bashir is it's not a bad move. You can always take him out after you've had a little look for 2 or 3 overs maybe, and just to see if there is any turn. This is a dryish pitch, and I think if there's any concern that the ground staff would have over it, it would be that it's not quite enough moisture to hold it together for long enough, and that it may turn later on quite significantly in this match.
Well, even the Conway ball, it didn't turn massively, but it was turning, it was spinning, but I felt like it held in the pitch a little bit.
It's slow too.
Yeah. So, I mean, with all due respect to Conway, he probably wasn't expecting that on day one. You're probably expecting it to skid through a little bit more.
Shoaib Bashir is a bowler that can extract a bit of bounce as well, so with a newer ball, maybe that's in Stokes' thinking, as Josh Tongue with a mid-wicket fielder in place, and also mid-on. There's that leg slip, 2 slips, gully, backward point, and then Jofra Archer at wide-ish mid-off extra cover. Jarrod, you just seen something? Or Jerry?
No, it's 5-4 field, so he's going to bowl a little bit straighter, and he can afford to with the extra mid-wicket in there now.
And I was just going to say that, again, it's a perfect example of of Ben Stokes following the ball. Last over, that's where they went.
If anything, to Conway, I would say, rather than Latham, he's playing a little bit further in front of himself, in front of the head, and so you lose control of your shot.
Here is Tongue, and this is played straight back to the bowler, no run.
Or you can lose control of your shot, and as the further you get your bat ahead, the chances of you hitting the ball in the air, and you don't time it ideally, and you haven't moved you haven't got a stride in quite enough then to get alongside or closer to the ball, then you run the risk of hitting it in the air. And we've seen the drive do that as well, and there's been a couple on the leg side that are the same. So Conway just pushing at the ball a bit much.
Here's Tongue again, and just a bit more bounce and pace. Conway deals with that. Kiwi contrarian, sorry guys. Hard to understand Jamieson not playing, all that hard work to get fit for cricket, and in the defining series finale at 1-1, you don't play? That's a question. And there is a bit of chat about Jamieson not playing in this test match.
Well, I don't know what you guys think. I mean, perhaps there'll be a group of people who say only two days in the first test match. So that elongated the period between the first and the second test matches.
Here is Josh Tongue again, and he's going straight again, and it's defended by Conway in and around off stump, no run.
He didn't play on day 5 because he wasn't required for batting for New Zealand.
How did it go last year, Jarrod? Because can you remember at the start of the series, Jasprit Bumrah was only ever going to play 3 test matches, and yet at the end of every test we were kind of, oh, they're 1-0 down, he's got to play. Or it's 1-1, he's got to play. Or it's 2-1 down, he's got to play. And then, am I right thinking they did just stick to that plan, didn't they? And in the end,
they did.
Yeah.
India didn't win a test when he played.
Yeah.
That's correct.
It's called Ewing theory in America.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to hearing this. Here's Tongue, and again, he's really targeting that front pad. Conway, oh no, yes, it is Conway. It's coming forward and defending.
Yeah, so Patrick Ewing played for the Knicks in the 90s. Knicks are doing better now than they were back then. And when Patrick Ewing didn't play, all the players stepped up and actually played better. And if you look at the Indian bowlers, it feels a similar thing. When Jasprit's there, they bowl to Jasprit, and when he's not there, they don't. But yeah, they came in with that very rigid model. It's a tough one. We've seen teams get themselves in a mess with resting players before, haven't we? This might be a perfect example.
Last ball of the over, and Tongue again. Conway just comes forward, tries to play straight, and doesn't play with a straight bat though. Comes across the ball a touch, and this ball is fielded at point. So decent over there from Josh Tongue. First one was expensive, but that second one was a maiden. And he seems to have located his length to Conway at least.
So is there no story that Jameson has got a niggle, or it's just
No, it was decided beforehand that the that the health and he's had 2 years off from test matches. The last test match he played was against that South African C team that they sent to New Zealand.
So I've been really trying to push this for a good year and a half. So it was South Africa. I reckon it was a D team, right?
Yeah, I'm D.
So S-A-D.
Yeah, but you
sad.
You
right?
I'm
really trying
know
with
what
this.
I'm
no
saying,
one's picking this up. Why not?
Right. Well, it is. And anyway, that's his second back fracture in the same area of his back.
Exactly. That's a serious injury, right? You don't mess around with that, even if it is 1-1, especially on this track, maybe.
Is it possible he's just too tall for life?
For life? That's a bigger question altogether.
Here is Bashir. I picked up on a quote that you wrote about Carl Jamieson, actually, because I was just looking back through my old notes. You pick it up. Well, it's taken me a while to...
No, but so they've decided that, and it's just a question of if you lose key bowlers, is there a possibility he can bowl with a diminished amount of overs in this match?
No, it's fraction wide, and this is punched square of the wicket by Latham. 1 run.
He might be looking at this pitch at the moment, though, Jeremy, and going, good one to rest from.
Well, exactly. If you were designing a creature in a lab to be a perfect seamer, this is pretty close to what you'd choose, said Kimber in 2021. But, of course, you'd probably give him a...
Slightly stronger back.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to joke about such things, but yes. But I think with an injury like that, I don't think you take any risks, really, especially
that's clearly what they're thinking.
Considering him as an individual, it must be... This is defended by Conway. No run, 52 without loss.
I mean, New Zealand didn't really have too many choices, did they? O'Rourke brings the ball back in. I feel a bit sorry for him generally because he hasn't had pitches that would kind of suit him over here in this series. But he'll learn, and he's always a bit of a threat. This isn't going to be an easy pitch for him either.
Here's Bashir again. This is driven. No timing though, and it's fielded by the bowler.
But his natural delivery is to come back into a right-hander. Sears is quickish actually. Right arm again, takes the ball away, so that's a variety again. Tickner is more like a Henry.
This is driven with some flamboyance. It looked like Devon Conway was just winding up to go down towards long off, but in the end it's almost slice driven to deep backward point for a couple. 54 without loss.
And so that Blundell would be the one, he would stand up to someone like Tickner. I think
I'm not sure I'd want to stand up to Tickner. He's not the most accurate.
Well,
he's a bit shorter as well, isn't he? Like his natural length is a bit shorter than Matt Henry.
He does use a short pitch as well, yes.
Bashir, and this is pushed out to cover point.
Most people will enjoy, of course, the choreographed kind of movements at the top of his mark, the Lepanza Spanish riding school approach to medium fast bowling.
So someone's done his research this morning. The last time you were calling him the prancing horse.
Well, that's what they are, isn't it, really?
He was at school with Sonny Baker, of course. They both came through the same graduation scheme. One played for England, one played for New Zealand.
So he's, he'll be there, and then of course Smith. Zach Folkes was another bowler they might have chosen. He's an in-swinger more, and I think I didn't know whether New Zealand might even include Young as an extra batsman.
Yeah.
But it reduces your bowling really too much if you ever concede you might win the match.
I suppose
I think it's asking a lot.
England suffered for that, didn't they, at the Oval? Here's Tongue, and this is driven. It's not really driven, actually. It's kind of punched to point where it bounced, fielded by Stokes.
Incredible timing on that.
Yeah, Latham was all over that. Timed beautifully, but straight to the fielder.
It's not very often you see Latham hit the ball that hard, but it wasn't that he was trying to smash it. It just hit the absolute dead centre of the bat, and it was in backward point instantly.
I was looking for it at the boundary, actually. He just picked out backward point perfectly.
Margin for error for the bowlers on this track may not be a large one, as Tongue continuing, and there's the length that he was bowling to Conway in the last over. Drawing the batter forward. The ball would have smashed the stumps, and it's just pushed out to mid-wicket, no run.
And that's Stokes at backward point, isn't it, that we're talking about there. So, yeah, you're right. The margins are smaller here for the bowlers. There's not much movement either from the seam or in the air. And as I said, that's what we tend to, in the vernacular, call a road. And you want to make the most of when you get on one of them, and a lovely day to boot. It's really a day for spinners, you'd have to say, later on.
Here comes Tongue again. This is wide down the leg side, and Smith jumps to his right to field.
Jeremy, do you remember batting on like a pitch one time when you were like, this is a road, there's just absolutely tons of runs in it. Everyone else scored them, but you didn't?
Got the feeling Jarrod remembers that.
No. Oh, I mean, I've done it lots of times. But was there a pitch where you
like... there are. I mean, there are bound to have been times. I had so many failures. But there was one where I actually nailed it, and that was against England.
He's young in my mind. It's Tongue, which rhymes with young, and it's defended back to bowler, no run.
What'd you make against England?
100 to save. It was actually, it took any pressure off me as well, because we were just really saving the match. And so
where was that?
That was at the Basin Reserve, and it was flat. Poor old Bob Willis pounding away, coming in there, and Both, of course, just resorted to short. You know.
Here's Tongue, And again, it's pitched up, dragging the batter forward, who's happy to come forward, trying to just divert that ball past mid-wicket, but doesn't manage to do so. So another dot ball, 54 without loss. Latham is 30, Conway is 21. It's 1-1 with this one to play. Beautiful conditions here in Nottingham, not quite as hot as down south. Mercifully. England cricket team booked themselves into a hotel with no aircon. Sounds not one of the best decisions they've ever made.
The Britannia.
I don't think that has a roof. Here is Tongue again, and Conway, or rather Latham again, just trying to push this towards mid-wicket, beaten by pace, and is wrapped on the pads. That's 54 without loss, as the first hydration break of the Test match. Might not need them in football. We certainly need them here at Trent Bridge. Jarrod's making way. Jeremy's still sticking around. I think Manners is about to come in. Jeremy, I think so far, despite the angst of the three players missing out, that's a nigh on perfect opening hour and a half if you include the toss win in that for New Zealand.
Well, it's, as I say, the conditions are very much favouring batting here at the moment. It'll test the spin resources, I would think, if this match goes its distance more and more. And right now it's very hard. There's no swing or movement, or very marginal, let's put it that way. I think really only Jofra Archer was able to get a little bit of movement to Latham. But apart from that, it's been pretty straight. And length becomes the question, doesn't it? Do you bring the stumps into play? If you're a little bit short, then it's going over the top of the stumps because it's not quick either. It's holding slightly on the surface as well. I think we've seen 14 overs, 50 runs for when they're having a drink now. I don't know what you guys think, but it's very much a batting day.
Very much a batting day. The heat, the pitch. Ben Stokes has missed a trick here. He really has. 60 minutes gone so far. I'm expecting this crowd to get off their seats and erupt when Ben Stokes makes his entrance into the game. And I think because of the way the surface is, and because of the way England have started so far this morning, it's been very slow, very easy on the eye, very good from New Zealand. England need a spark. And I think 20 minutes ago, I'm sitting at the back of the box going, Ben, just bring yourself on, even if it's just for 2 overs. Bring yourself on, get people going, get the atmosphere going. Because you do minute, the Tannoy says, from whatever end he's going to bowl from. We had it with Andrew Flintoff. I mean, your day, Jeremy, you're from an England side, you had it with Ian Botham. The minute Ben Stokes' name shouted out that he's going to bowl, this place will erupt. Because of what happened last week, because he's Ben Stokes. And I think 20 minutes ago was the time, end of Jofra Archer, just to bring himself on for a couple of overs, to get the crowd going, start the atmosphere, and then all of a sudden he can take himself off and get Shoaib Bashir on. That's not a problem. But I think it would have been important just to break up what was a very, very placid first 40 minutes, and a 40 minutes which was very, very good for the New Zealand cricket team and not the England one.
That used to happen when you brought yourself on, didn't it? Back in the day.
That they would start
get the crowd.
chanting.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Jerry.
no,
Jerry.
That was Hadley. It was that. That was you're mistaking that. Yes.
So shouting Jerry, then Hadley. Get him on.
Yes. That's right.
There's definitely. I mean, you were very understated in saying it's a batting day. I mean, Harmy and I were describing the first half an hour, and there were a couple of Devon Conway got off the mark with a couple of cover boundaries for 4, and I'm particularly pleased for Tom Latham after a lean first couple of Test matches that he's finding the middle of the bat and was finding the middle of the bat quite early. Harmy and I had one play and miss in the first half an hour. Conway with Atkinson slanting the ball across him from over the wicket. But otherwise, have there been any plays and misses in the last half an hour?
Probably one. The only thing I
So
would
2 in the first hour.
the only thing I would say is that for Conway, the cover and the backward point come into play, because he, if anything, is playing ahead of himself just a little too much, and then it can go in the air for some distance. And Shoaib Bashir got one to Conway that he just hit to the right of route or at cover in the first over. So he's just got to be a bit careful, let the ball come to him.
Shoaib Bashir back into or carrying on in the attack after the drinks break. First ball is cut to backward point Duckett Fields. In the first half hour, Jerry, I was telling I presumed that our listeners in New Zealand, of whom there are many, know all about the story of Bob Blair, who passed away on his 94th birthday. I told the story for the benefit of those who maybe had forgotten it or weren't aware of it. Off the back foot, Conway goes and punches it behind square on the offside. He lived in England for a long time now, hadn't he, in Cheshire?
Cheshire, that's correct.
Captained Lancashire over 50s.
Always keen on his cricket, always. Hutt Valley man, so part of the Wellington province.
I remember him coaching in South Africa and Zimbabwe, and I think at Northern Ireland as well. He spent some time that's driven out towards extra cover and very nicely fielded by Jacob Bethel, diving away to his left. Did your paths cross much in recent years?
Yes, I saw him a couple of times in Cheshire actually. Just meeting him, I was doing a little talk or something like that, and he came up and saw me, which was really nice.
Forward comes Conway once more to Bashir.
Very open, welcoming man. Not a tall man for a fast bowler, really. He did hit Chris Harris's dad, Zinzan Harris, in the face at the Basin Reserve. So he could be sharp. He could be sharp. There's no doubt about that. On his day.
Here is Bashir again, and Conway lashes at this one through the offside. Quite a disparity between his first-class record and his Test record. He took almost 400 wickets at 19 in first-class cricket, and yet in 19 Tests spanning 12 years, 43 wickets at 35. But his first-class record, truly outstanding, pushed away out towards mid-wicket. Doesn't sound like he had much of an extended run in the Test side. 19 Test matches over 12 years. A bit stop-start, was it? Last ball of the over blocked again defensively. New Zealand 54 without loss.
Gee, those 50s were tough. Those 50s. Oh dear. A lot of, 3 tests in the 50s going to India and Pakistan was when they were so strong, in the Pankaj Roy and people like that who he just booked in, you know. He didn't worry about staying over at night. He just stayed at the ground and batted. So I'm staying here, boys. This is too good to miss.
Yeah, they didn't bowl 77 overs in a day then. It was like 77 overs in 2 sessions.
Yeah.
It's Josh Tongue continuing, running away from us from the Radcliffe right end outside the off stump. I find myself complaining these days about a 30-hour trip to get to New Zealand via Singapore or whatever. But in those days, you selected to go from Lower Hutt to Lahore. You were talking about not 36 hours, 36 days.
We've decided to do this last bit swimming. Put in your togs.
2 slips in a gully. Here's Tongue again, bounce, and no difficulty whatsoever for Latham defending that one. Were they still going by boat in those days, or was it the earliest days of
very
aviation?
early days of propellers? Yeah.
There'd have been 3 or 4 refueling stops.
Oh,
though.
definitely long flights. And heat too for the New Zealanders, found that pretty tricky. And illnesses, they had illness. They used to share rooms, and
Tongue, bouncer, left alone nicely by Latham.
slept on straw palliasses. That's their bed, and then they would have one bath, and they would share the bath. And obviously the older fellas would get in first, you know, because seniority goes a long way in a cricket team. It goes down, you son over there will have the last bath.
Yeah, Scott.
So it's the fourth person that's gone into the same water.
Yeah, Scott's in the sink.
Yes. Oh no, that was a tougher brute. I remember interviewing a few of them. Brutal tour, Jeremy.
Here's Tongue over the wicket now to Latham, leaves it, goes across him into the gloves of Jamie Smith. So, I mean, I remember visiting Mahatma Gandhi's ashram in Ahmedabad, and there was those, like a straw, you can't call it a mattress, what did you call it?
A palliasse.
A palliasse.
Yeah.
It's basically
It's
sort
like
of
a mattress.
like donkey hair with straw.
That's it.
I mean, that's brutal.
Bit itchy.
That's brutal. Yeah, no, you 20 overs in the Lahore sun and then get to sleep on
A
that.
few back spasms.
Dear. 54 without loss. We've not had a run for a couple of overs. Here's Tongue again, full and straight, and pushed by Latham up to Bashir at mid-on.
And they would take their tails. You're expected to take your suit and tails, because you went out most nights and you were, you know, to a function.
Number ones, we call them.
Yeah, number ones.
You need your tails for the bus, for the boat, wouldn't you? You'd need
Or the
it for-
palliasse.
Yeah, you'd need. Yeah.
You dress for dinner.
Yeah.
Dress for dinner on the
Oh
boat.
yeah, definitely.
Dear me, that's actually 19 Test matches over 12 years. That sounds
It's a
quite
long
brutal.
time. You've done that right there, isn't he? It's a long career, especially as a fast bowler sleeping on them beds.
Oh, palliasses.
Palliasses, yeah.
That's a new one on me. That's a new word. Here is Tongue again, and some runs here for Latham as he punches it square of the wicket on the offside. Ben Stokes is in pursuit from cover, and it'll just be 2 to one of the shorter boundaries. The strangely shaped Trent Bridge ground, short on the offside to the left-handers with the bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end. 2 more to Latham. He's on to 32. Davin Conway 21. New Zealand 56 without loss, and a very, very good toss to win for New Zealand, who made 3 changes, all of them injury related rather than form. Tough going for England. And what do? You just remind each other to be patient, go disciplined, try bowl dry.
Yeah, well, a lot of the saying will be out there. Be 1 brings 2. You know, put 2 on it. 60 for 2. Come on, lads, 60 for 2. That's what they'll be. You know, try and make it hard for the new batter coming in if we can keep somebody under pressure.
Bashir in again, and it's defended by Conway.
There was a good shot, that last shot. It was too short from Tongue. It was a good shot though from Latham. Let the ball come right under his eyes. Played the ball late. But it's time for Ben Stokes. This game needs livening up. This crowd needs livening up, and there's only one man can do it.
Bashir given some air, tossed up, driven nicely by Conway just for a single. There's a man sweeping on the cover boundary, and that's understandable. I mean, mid-off is halfway, quite wide, and halfway back to the boundary, little more than halfway perhaps. There's also a man sweeping on the cover boundary, which does give Bashir the license to give the ball some air and toss it up and entice some shots from the batsman.
Yeah, you're not going to get that much spin, so you've got to try and beat him in flight, and you know your risk of reward is obviously a hell of a lot more in the reward for the batter.
Quicker one now from Bashir. He's fired that one in at the pads. Latham just tucks it away behind square on the offside, on the onside, I should say.
He's bowled nicely. I mean, it's hard for Shoaib. With the winter he had, he didn't play in the first test. Had to get. He couldn't play him in the second test. I think he started really well here. You know, there's nothing there for him. There's nothing there for him at all. But I think he started very, very well in these 3.3 overs.
Bashir in, quicker one again. Conway defends it without any problem. No turn, guided out to extra cover.
I think Ben's been able to set a field for him. I know there's a man sweeping in the deep. He bowled a couple of short balls, which got his angles right and being cut. Ben Duckett's in the right place. You don't mind the cut bit. If it goes forward and look good, but you can bring the chop onto the stumps or a little faint edge. These are the things that you're trying to do when the ball's not doing much.
Bashir again on the back foot goes Conway, punching it into the offside. A knock on from Ben Duckett at cover point, and collected on the rebound by Bethel, but it's allowed them to go through for a single. Latham 33, Devon Conway 23.
But it is about being patient. It's about holding your line, holding your length. And sometimes it's a better challenge, it's a good challenge as a fast bowler to get into a contest when the ball isn't doing much and it's flat. You know, your margins are a lot smaller. It's time for Stokes now.
Here's Bashir, and this one tiny bit too straight. Latham was therefore able to tuck it away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for a single. How many overs did Ben Stokes bowl for Durham against Northamptonshire in the first inning? 19, wasn't it?
25, I think.
25.
I think he bowled 25. I'm nearly sure. Scott can check. I'm sure he bowled 25, which, to be fair, you know, he would have bowled more than that in a test match.
I bowled 19 on the first day, didn't he?
Yeah,
and then
he did,
another
yeah.
6, right? Okay,
So
on the second morning.
He's bowled enough. There was enough to keep his workload up that there's not any problems. I'm not wanting Ben Stokes to bowl 25. Yeah, 25. But I'm not wanting Ben Stokes to bowl for what the product he's going to give. I want Ben Stokes to bowl because this place will erupt, and I think it's. I think
like
this
a cortisone injection.
Just give it some injection. Give it something. Michael Vaughan will tell you he did that with Freddie. If he's not doing anything, Fred, I need you to bowl 2 overs. I don't care where it goes. I don't care how you bowl it. The minute you get on to bowl, the crowd will get off their seats.
Josh Tongue is not having that effect, but he's in now, and it's pushed firmly down the ground. Sliding stop from Bashir, quite deep at mid-on. They go through for another easy single. 60 without loss. It's a flatty. It's a hot day. I do feel for the crowd in their bucket seats, the majority of whom are in direct sunlight. There's not a great deal of shade on offer at Trent Bridge. The grandstand away to our left offers the majority of the top tier some shade, but for the majority it's going to be a brutal day in the sunshine. It's a day for sun cream and sun hats as Tongue is in. That one defended by Devon Conway again up towards mid-wicket actually.
It is, and then to our right, the John Pye auction corner. I mean, it's covered, but it's got like a greenhouse type roof, so it'll be even more hotter in there. There literally will be sweating like anything on that side. It'd be like being inside a greenhouse on a day like this. So I'm not sure which one I'd rather be in. If I were on the front there where you're exposed and open, or that one's got a little bit of cover, but you see it'll be warm wherever it is. It's warm inside this ground.
2 slips a gully and a short leg in now as Tongue bowls a bouncer outside the off stump and Conway leaves it alone. John Pye and his wife Anne founded their auction house company in the late 1960s. Probate house sales was their initial business, and they're based here in Nottingham and Chesterfield. Derbyshire played some cricket there, don't they?
Chesterfield. Derby tend to play Yorkshire there. I played there. My second last first class match was at Chesterfield. Lovely ground.
Fantastic cheese and onion sandwiches, cobs.
It was a beautiful, picturesque ground.
Here's Tongue once again, and that one is driven up to mid-on, fielded by Bashir. I remember doing a county game there.
Middle of a park. It's in the middle of a park, yeah, Chesterfield Park. I think that's where it is.
Is that a Derbyshire thing? Cheese and onion cobs?
I think so. Well, probably, yeah. Yeah, I think. Well, it might be. The cob is certainly is. Cob is like Nottingham, Derbyshire, isn't it? It's, a sandwich, bun, whatever it is.
Really good.
Barm cake is in Manchester, isn't it? So they've got their own little delicacies.
I saw an article once. There's something like 16 different words for a bread roll, depending on all regional derivations. Here's Tongue. That one's heading down the leg side, and momentarily Devon Conway got himself into a bit of a pickle. He was trying to play straight, and he was heading down the leg side, and he's almost had to adjust, and still playing straight, but from leg stump rather than from middle and off.
It shows you what sort of a fight Devon Conway is having with himself here, and his technique and his game. I mean, that there was a That there's going down leg side. I can understand them not wanting to sort of just throw the kitchen sink at it and a flick at it, because they've got a man at leg slip, which the ball goes in the air. They've got a man deep in front of square on the leg side boundary, so he's trying to get it onto the offside.
Here's Tongue down the leg side, swing and a miss. Pull shot attempted from Devon Conway, makes no contact with it, taken by Jamie Smith, who's been faultless today, as you would want to be as a wicket-keeper on a pitch that is doing nothing, with completely even predictable bounce. You wouldn't want to be putting a glove wrong, really. 61 without loss. Went for an early morning run this morning on the Nottingham-Beesden Canal, Harmy, and very, very picturesque, just like early before it, the sun was too hot, and houseboats galore, a couple of which have sunk some time ago, and they're still there.
Still there.
Why are they not being cleaned out?
You'd imagine they get cleaned out for the flow of the river, to just in case they get. I would imagine it will be before the winter.
I would hope so. But they've been sunk for a while. There's like reeds and things growing on them. Here's Bashir continuing to Tom Latham, pushed away defensively on the offside.
Unless they're sunk in on purpose and people are living in them just to keep it a bit cooler under the water. I wouldn't have thought so, but yeah.
And there are some that have been obviously tied up for, moored, I should say, not tied up, moored for decades. They've sort of got that's driven firmly by Latham straight back to the bowler. They've got permanent attachments to the bank with little motorbike huts, and so they obviously don't spend any time moving on the water. It really is a houseboat, just a house. Not sure they even got an engine. Here comes Bashir once again, full and straight, heading towards the leg side. Latham plays defensively.
We were going to have a little trip on a houseboat a few years ago. Andrew Findorf thought it would be a great idea. He had this obsession with just picking like a canal boat up, going along the river, stopping at like pubs, and we're going to have like 4 or 5 days doing it.
Here is Bashir. Forward comes Latham, pushing to cover on the offside, no right. This is the Harmison clan and the Flintoff
clan.
Just
it was Flintoff.
Oh, boys!
Just a boys trip. It was Andrew, Paddy McEwen, who used to open the bat, and Paddy Mint, great guy from Lancashire, opened the bat and grew up with Andrew. And so we're going to get this boat, Birmingham region, where just go and sort of sail it through the canals of the Midlands.
Here is Bashir. Forward comes Latham, driving firmly past extra cover, and they'll come back for 2 easy, uncontested runs, and New Zealand move on to 63 without loss. This was in the days when Flintoff and Harmison were still drinking. Neither of you does now, so I fear. My imagination is running.
Yeah,
riot. You operating the locks.
No, it got to it. I didn't get on it. I didn't eventually get on it. It was Andrew being a sort of an adrenaline junkie. I loved these fast cars.
Pushed away through square leg, and they go through for a single. But can I just say that barging is not an adrenaline sport? Top sport.
That's why it lasted 1 day.
Top speed of 3 miles an hour.
That's why it lasted 1 day. I got a phone call. I couldn't make the first part of the trip. It was supposed to be like a 5 or 6 day trip. And I think after day 2, I got a phone call. I was going to pick the boat up somewhere, like, I don't know, day 3 or day 4. And after day 2, I don't even think it was actually day 2, it was just day 1. This is going 4 miles an hour. I am not getting on it. Here he comes.
You are absolutely right. Listen to that cheer. Listen to that reception. And if there were any doubts, and I don't think there were actually, about how the British public feel about their captain, they have been answered emphatically with a roar. Little later than Steve Harmison wanted. He wanted this to happen in the first hour, but it's actually going to happen after an hour and 25 minutes. Ben Stokes into the attack. 2 slips in a gully, wide leg slip, cover mid-on, mid-off, so nothing funky about the field. There's a man out at deep square leg, but nobody sweeping on the cover boundary. It is Ben Stokes, England's captain, running away from us, from the Ratcliffe Road end. First delivery, full and straight drive, miscue from Tom Latham, inside half of the bat, behind square on the leg side at a run for Latham, who takes his total on to 39.
This is it. The crowd's starting to get involved. You know, the buzz, the atmosphere's just gone up. I'd like to say I wouldn't have been bothered how he bowled. Just come on, bowl 12 balls around about half 11 this morning, just to get them going. It's going to be too hot for the bowlers to bowl long spells. It's going to be too hot and it's flat. This is it. The start of the crowd. Listen to the crowd going.
Here is Ben Stokes around the wicket, full and straight to Conway, who drives it down the ground for 4 through mid-off. Super shot, pitched up full and straight, little too full. Maybe a foot or so short of a rank half volley, but a fine shot from Devon Conway. Can I just say, Harmy, that many years ago, maybe 12, 13 years ago, I had a family holiday on a barge for 6 days, and it was one of the best holidays of my life.
Yeah, I can imagine it would be. You'd have been with your family, wouldn't you?
Here's Stokes again. Forward comes Conway, and he miscues this inside half of the bat, trickles down between his own feet, and he picks it up and does the fielding for Jacob Bethel.
But there's 5 or 6 of you on it, and on a lads trip, and it's going at 4 mile an hour, and it's taking you 4 hours to get from pub to pub. It's not exactly a well-earned week off, is it? So the barge got ditched after, I think, halfway through day 2. I got an irate phone call to say this thing's going 4 mile an hour. It's a waste of time. Not continuing. Stay where you are. So I didn't manage to get on the barge.
Oh, you missed out. Here comes Stokes again up to the stumps outside the off stump. Left alone, no shot offered from Devon Conway. But there's a really strong sense of satisfaction when you manage to get it through, and you work out how to use the locks, and you actually go up or down, and you manage to carry on your way. The one thing that did surprise me was that 4 miles an hour is top speed. You're not allowed to go faster than that. So I thought, well, I would go at 4 miles an hour then, which wasn't very fast. A number of people told me to slow down. Here is Stokes again, full and straight, attacking the stumps, driven, not timed by Conway up to Bashir at mid-on. But apparently, when you pass barges which are moored, houseboats, which are moored along the canal, you're supposed to slow down to 2 miles an hour.
2 miles an hour, yeah.
Nobody told me that bit.
Yeah, as well as that, you had, I'm not sure what was worse. Andrew Flintoff in charge of the barge, or Paddy McEwen as he's because obviously there's no satellite navigation at that time. On an ordnance surveyor map, Paddy really struggled.
Drive and an inside edge, completely miscued from Devon Conway. He did not know much about that. He was looking to drive it through extra cover, and it's gone down to deep backward square leg for a single, and he keeps the strike inadvertently, and New Zealand move on to 70 without loss. What on earth would you need satellite navigation for on a canal? What?
If you knew the two of them, then you'd realise that, yeah. Honestly,
you can't get lost.
Well, they would try. They would try. Yeah, with the blind leading the blind. Yeah, getting through the lock and stuff like that. Trying to work out where they're going. It was a great idea, and it was an itch that Andrew wanted to scratch. But it lasted the best part of, I think, 36 hours. Largely down to the fact that this thing was only going maximum 4 miles an hour.
Here is Shoaib Bashir continuing now to Devon Conway. Drives, beats Duckett at backward point down to long leg. To deep cover, I should say, long leg. And it's Gus Atkinson down there who does the tidying up. Thanks largely to Shoaib Bashir, who's is starting his 6th over. England's over rate is actually not too bad at all. There might just be an over or two behind.
14 in the first hour, I think they got. They're -1 at the moment.
It's actually, they're doing a very good job. That's given a lot of air by Bashir. Nicely bowled, and induces a false shot from Devon Conway, who seems to be playing himself out of form. He looked glorious for the first half an hour. Off the mark with a couple of spanking covered drives for 4. But just in the last 25 minutes or so, he seems to be inside edging the ball a bit more, and that's nudged firmly out to Bethel at extra cover.
Just his timings, I think it is, with Devon. I think Devon looks if you're analysing the way Devon Conway's playing, I think in defence he looks quite solid. I think it's the sign of a player who's either out of form, out of nick, out of touch. And their balance goes is when they're actually trying to hit the ball and they sort of go across themselves. You know, Devon's left shoulder comes into play a little bit more.
Bashir into Conway, drives once again. It's Atkinson out on the cover boundary, keep them down to a single.
Like there, that was lovely. He's not trying to hit the ball across the line. He's trying to open his shoulders up, and he just caressed that, nice and easy, perfect balance, head position, timing at the crease. That's fine. When he tries to hit it too hard, possibly hitting it a bit straighter, or trying to hit it across the line through mid-wicket, or he hasn't really played over the top yet. That's when his left shoulder, his head falls over. His left shoulder comes in just slightly too early because he's trying to force it and hit it too hard. And I think that's what he's just fighting with himself a little bit in the last sort of 20 minutes, half an hour.
Bashir in again and driven by Conway again. Little toe endy, but they've managed to go through for one and come back for a comfortable second. Archer thought he had it covered at mid-off, but it just escaped his grasp and picked up by Atkinson once more. You know, they've been through a bit of a quiet period, these two openers. Now they're emerging out the other end.
Yeah, and I think that's largely down to the way England. I think England maybe is losing a little bit of patience. They're not raggy and they're not a rabble by any stretch of the imagination at this moment in time, but they're starting to go that way. Angles aren't quite right. Feelers are dawdling.
Quicker one from Bashir, fired in, and Latham on the back foot nudges it to Archer once again at mid-off, and they go through. He's been tidy, Shoaib Bashir. He hasn't bowled an outright bad ball in 6 overs, and 42 to Latham, 31 to Conway. Another word from Steve Harmison, and then it'll be Jon Norman to tell us about his barging experiences.
No, I don't think he's bowled too badly as Shoaib Bashir. When he has dropped it a touch short, and possibly the bad ball has come in, the fielders have been in the right place. There again, they're getting a single comfortably because Bethel's in the wrong place. Stokes is animated because Bethel's in the wrong place, and this is what happens on flat wickets on warm days. You just get the fielder in the wrong place and you're trying to create pressure, and if that pressure is lifted by a bit of doziness in the field, then all of a sudden that can have an effect on your bowler. Your bowler gets a bit irate, goes and chases it, over pitches, crash, bang, 4, and all of a sudden the run rate gets away from you.
Stokes continuing then, start of his second over, and this is a full delivery, but it's wide, and it allows Latham just to punch this through vacant extra cover for a couple. Duckett Fields, the score 76 without loss, 78 without loss New Zealand. Tom Latham's 44 and Devon Conway 31. Both of these batters would certainly love to finish their tour with a few runs. 3-0 at Lords for Latham, 27 of 4 at the Oval, and apart from Devon Conway's 41 in his second innings at Lords, and he did survive a very close LBW shot early on as well. Neither of these two have scored many runs, with 2 slips and a gully in place and quite a deep backward point, and a leg gully as this is pushed out to vacant cover, and Stokes himself fields. I've got a question for you, Jarrod, who's back in the commentary box. Can you sum up the hilarity that the Australian cricket media have found the Ben Stokes, Rob Key, Brendan McCullum situation? Because if the roles are reversed, oh my days, it would have been good to watch.
Yeah, I don't think they've gone all the way in on it, have they? I think they've it's wrong time of the year, footy season's taken over and everything else.
Yeah.
But it's definitely been enjoyable, I think, for a lot of people.
Around the wicket comes Stokes, and this is pushed out to point, and it's, who is that at Gully? It's Bethel, I think. Either way, it's too far away from him to prevent the run. 80 without loss then, New Zealand winning the toss and deciding to bat first.
I mean, I think Australia was pretty much the biggest disbeliever in Bazball before it started. And so now I think everyone can see that Bazball has had some effects around general cricket, if not always with the English team itself. But they weren't believing it, and then they saw the Ashes, and they just thought, well, that's it now. They'll pull it down. And so there is a sort of lingering amount of schadenfreude.
Here's Stokes, short ball, and this is a pull swat from Latham, who take a single down to Jofra Archer, who's at deep back with square leg. Runs coming relatively comfortably. New Zealand not seeking to push push their luck. There was a little quiet sequence. Josh Tongue has bowled pretty well, and Shoaib Bashir has done a job. All Shoaib Bashir needs to do is not go for more than 3 or 4 and over, really, doesn't he? And that's obviously getting a wicket would be great, but essentially he needs to tie up an end, and then Stokes can just bowl the fast bowlers at the other end.
I think Gary will probably know this, but I think he's got one of the highest economy rates in the history of cricket. But he's bowled much better so far today.
Although against 2 left-handed batters who aren't trying to take him on. This is full, and this is clipped away. Chase on for the fielder at deep square leg, but that is timed beautifully. Stokes often makes things happen, but also can be a little expensive, and Devon Conway's cashed in there. He moves to 36 in the score. New Zealand 85 without loss, 23 minutes before the lunch break on day 1 here at Trent Bridge.
I'm not really sure. We've seen them try that a lot. I don't know what the plan is. And he just took out leg slip and put him at short mid-wicket. So maybe he was thinking, I'll get him to clip at the short mid-wicket, but...
Well, he did for 4. This is a thick inside edge back onto the pads. No run.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, man.
Do you think you've ever seen an international batter whose hands are as disconnected from their body as Devon Conway? It's like quite often his hands, his feet, his hips are all playing 3 different sports. In a way, usually there's, if you look at a really good batter, like there's a sort of a flow, a symmetry to the way they moves. But his hands are always pushing, jumping around. They're not in the right position that they need to be in. He's always, hitting the outside part of the ball, not the inside part of the ball. All these sorts of things.
I'm struggling. Maybe a bit of Dean Elgar sometimes, or
yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Elgar Elgar may not be a bad one.
I'm really struggling. Not a top order, not a top.
It's just not a thing you normally see, is it? There's something it's almost tail-endery the way he plays at times, Conway. Obviously, he has a fantastic eye and a lot of other great batting skills, but his hands just seem to be. It's like
Brathwaite, a touch.
Brathwaite might not be a bad one. Yeah, Brathwaite actually could go in. It's like he's. When you have like multiple puppeteers doing one puppet, and he's got one set of puppeteers doing his body and then another one doing his hands, and they're not quite in sync with each other.
Bashir set to continue, and this is just a touch short, and it allows Latham to play on the back foot, guiding the ball through vacant point for a single. There's a leg slip in place for Latham. Shoaib Bashir's bowled fine. He's actually taken a few wickets here, hasn't he? At Trent Bridge. He took 7 wickets in the match against West Indies in 2024 and 9 wickets against Zimbabwe in 2025. And he actually took a few wickets against India. His average isn't great, it's pushing 40, but he took 10 wickets in 3 tests against India. That's not bad. And then, of course, he hasn't really played since then. Well, when he has played, he hasn't bowled.
Didn't bowl well in the Ashes, did he?
Didn't bowl well at Lord's, did he? Oh, this is driven by Conway. Slapped, really, up to Jofra Archer, who actually throws the wicket at the non-strikers end, hoping that Tom Latham thinks it's going at the non-strikers. But it's a little bit wild, and Smith has to block the ball with his pads, ice hockey goalkeeper style.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Bashir is that he's been treated like a project player, and what quite often happens with that is you don't actually get to bowl as much as you should.
This is Fuller, and it does draw Latham forward, but there's no spin, so it's just pushed straight back to the bowler.
So coaches and selectors say, oh, he's not quite ready yet, and the players sitting there going, but I'm not getting enough chance to play to get better.
Here he comes again. Again, this is just too full, and it's really comfortably pushed up to Stokes at mid-on, no run. Shoaib Bashir currently joined 8th in terms of wickets taken by English spinners in domestic cricket this year.
It's not a great joint 8th. It's not ideal, is it? I think Patterson White has about 30, doesn't he?
He's got 32, but of course, as you say, he's not played. There's been 2 rounds of county games. And this is pushed through point for another single. 2 rounds of county games, but of course he's been on England duty, so he hasn't played in those games. So I imagine whilst he's lagging behind in the wicket-taking stakes, and he's playing in Division 2, of course, remember, he's probably played 25% less games than those guys at the top of the wicket-taking list.
I talked to the cricketer guys, George Dobell and James Coney, and I was like, is there actually a better off-spinner? Like, I know a lot of people say there's better spinners in England, but is there a better off-spinner than him?
Here he is again, and this is driven back to the bowler and caught on the bounce. Shoaib Bashir fields and shapes to throw down the stumps. Devon Conway is trying to be a little bit more progressive against Shoaib Bashir, isn't he? Whereas Tom Latham is just thinking, mate, if I take 2 runs off you every over, today, I'm going to be in a pretty good position at stumps.
Devon Conway is one of the best left-handers in the world against off-spin. Generally, he doesn't mind the ball spinning away because, as we said before, because of the weird hands he has, he plays on the outside of the ball anyway. So he's already, he's already in that position. So he doesn't have an issue, whereas Latham will just jog on, won't he, as long as he has to, and wait for the bad balls. They probably don't believe that Bashir can bowl well all day. Good early spell that England will be happy with this so far. But the chances of him going at less than, 3.5 runs and over is still pretty slim.
Here is Stokes for his 3rd over, and this is pushed through point again. Won't reach the boundary, but there's a comfortable 2 runs, and that means that 50 for Tom Latham, the New Zealand skipper. And this has a walk down the track, raises the bat, taps his bat with Devon Conway, and then just walks back again. He's had to steady the ship after Kane Williamson walked away from Test cricket after that first Test defeat at Lord's, overcome injuries to Matt Henry and Glenn Phillips for this Test match. No Cole Jamieson as well, but he's won what looks like a pretty good toss.
Steady the ship is the Kane Williamson phrase, right?
Mate, there's something there, right?
But my point is, what do we give to Latham?
Well, he's facing now. Oh, he nearly gives it away, and that would have been very Botham-esque if he'd edged that to first slip.
He almost sunk the boat there, didn't he? That was a really
torpedoed
himself. He just got his. Oh, it's like he was about to move his foot back and across to play that shot, and then it gets stuck in the turf, and he just swings his bat at it anyway. He could have got an edge through. He could have dragged that back on. Maybe just a moment of lost concentration after the 50.
Yeah, I think that probably is what it was. And maybe Ben Stokes has bowled that ball, identifying that exact moment. Who knows? I doubt it's going to be asked in the post-match press conference. Here is Stokes again. And this is very short wide. This time, Latham doesn't miss out. Steers this ball, thick outside edge, over second slip and down to the boundary for 4.
If you're not paying attention here, what you will see is that Botham has just Botham. You got me saying there. Stokes has just started to bowl short, wide, long hops here. But that was actually completely on purpose. After the ball before, he went, oh, okay, there's something in this. He's not moving his feet right. He put out deep backward point, and he went, I'm going to bowl another short, wide one. And he got the edge. Unfortunately for him, it flew for 4, and it doesn't matter. But interesting thinking. That is very flat pitch bowling already.
It is, but it's quite a slow pitch, isn't it? You're going to do well to pick out that fielder at deep point. But maybe he'll have another go. Oh, this is cut, actually, really powerfully and hard, straight to backward point, who fields on the bounce.
If he'd got that a metre either side of Bethel, that would have been 4. I don't think the man on the boundary would have stopped that either. So it would have been 2 4s from this. Anyway, the theory at the moment is, if you're wondering what it's like, it's 94 without loss just before lunch on day 1. And England's current theory is the best form of attack is short and wide outside off stump.
And at the other end, Shoaib Bashir. Yeah. If you're a New Zealand fan listening in Aotearoa, it's worth staying up throughout the night, I reckon. Who knows though? Stokes comes a little closer to the wicket, and this is left alone by Latham. He's 54, Conway 37. There's been one chance of note, Latham edging through vacant third slip. The ball after Ben Stokes took Ben Duckett out of third slip and put him in at a second gully.
Stokes has just got an informal warning for running on the pitch there as well. So if you are a New Zealand fan, there's more good news for you. Not a formal one, just an informal. He did run on the pitch in that last ball. He's lucky he wasn't actually given a formal one.
He did go a little straighter, didn't he, as he comes in again. Past the umpire, and again, this is a touch fuller and left alone by Latham, who's no doubt thinking he's got his runs for the over. And yeah, as I say, just that one moment really. There was a couple of thick inside edges, wasn't there, from Stokes' first over, Devon Conway.
That was Stokes' first over. In fact, was that his second over? That was his third over. His first over and his third over have had sort of half chances or moments. So which would make sense. That's what you want Stokes for, right? When the pitch isn't doing anything and creating things. So it makes sense for that to have happened. But yeah, there hasn't been many plays and misses.
No, there hasn't. And Ben Stokes has gone for 21 runs from his 3 overs. So that's how you balance these things up. A few chances, but how long can you continue? Here is Bashir, and he's bowling to Devon Conway. And this is just pushed out to cover, no run. Shoaib Bashir has played more Test cricket than Jofra Archer.
I don't think I was emotionally ready for that.
Bashir again, he's on the back foot. This is punched to the bowler's right, who can't field. And Conway moves to 38. 20 tests for Shoaib Bashir. He is still only 22 as well. We do talk about age a lot, but 22, he's played 20 tests.
It's also very possible he doesn't play 30.
Yeah, well, we wondered whether he would play 20 after the Ashes, didn't we? We weren't really sure. And coming up, is he going to make much of an impact in South Africa? On the back foot, this is played through point, and it's just a single.
I think when they want left-hand, when they're going up against teams with left-handers, it makes sense. Jack Carson's probably the second best off-spinner. I don't know if there's any other off-spinners coming through, but there are other spinners.
Dom Bess at Yorkshire, I wouldn't say he's coming through, but he's taking wickets and he can bat, of course. He can
hold a bat a little bit, yeah. So I do think there is, Bashir as a bowl to left-handers makes sense.
Yeah, this is defended. You're not often going to come up against a team with 4 of them.
No.
At the top of the order, are you?
Also, if the other spinners are just better,
like Santa's coming in as well.
Yeah, if the other spinners are just better, eventually you just don't get picked, right? So that's kind of my thinking on it. I don't think he'll ever be truly discarded, at least not for the next 3 or 4 years.
Here he is, just a touch wider, and this is driven to the right of Bethel. Bethel at extra cover for a single. Also, new captains, new ideas, new spinners. That's kind of how it often works.
Yeah.
It does feel like Shoaib Bashir is Ben Stokes' guy.
Well, he hasn't cemented his place, has he? So if everything does change, you could see that. Wouldn't be surprised, especially if Ben Stokes is not only not captain but doesn't play anymore. They might need a more of an all-roundery type player in that position.
Well, that might be where someone like Dom Bess comes back into the mix. I mean, Dom Bess'
Rehan Ahmed is another one.
Yes, I mean, I'm thinking off spinners, but yeah. Here's Bashir. This is defended again. Also, it does come down to the way a captain bowls his spinner. I have enjoyed the way that Ben Stokes has captained Jack Leach and also Shoaib Bashir, even Tom Hartley, in a way that I wasn't quite so impressed by Joe Root's handling of Jack Leach, Moeen Ali. Just trying to think, who are the other spinners under Joe Root? I mean, Adil for a little bit.
I remember talking to the South African spinners, and they said that when Faf du Plessis played in the IPL under MS Dhoni, he came back, and it was the first time any of them had really played under a captain who understood spin. And, if you have a look at Graham Smith, I think a lot of people would say Graham Smith was a great captain. Have a look at how he treated his spinners. They were very much like, when you get a salad, but it's really just 2 pieces of lettuce on the outside that's falling off your plate.
This is Stokes. He's bowling over the wicket now to Conway, and this just slants across Conway. My mother-in-law, dearly departed, her nickname was Fruit Bat, because I've never met anyone who likes fruit as much as she. Every day there was, if you ever went to if you went shopping with her, she would always try and find some kind of new fruit to try out, and the fruit platters, it was just non-stop fruit. Got to a point the doctors told her to stop eating so much fruit. She was eating too much of it. Here is Stokes, and this is left alone by Devon Conway. It was Harmy muttering in the background about.
He said he's never had fruit. That's what I heard. Smith just dropped that one, by the way. Fumbled that ball as it went through to him. Kept a little bit low, but should have taken it.
I've been distracted by Harmy now, so I cannot for the life of me remember why we're talking. Oh, that's right, yeah.
Was he asking what fruit was?
He likes cider. She used to call apple in a fruit salad filler. And I think that's the same kind of idea, isn't it? Well, that was a little bit of sea movement, I think. Reverse, could we get reverse swing here, by the way? Because those practice pitches, this is a dry old track. Over the course of this test match, do you think that's going to be a prospect?
Not even looking at the square, just looking at the pitch, it looks like the kind of pitch that would chew the ball up. So we'll know more in the afternoon session if they have a go with it. Teams don't really try reverse swing as much as they used to, so not quite the killer it once was.
Over the wicket comes Stokes. Ooh, and that just hurries Devon Conway up a touch. Or certainly the way he plays this shot does. It's early 80s. And New Zealand 97 without loss. What did you think of Jofra's first spell?
Sorry.
Go on.
I could be wrong here. So Ben Stokes bowled the previous ball around the wicket. He's bowled that last one over the wicket, and now he's coming back around the wicket again. He's in day 3 flat pitch mode, isn't he? This is proper random Ben Stokes here.
He's completely pushed the field out, hasn't he? 2 slips in a gully, and there's cover point and mid-off, and this is left alone, of course, because now he's gone a little bit too wide. He's not targeting the stumps, and Devon Conway just shoulders arms and walks away from the crease. No run.
I thought Jofra probably got the most movement of anyone. I mean, to be fair, Atkinson doesn't get a lot of movement, and Josh Hung's not really a movement bowler either. But I certainly thought that Jofra got the most movement. Maybe he was a little bit short and a little bit wide at times, but should have got the wicket, right? With a ball that was a little bit short and a little bit wide.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Don't know if you have Jofra Archer bowling to a left-hander without a third slip very often with a new ball.
Stokes again, and this is placed nicely to the boundary. There's a dive at backward point, and there's a field out at deep backward point. But this has been hit really hard from the bat of Devon Conway, who moves to 43. And that applause will tell you that New Zealand have reached 100. 101 without loss. And New Zealand are 10 minutes away from the nigh on perfect opening session here at Trent Bridge.
We talked about that fielder in the previous over of having that person at deep backward point. The problem is, of course, with the way that stand is, that's such a short boundary. Once it gets past any of the other fielders on a normal ground, that's probably saved, but that's just 4. So having the guy out here doesn't quite work unless they're probably about 25 to 30 meters finer, and then they're kind of behind the catching fielders. So yeah, it's very hard to save any boundaries in that position.
Latham 55 not out, and it's Shoaib Bashir continuing, and not for the first time. Latham just happy to prop forward and defend this ball. What have we got? 6 minutes until the lunch break here at Trent Bridge, where the aircon thankfully works in our commentary box, and Joe Root's just gone into a catching cover position. There's 3 fielders in front of the bat on the offside, 1 out at deep point as well, and this is just guided down the ground by Tom Latham through vacant second slip, and that's another run. 102 without loss.
There is a chance that Shoaib Bashir will go bald before his time, John, because he does, after almost every delivery, put his hands on his head. He's always convinced he's a millimetre away from a wicket. Like, that ball turned and bounced slowly. Latham saw it and went, oh, okay, I'll just drop my hand softly on this and take a single.
Like Sonny Baker, he put his arms up after every single delivery, didn't he? This is, again, just guided down to exactly the same spot. This time by Devon Conway. Another run added, and there's another ooh and an ah.
I think those 2 shots just tells you how slow this pitch is. They're actually just, you don't, if you're playing on a pitch with a pace and bite and any sort of inconsistency, you can't play that kind of shot. But it's so slow, they're just waiting for it.
There's Bashir again, and playing on the back foot and probably about 6 inches from the base of the stumps, or all the stumps actually. Latham defends. England have only once before under Stokes and McCullum not taken a wicket on day one in the first session of a test. That was last year at Old Trafford, India 78 without loss. And we all remember how that test finished up. It's defended again. There's a straight mid off for Tom Latham. That was the test, of course, that ended with a little bit of acrimony after England were forced to bowl for the best part of 2 days, weren't they? Washington Sundar hit his maiden test century. Ravindra Jadeja, I think it was drop first ball, he hit a century as well. And Shoaib Bashir is in, and this is on middle and defended back to Joe Root. Yeah, that was a pretty turgid track, wasn't it? This one doesn't seem as bad as that one. There's good value for your runs here. That was quite a strange series, wasn't it? Because the ends of most of those matches were great, but boy oh boy were there a few days which made for pretty painful viewing for the public.
Yeah, it was turgid at times, wasn't it? So just look back at that last over there, just watching even. So Ben Stokes brought in, as you said, I think, towards the start of the over, he brought in a short catching cover, who then became a short catching mid-off.
Stokes, this may well be the last over of the session, and it's driven, punched really, into the covers where it's fielded. Jofra Archer's pace might be down this morning because his pace was down at about 83 miles an hour. Gus Atkinson was bowling good 3 or 4 miles an hour per delivery, more than Jofra. This may be due to his heavy workload at the IPL. Suggests Rajasthan Royals Director of Cricket Kumar Sangakkara on Sky Sports cricket commentary.
Didn't feel that heavy. I mean, he was trying to bowl very fast at times. Give him that. Some good spells.
Short delivery, and this is pulled by Devon Conway down to Jofra Archer, who's down at long leg. Deep backward square leg for a single. Jofra Archer, what did he do? 23 wickets. I can't read my own handwriting. 25 wickets at the IPL. That was third in the list behind Bhuvneshwar Kumar and Kagiso Rabada. Economy of 9.3, average of 22. It was great to see Bhuvneshwar Kumar, wasn't it? Some of the
it's one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen in the IPL. Unfortunately, Suryavanshi did something better, so no one noticed.
Yeah, that was kind of how it felt, wasn't it? Stokes again, and this is left alone by Latham. Just a touch of swing, was that? Or seam?
I think a little swing, yeah.
Just a touch, but more pronounced because the swing really was evident after the ball had passed the stumps. Smith has done everything asked of him today. Matt Pryor had a good point, didn't he? He said you always expect a wicketkeeper to be perfect so he can catch everything, and then the next test drop one and he's marked down. And it's actually right. So the way you look at wicket-keeping isn't always fair if you expect perfection. You're only ever going to be disappointed. That's what I say to my wife. Left alone again by Ben Stokes. We are approaching what I believe will be the first wicketless session of the series so far. Yes, Gary Morgan confirms.
Yeah, so what Matt Pryor was talking about, we didn't get a chance on that podcast. Are those up now, those podcasts?
Some of them are, yeah. The wicket-keeping one isn't, but there's plenty over on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel to keep you amused during the lunch break.
But now you all know it's going to happen, so you'll be excited. But what I was thinking is wicket-keepers kind of start at 100 every day, and then they need to get chipped down, and they never really go back up again.
Yeah.
Maybe the odd hanger.
Yeah. Oh, short ball, and this is helped round the corner, and Jofra Archer, well, he's a little bit slow to that. Ben Stokes just gives him a stare. He looks across to Ben Duckett, who's at mid-wicket. Chooses not to say anything, just slowly troops back. I'm not sure Archer would have got that anyway, to be honest.
I don't think he would have. I do think there was an element of he might not have been concentrating. It was timed so beautifully by Latham. He's timed the ball on the offside and the leg side so well here today on a wicket that Conway hasn't made us look easy to time the ball on.
Yeah, Steve Harmison was saying before play, it's not a pitch to bang it in short. So that's what's happened there, and he's got 4 runs from it. Last ball of the session, and it is going across Latham. He shapes to play, then decides it doesn't need to be. Tucks the bat under his arm in the manner my granddad used to roll up the news of the world. go down to feed the pigeons at the bottom of the garden. And that is the end of the session. A session completely dominated by New Zealand. As Ben Stokes just has a little word with his team and keeps them out there actually, just for a second. Gets the high fives, or the low fives I should say. But the camera operator is firmly focused on Devon Conway and Tom Latham, who walk off unbeaten 2 hours after walking out onto the field of play. Latham with 60, Conway with 45, New Zealand 108 without loss, and we'll be back in 40 minutes for the afternoon session here from the third test at Trent Bridge between New Zealand and England.
For New Zealand, Tom Latham on 60, Devon Conway on 45.
Hello and welcome back to Trent Bridge. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are listening. We're a minute or two away from the resumption at lunch on day one of the third and deciding test match between England and New Zealand, and it's been very much New Zealand's session, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. They're 108 without loss, and there have been 2 play and misses during the morning session, which in itself is a damning statistic, if that's the right word. Is it damning against the England attack, or is it confirmation that the pitch is, as expected, an absolutely belting dream strip for the batters? I think possibly a little bit of both. I don't think England bowled badly, Steve Harmison. I think they bowled quite tidily, but you do need some help and encouragement from conditions, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely, man. This afternoon. Yeah, we do need some help, us fast bowlers, but yeah, I thought the patience was there.
Josh Tongue is starting immediately after lunch, whipped away full and straight by Devon Conway, straight to mid-wicket Bashir Fields.
I could see there was a plan in place, a formula in place. I mean, I feel sorry for Shoaib. I thought Shoaib did a decent job. To be fair to him, a couple of short balls that were cut to angles with fielders. Learning curve. Remember, he's 20. He's played 20 Test matches. He's 22 years old. He's still flying and learning his trade. Whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing in Test match cricket is irrelevant, because it's here, it's now, and he's doing it. It's not spinning. I thought he mixed his pace up nicely. He mixed his lengths up nicely. He held an end up for Ben Stokes.
Tongue in again to Conway, off the back foot, forced away behind square on the offside. It's running away past backward point down to the unguarded third man boundary for 4. Looked like he gave himself a little bit of room there. I don't mean to offer a difficult question straight up immediately after lunch, but what do you know about, is it Liam Patterson-White?
Liam Patterson-White, I know enough about him to see that he's
the leading spinner.
He's
that's
the leading
why I'm
spinner
asking,
in the country.
yeah.
I've known enough about him to say he got a bit of turn. He turns the ball. He's got decent. I think variations. He plays at Trent Bridge here, so that tells you that there's a bit of spin, because this is his home ground. I think he's developing his bowling. I think it's fair to say. I think he's got a batting element to it as well.
Here's Tongue again to Devon Conway. This time he tucks it away off his pads on the leg side down to Gus Atkinson, and they go through for a single. That's 50 for Devon Conway. Very well played, sir. Difficult time at 42 in the second innings to no avail as New Zealand lost, but he is a man fighting for form, and he might just be discovering it in helpful conditions.
Yeah, fighting for form, but you can see that there's a real determination to make sure that even though he's not in great form, he's not going to give it his wicket away. He's not going to throw it away. He's not going to, die in a hole or come out swinging. He's going to make sure that, using the old adage of the longer I stay there, the more form I'll get into.
Here comes Tongue again, and this time Latham tucks it away inside edge out onto the onside for a single. So Liam Patterson-White's young. I mean, he's not like a seasoned veteran. He's late 20s.
Yeah, I think he's mid-20s. Mid-20s. He hasn't. He's played a lot of cricket. I think he was being developed by Knotts and Peter Moores. I think there was the batting. The batting was probably the stronger suit when he was younger, coming through. And I think he's developed into a fine spin bowler, a very, very good option for Notts.
Here is Josh Tongue again outside the off stump, and Conway leaves it alone. Just that his name doesn't seem to be mentioned very often when it comes to potential England spinners, and Shoaib Bashir is the man in possession. But there was talk about Rian Ahmed. He was in the squad, and so about him maybe having a crack in this Test match.
Yeah, Rian gives obviously a more of a all-round element when you're looking at somebody to bat at number 8 in bowl. I don't think Rian Ahmed's bowling is anywhere near. Rian Ahmed probably couldn't do the job that Shoaib Bashir's just done, is to bowl a spell of about 8 or 9 overs and try and contain. He's more of a second innings bowler.
Here's Josh Tongue to complete the over. Full and wide, and cracking cover drive. Delayed cover drive, almost a slap shot from Conway, and it's gone straight to the man at deep backward point on the cover boundary, backward point boundary, Ben Duckett, and then it'll just be a single. Conway will keep the strike. New Zealand 115 without loss.
And Patterson White so far this season, if my homework and notes are right, he's bowled in 14 innings for Notts. He's played 8 championship matches. He's got 32 wickets, an average of 23. He's got 2 fifers, a best of 6 for 43 so far this season. So, you know, it's that these stats stack up. He's been with the Lions. I'm not sure what they're seeing him. I've not spoken to Andrew Flintoff about him, but he shouldn't be discarded. I think there is a good cricketer in there. It just sometimes one worry about in Test match cricket, man, is the sort of shorter stature finger spinners. I think Jack Leach got away with it. Jack was a top bowler, and I don't think Patterson White's in that category just yet, as in how good a spin bowler he is. But when he's putting numbers like this together, along with a batting element to it, he's evolving. His education's getting better and better, and you know, you can't really ignore him.
England are quite keen on their bowlers being over 6 foot, aren't they?
Yeah, both seam and spin.
Yeah. Gus Atkinson bowls a full toss, and it's hammered through extra cover for 4. That was an absolute gift. Gus Atkinson turns away in disgust with himself, and he's got a lovely pragmatic attitude. He bowls a pie, and he just turns and stomps off. Well, it's not really stomps. He just strolls quickly back to the top of his run-up. Nothing I can do about it. Can't have it back.
No, he does that when he gets a wicket as well. So it's a good, for me, exactly what you just said there. Can't do anything about it. I can't get it back. I'm just looking at here the first and the second division sort of top leading wicket takers, and the top 4 in the second division, the top 4 in the first division. You would say 6 out of the 8 are very, very seasoned campaigners. You know, Ryan Potts, Sanderson, Kyle Abbott, Craig Overton, they're all seasoned campaigners.
Here is Atkinson again outside the off stump, much better, lands this one on a good length, and it's left alone by Conway. You do more research than most commentators that I've worked with in the last 35 years.
I just like colours, manners.
You've just, evidently, now that your 4 children are all grown up, well, actually your time is taken up by your grandchildren now, but you've obviously got time
Yeah.
to do all this. So you see, you've got the domestic leading wicket takers there. So Rian Ahmed is a puzzle to me. That's driven by Conway, but not timed to Ben Stokes at mid-off. Rian Ahmed's he's done nothing wrong. He's been part of the England furniture for best part of 3 years since they went to Pakistan, and yet there just seems to be this reluctance to give him a run in the Test team.
Yeah, and I think he went to the IPL, didn't he? And he didn't really play. He played in the first 2 games against Sussex and Surrey for Leicester. What did he get? 3. He got 4 in the first game, 2 in the second game, wicket-wise.
Atkinson in again, left alone by Conway. 119 for none.
And I just wonder if he played in week 3, 4, 5, and 6, whether he might have forced his hand and forced a way into that first Test match. I'm not so sure. If he had played and bowled probably 20 overs and in 20 overs a match, 25 overs a match. So you're looking at maybe 4 matches that he was in the IPL for, 100 another 100 not overs. Would he have been in a better position to get into the first Test squad?
Atkinson in once more. It's closer to the off stump, and Conway not just plays it, but guides it into a gap at cover point. They go through for another single, 120 without loss.
Because a lot of the stuff around Rian Ahmed seems to be about his batting. There's a huge clamour to pick Rian. He bowls leg spin, but his ability to score hundreds now. Well, he got 4 or 5 hundreds last year, and he's got a couple. You know, he got one last week. And I think a lot of the clamour for Rian to play as the England spin bowler is largely down to the fact that he's scoring first-class hundreds. Well, I mean, we've got Jacob Bethel batting at 3 doing that.
Yes. Atkinson in again, and it's too wide, and it's left alone by Latham. Just for the sake of our viewers, let me give you a look at the extraordinary level of research that Harmy goes to. And for those of you who are not watching and just listening, he's got this double-page spread entitled England Watch, and there are all the current England players and those on the fringes of the squad. It must be about 40 players. And it's interesting because my Rian Ahmed, you've got the first 2 championship matches, and then in the next 6 it says IPL, IPL, IPL. My eye was drawn to Liam Dawson, and it's got the first 5 figures, and then it goes onto game 6, and it goes retired.
He did. Yeah, he retired. So yeah, I mean, another one, Liam Dawson,
Not tall enough.
Not tall enough. Is Liam Patterson-White in a similar category? I think possibly in a similar category to Liam Dawson about the way England might see his bowling and whether his bowling is effective enough for Test match cricket on a pitch which is giving you absolutely nothing.
England are looking to build pressure with dot balls here. They've only got 1 slip in. Josh Tongue in to Devon Conway, nudges that one up to Bashir at mid-on. So we call it bowling dry. So you try and dry up the runs. Bowl often full and straight with a straightish mid-on, mid-off, a little bit of a ring field. A couple of men out for the surprise delivery. There's a man at deep backward point, really, far more than a third man. Deep backward point. A man at deep backward square leg as well. The idea maybe is you build pressure, dot ball, maiden overs, then drop one in short, and the batsman tries to release the pressure with a hook shot and holds out to deep square. That's the idea. Here's Tongue again. Conway drives, another beautiful flowing delayed cover drive, and it has gone to deep backward point. Bashir's sweeping out there, another single.
I think it's also Ben Stokes is trying to get England to bowl that little bit fuller, trying to drive. He's got the shot that's cost England the most is when England have just pulled their lengths back, and there's no real pace in the pitch, no real pace on the ball, and both Conway and Latham are very, very comfortable of letting the ball come to them and playing that back foot punch through sort of wide gully, and that's got them an awful lot of runs. And I think Ben wants them to bowl that little bit fuller and entice them to come forward.
Tongue in again. Good Yorker, very, very good Yorker. They're appealing for leg before wicket. I think there might be some bat involved here. The umpire Nitin Menon has walked away, and he's waiting to see whether England review this before he makes his signal. Be ironic if it was leg buys or if he's going to signal. If it was off the bat rather. They've decided to go for the review. It's a really good Yorker, and Tom Latham ended up being knocked off his feet by it. So if he has missed it, the question is, was it doing too much and missing leg stump?
I think this is close if it's hit the foot. My initial thoughts is where the ball's gone and the angle it's gone, it has to have come off the bat. I can only think it's come off the bat, and he's jabbed down on it. If it's hit his foot, I think it's going to be close.
It's just, is that reverse? That's reverse swing,
reverse
isn't it?
swing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's missing. It's missing leg stump, so that's why it's gone where it's gone. That's sensational delivery from Josh Tongue, and it was Conway who was knocked off his feet, not Latham. But it's reverse swung too much, and if anything, England might get to keep their review if it's just clipping. Gosh, that has swung that. Third umpire is Adrian Holdstock, who as a player would have enjoyed that delivery. He was a fast bowler very much in the mould of Josh Tongue in his early days, but he's just said that wicket's missing, and so the leg by will stand. Good delivery that. Get Stokes, come bowl some reverse swing.
I was just about to say, come on Ben, you've just seen that reverse. Give it another, maybe he's over a 2. Possibly a few cross seamers from Josh Tongue. Maybe he's go 3 or 4 bounces just to get it scuffed up that little bit more.
Tongue in again, bowls to Conway, drops it out in the offside. He wants to get down the other end, runs 3 or 4 yards and knows that there's no chance of that whatsoever. So it's Joe Root actually in the covers now. Comes in, does the fielding. Conway 57, Latham has 61, and New Zealand still going well at 122 for 2. But suddenly that single delivery from Josh Tongue has kind of changed the tone and complexion of the innings suddenly.
And it does, and especially when you've got big screens, and people might think, well, we're on about big screen. When the big screen shows that that ball's now moving, it puts an awful lot of doubt in the batter's mind.
Tongue in again, balls outside the off stump. That's left alone, but he'd be thinking twice about leaving it alone. Will Devon Conway with the ball reverse swinging. That was wide enough. He was confident enough to leave that one alone.
I think just to finish off on the England spin bowlers, man, is that the cupboard is it's been bare for a while. The ones that I think are making noises, spin bowling wise.
It's not bare. It's just full of tins of old peaches that nobody wants.
It's full of their other discipline, i.e. their batting, is more dominant than their bowling.
Here's Tongue again, bowls. Conway drives, thick outside edge, gone past Harry Brook, the solitary slip. Nobody at third man, 4 runs. But an edge, proper, genuine edge. Brook holds his head in his hands there, but you know, that's the plan. That's what they're... Oh, it's a no ball. Hello. It's 4 runs and a no ball, but like that's England have got a plan. They always say that a bad plan's better than no plan, and so you can't have 3 slips and do this.
No, I think it's a good plan. I think this is the what you want. You want to hope that it gets the fine nick. I think in time, if Josh can settle into this, then the mid wicket Ben Duckett comes over to the other side and possibly plugs that gap. That's what I'd be thinking. There's no point having Ben Duckett where he is there. Could bring Jofra Archer a little bit closer. As a tall fast bowler, I probably would want another catcher if I was into a good rhythm of bowling outside off stump.
Here is Tongue, bowls. Conway drives, another superb cover drive. That is a shot that he has played with some success and aplomb today, and that's another 4 runs in front of square on the offside. So he's frustrating, is Devon Conway. You sort of, just when you think you've got him in a bit of a pickle, he plays a shot like that, and gosh, that's really as good a cover drive as he's played all the good cover drives today. He's on 65, Latham 61, New Zealand 131 for none.
You don't mind the half volley bit. It's the wide area outside off stump is the one. You can get away with that if you're tight to off stump. If that's on off stump, he's got to hit that a lot straighter to where your fielders are. Joe Root straight at sort of extra cover. The 2 mid on and mid off in Ben and Jofra Archer are very, very straight. Don't mind that length. Saying to Conway, I want you to hit across your body if it's more on off stump. If it's that length and it's wide outside off stump, I mean, Devon Conway just picked his gap, didn't he, and just caressed it through comfortably through extra cover. So yeah, you got part of the plan right, but unfortunately, you know, the key part was the line, and the line wasn't there, and you got banged for 4.
Gus Atkinson runs away from us, straight approach. He's got a short catching mid-off, and he just lost his run up there. Well, actually, Latham backed away, didn't he? He saw some movement behind the bowler's arm.
This is a better field, though. This is a better field if you look, man, as before. We're talking about Josh Tongue. There was a mid-wicket in before. He's saying to Gus Atkinson, you've got a bowl full, you've got a bowl tied to off stump, we've got your 2 catches behind and in front of square.
Here is Atkinson now, does bowl. It's a rapid delivery and bounces a bit, hits Latham on the thigh pad. It's interesting. 2 green-bibbed substitute fielders for New Zealand just ran on between overs for an unscheduled stop, and they knew exactly what Devon Conway wanted. He had half a banana and he gulped down half a bottle of energy drink, but they didn't run on with a selection of options for him. They knew exactly, so I like that. Good communication. Here comes Atkinson again, bowls, Latham defends to short mid-off, Joe Root fields. like special signal? Is that okay? When you see me do this, it means I want half a banana and half an
But it
energy
might
drink.
also, hopefully it's been match referee and the umpires have gone, you can go on, but as quick as you run on, I want you quickly getting off. So once these have turned round and bowler's at the top of his mark, I need that green bib to be off the field. So I don't matter how many times you come on, but in between overs, you're not halting the game. And that was what was good about that little change.
Yeah, they sprinted on and off as well, didn't they? Here comes Atkinson again, bowls, and just wide enough for Latham to leave alone. And the last thing he did was he seemed to like squirt something on his hands and then rub them together. Is that a kind of resin thing to dry it out?
It's a dry it out stuff, and Ben Duckett uses it a hell of a lot. I think sometimes the umpire keeps it for some of the players just because they want to use it that frequently. It's to stop the gloves from getting sweaty. In hot conditions like here in the subcontinent, you batters go through many gloves during a session, so it's just to try and keep your fingers dry.
Slip in a gully and a short catching mid-off as Atkinson is in again outside the off stump, and Latham will leave alone.
That's the line and length.
Yeah.
That is it, isn't it? If you can steer there, and you can consistently dig a trench in and around that area, then all of a sudden you can drag your length back every other one, or go that little bit further. This is what Broad and Anderson did brilliantly. They sat there for McGrath. They sat there for 3/4 of the day. They just said, right, you can't hit me from there, but then when I get you in a position where I think you're stuck, I'm going to move you forward or move you back, and then I'm holding the cards in the game.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls a bouncer now. He doesn't bowl too many of those. It's harmless. It goes over Latham's head. There's a little bit more. I mean, we're a long way away, and we didn't go out to the pitch at lunchtime. It was too hot. But there's
Too many stairs.
But yes, exactly right. Yeah, yeah. 76. Have you counted them?
Too many stairs.
Yeah, right.
I got past 3 and
But
I was out
just
of breath.
from here, there's more sort of bruising and scarring on the pitch than I was expecting at this stage.
And I think that's largely down to the fact the moisture was in it first thing this morning. It's now drying out with the sweating and the moisture of the covers being on.
Here is Atkinson again, and that one is angled in towards Tom Latham. Flicked away out towards Shoaib Bashir at square leg, and they'll go through for a single. His throw is a bit enthusiastic, right over the top of the keeper's head, but it's backed up by Jofra Archer. Don't know where Gus Atkinson is on the reverse swing competency scale, but we know Ben Stokes is very good at reverse swing, and when's he coming on?
Yeah, I would imagine Ben would be on. Archer will be able to do it, not a problem. You're used to being with the white ball. But just that little example there, we got 3 balls. I've just said that's a great line, a great length, Manners, didn't I? And then the next ball, he brings deep square up, bowls him a bouncer, which has gone flying over the top of his head comfortably, no problem, easy duck. And then the next ball, it was down the leg side, little clip off the hip, and sauntered down the other end. So you're not really building any pressure. And the reason why I said like Broad and Anderson, Broad and Anderson would just sit there for 20 minutes, and they wouldn't try and make the batter go anywhere.
Josh Tongue in now, full and straight. He's going to bowl full if there's a chance of reverse swing, but it's defended by Tom Latham. 132 for none, New Zealand.
And on a surface like this, when there's nothing much happening, you've literally got to play on the batter's ego and wait for that moment to strike. And that moment to strike is when a new batter comes in. And at the moment, it's not negative to wait for that said batter to make a mistake. You have to sit there, bowl a line of length, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15 balls in the same space.
Short pulled, little short arm jab from Tom Latham down towards deep backward square. Archer comes ambling in off the boundary to field. It's another single.
Especially if you're Gus Atkinson, because that's your job. Tongue is the more aggressive bowler. Archer's, your so-called sort of weapon of mass destruction of 90 mile an hour and opening a game up when there's nothing happening, which was going to have to come. But Atkinson, you bowl 20 overs, you've got it on a surface like this, you're going to want to be going 45, 50, hanging the ball out there and making the batter come to you.
Tongue in again, bowls, and that's left alone. But again, it didn't quite get up as much as Conway expected. He swayed out of the way of it, in the end had to drop his hands as well. You won't have commentated, because you haven't been commentating long enough on any father and son duos, but you might have played. Did you play long enough? Did you ever play against a father and then like play against his son, sort of 16, 17, 18 years later? Or?
Not sure. I don't think I played against David Richardson, and I played with Michael.
Yeah, you would have just missed David
David
Richardson. Yeah, here's Tongue again. Conway pushes out towards extra cover. I'll tell you the reason I ask is that I've got a couple of father-son duos in my time. But you said, we could face the prospect of watching Tom Latham bat all day here, or I think you might have said for a day and a half. Well, and because he's not, like riveting entertainment.
Oh no, he's not. He's all
but let me just say,
perfect for a fast bowler.
I commentated on his father scoring a Test 100, and Tom is a fireworks display compared to Rod.
Yeah. I'm pleased we've got Tom then.
But Rod was a rugby player who opened the batting in Test cricket as a sort of part-time sideline. I mean, Rod ran Furley Shield finals. Here's Tongue again outside the off stump, and it's left alone. Anyway, he ground his way, which is very admirable but largely featureless century against Zimbabwe in Bulawayo in New Zealand's first ever Test match in 1993 against Zimbabwe, and he was as close as I've seen to a cricketer being overcome with emotion. It's a Test century. It's what I've always. And he said, I've played in Ranfurly Shields. I've played in the what's the domestic first class competition that's driven by Conway as Tongue pitches up once again. And there's no run. But he had this, really stellar sort of rugby career, and there he was scoring a Test 100. Never mind that it was against Zimbabwe and Bulawayo. It meant the absolute world to him, and I mean, it was like it was scored in a pestle and mortar. You know what I mean? It's like grind.
I've played a few of them. I once played at Headingley. And there was a kid called Joe Sayers. I mean, we hit him every part of his body, and it was the flattest pitch. We had a serious bowling attack. I think it might have been me, Shoaib, and Plunkett. And he got 100. And to be fair to him, he gutsed it out. He got 100 off 420 balls. I mean, it was just torture. Played French cricket in front of his stumps.
Atkinson in again. It's pushed defensively out to short mid off. Are you making that up?
No,
420 balls.
420. Scott will find it. I'll get Scott to find it.
Scott, you've got to confirm that. I reckon that Harmy's exaggerated that number.
He did. And the caveat behind that story is it was about when T20 was starting off. First few years, Yorkshire had a in-house practice match, of which Joe Sayers hit Matthew Hoggard for 4 sixes in an over. So Hoggy just went back to the farm and said, I'm not playing this game.
Full and wide outside the off stump, left alone by Latham. And there's no run.
Hoggard refused to play T20 cricket because he got hit for 4 sixes in an over of Joe Sayers, who a couple of weeks before had getting 100 off about 40 balls. It was ridiculous.
420 balls. I mean, that's a throwback to the 1970s and 80s to a degree. Talking of contrasting Test and limited overs players, Chris Tavares could give it a whack in limited overs cricket, and yet in Test cricket he was shotless. But that was what he was told to do. He batted entirely to instruction in Test cricket. Here's Atkinson again outside the off stump, and once more it's left alone by Latham. Latham and Conway, I must say now, really have put the picnic blanket out. They've got the deck chairs. They're here for a long time.
They are, and I think that's the key thing from England's point of view now, is to keep your discipline. Keep the discipline. wait for that moment, and that moment looks as though it's going to be reverse swing. So when Ben decides and identifies that the ball is reversing enough to try and sort of gamble, to try and strike, but make sure you keep your discipline.
Atkinson in again, outside the off stump once more. That's a good line, good length from Atkinson. He's asking questions, but I've seen Latham, enough of Tom Latham. I mean, he's approaching 100 test matches. He's got over 7,000, or he's approaching 7,000 test runs. I've seen a few of his hundreds, and I know that he'll keep leaving it till the end of the day. You bowl good balls to him. If he can leave them, he will. You won't draw him into an error now that he's in this mood, and he leaves another one. It's a good delivery. It's a good delivery from Atkinson. It's one of those ones that was full enough, and you are, as a batsman, you think, can I drive that? And you lure him into it just what, but no. Latham leaves it alone. Here we go, Harmy. Here's confirmation of that you were talking about. You were
It's the longest day of my life.
You remembered it well. You remembered it very well.
Gibson, Otis Gibson, Steve Harmison, Graham Onions.
37.5 overs. Six for 87. Here's Atkinson, and that's punched off the back foot nicely by Latham. Square of the wicket on the offside. And they'll come back for a second. That's very nicely done. You kept that bit quiet.
Yeah.
6 for?
I got a 6 for, yeah, but I mean, it was 149 off 417 deliveries. Oh my word. I was going to say, I'm sure Rudolph played. That was a good Yorkshire side. Craig White, Joe Sayers, Jack Rudolph, Eunice Khan, Andrew Gill, Gerard Brophy, Adil Rashid, Tim Bresnan. Darren Gough was captain. Ah, that's the one. I remember that one. That was when Goughy, yeah. That was when Goughy managed to come out to bat just as I'd finished a long spell. That was it. Goughy came out to bat just as I finished a long spell, and then I had to be brought back on. I got warmed up, brought back on, and then got Goughy out straight up.
I'd forgotten that Eunice Khan played for
Eunice
Yorkshire.
Khan, yeah.
My goodness me. 414 in 142.3 overs. Well, you toiled away, didn't you, eh? 6 for 87.
Yeah, we kept going up.
6 for 87 in a day and a half. Anyway, more from you, Jon Norman. So, Harmy, Devon Conway's got cramp, and quite significant cramp by the looks of it. He's flat on his back. The physio's out there giving him the old cramp stretch. The umpires so far at the moment showing not much interest. At least Nitin Menon isn't showing much interest.
Has he got cramp or has he done his hamstring?
Well, in which case, Rod Tucker is the senior umpire, and he does not stand for nonsense, as we know. So he might be saying, look, you need to make up your mind. Can you carry on or not? You can't be lying on your back having treatment.
That's why I was thinking he might have done his hamstring, because Rod's gone over, had a word with the physio, and he's backed off a little bit. I just wonder and worry from a New Zealand point of view, Jon Norman, that possibly Devon Conway might have just tweaked a little hamstring here rather than actually got cramp.
Yeah, it was interesting at the end of the Josh Tongue over that maybe preceded this one. The one there was a no ball to the final delivery and he had to come back again, was that he almost grimaced after playing a shot, and it looked like he was grimacing because it was a full shot. It was the edge that went through the vacant kind of second, third, full slip kind of area. But that grimace may not have been because it was a poor shot. It could be that he's actually he's got a problem out there. And as soon as he played that full shot, he called on the two fellas in the green bibs, and then,
as everyone knows them, the two fellas in the green bibs.
it's a great children's book, isn't it? Okay, well, Conway is still there. Both batters on 65. But possibly Conway with a little problem that England will seek to exploit. And it's Jofra Archer who's going to be doing the seeking. And this length delivery, which just seems to move a touch away from the left-handed Devon Conway, is let through to the keeper. No run. I'll keep an eye on the speeds. Jofra's speeds were down earlier today. Kumar Sangakkara on Sky Sports Cricket Duty, suggesting it might have something to do with the workloads across the IPL. I mean, I don't know if you're the best person to ask this question to, Jarrod, but you know, a lot is spoken about the effects of bowling in these kind of conditions, but what about batting?
I remember Mark Butcher telling me that he really struggled batting in hot conditions, and quite often he would try and score as quickly as possible. And KP said a similar thing, I think, at Pisara.
Archer again, left alone by Devon Conway. Archer bowling round the wickets. I mean, there's heat and there's Sri Lanka heat, right?
I always felt, for me, and obviously I'm not you know, a very good batter or anything like that, but I always felt it was very, very hard to concentrate when I was batting in heat, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, you grew up in Victoria, in Australia, where, you know, it can get a little toasty. But yeah, it's just the, you know, you got your pads on, you got the gloves on, you got, you know, a helmet which never feels like it should be on your head at the best of times. Sweat dripping down your brow. Having to concentrate as Archer comes in, and this is just tucked off the hip, and fine leg will come across to field for a single. Conway goes past Latham. Conway was on 60 at Conway was on 45 not out at lunch. Latham on 60, so Latham's added the 5 runs and Conway's added 21. The scores moved along from 108 without loss to 136 without loss.
Yeah, I just really, really hot days. I very rarely made runs, or I probably did, you know, a worse version of what Butch and KP was talking about, where I would just go out and hit. But yeah, I found it just really hard to make decisions, if that makes sense. It just fried my brain when I was batting.
Here is Archer with 2 slips in a gully and playing with the bat away from the body. There's a little bit of a miscommunication between Tom Latham and Devon Conway, both ball watching, because Jacob Bethel got a hand to this to his left but couldn't prevent the run.
I think the reason was that they just assumed Jacob Bethel would stop that, which he would about 95% of the time. It was quite a standard stop, especially for a fielder of his talent, and he managed to just let it go through him. It wasn't even so much of a fumble in the end.
Well, it looked like a comfortable stop. We went two-handed.
He kind of went overhanded, didn't he?
Went
like he was
past
kind of
it.
Yeah,
and it kind of went under him. Anyway, just a single. That brings Conway back on strike, and this is very wide and left alone. There is a Shoaib Bashir at deep backward point. I mean, that was there for the uppercut.
this is going to sound weird, but
well, coming for you to preface anything with that makes me very, very concerned.
So there's something specific that I'm writing about today. So I'm watching the field more than I normally would.
Yeah, I've been quite pleased you've been watching the field. It's okay, the view here at Trent Bridge. I mean, I love this commentary box, but we do have windows which essentially is that Archer's. Oh, there's a little wristy flick at this ball, and for one of the first times today we've seen a genuine play and a miss from Conway. That's a good end to the over for Archer. 137 without loss.
Yeah, you don't beat Conway much outside off stump, but that was just a beautiful ball. That's going to beat anyone in the world.
Yeah, we've got window sills here in our commentary box. And what are you doing, Scott? You're okay, cool.
He's touching me while I was talking in a weird way. That's what he was doing.
He was touching my left shoulder and asking me to move to the right, which now means the window sill is exactly in line with the strip. So if you can commentate and do fielding, that would be brilliant. Okay, Atkinson continue running away from us as he is in, and this is 2 straight. And there's a comfortable single, and Latham wants to come back for 2. Good running in the Nottingham heat, where we've got an orange weather warning. I don't know where orange becomes red, but I know there is about a 2-degree difference between the red warning in the south of England and the orange warning in the Midlands. So I'm guessing that the weather must change in terms of the warning at 35 degrees.
I don't think that's a hamstring injury, because he's just run a 2.
Well, look, he is now stretching it out, though.
I think that's cramp.
Well, it could be cramp.
Yeah.
Could well be cramp. Leg slip in place for Tom Latham, who's 68 not out, and Atkinson comes in, and this is pushed to point. where there is a gap in the fields, and Latham comes through for a single.
So what I noticed is, I'm just going to stop talking. Can you hear the clapping? So Ben Stokes is going on these really, I don't even know the right word, like compulsive clapathons. And he's done it a couple of times. He's got like a 10 clap, a 20 clap, and a 30 clap within him. And it's really quite silent out there. And a lot of the times he's been clapping, waiting for another player to make a noise. It's almost like a passive-aggressive clap.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that as Atkinson running away from us. This is driven beautifully in front of point and away to the boundary for 4. This is the problem with Atkinson's, bowling in these conditions. It's so hot. He's just been left alone by Latham consistently, but as soon as he just bowls a fraction too full or in the arc, and Devon Conway, who does have a problem with his foot movement at time, no problem there. He moves to 70.
Yeah, he's given him 2 absolute throwdowns after lunch so far.
Here he is again, Atkinson, and driven, but only as far as Stokes, who hurls the ball back at Jamie Smith, who's running up behind the stumps. No applause on the clapathon for Stokes on that occasion. There should be, though, because Jerry's back with us in the commentary box.
Wild clapping.
The clapathon.
I didn't bring my family.
Ratcheted up to 10.
I don't want to say it's got boring early, but I have started counting how many claps Ben Stokes is doing.
Dear.
In all the years of cricket writing, Jarrod, I mean, the Chris Rogers arm guard one is one I was referred to. This is short, and it's a kind of jab pull from Conway, and the crowd, who are starved of anything to get excited about, go up in a raucous appeal. Conway, who was caught down the leg side in, where was it, first test? Oh, okay, you're counting the claps. That was
just 5. That was normal. That was normal claps. If you can't hear it on the stump mic, it's just normal clapping. But some of these he's doing, they're performative.
Well, did you notice what he did at lunch as well?
Very much so.
See, I'm in tune, man. I'm kind of there. Atkinson left alone by Conway. No run, 144 with that loss. How many was that?
Just 5 or 6, but again, it's exaggerated. He's trying to tell them we need to make some noise here. We need to have some energy because they are very, very flat.
Now he's speaking to Smith, or rather Smith speaking to Stokes, actually, because one of the criticisms of Smith over the winter was that he wasn't vocal enough, right? And those passages of play when England needed something against Australia, and sometimes that person is the keeper. And during those quiet periods, it is often the chirping keeper that's all you can see. This crowd aren't going to cheer unless they really have to, because it's so baking hot. What was Smithy like was he a chirper?
Up to a point, and then he went quiet for a while if things were not happening.
Here is Archer, and this is touch straight, inside portion of the bat from Latham. Will take a single to square leg. Well, you don't need that, do you? You need it the other way around.
Yeah. I don't know about all that, you guys. I'm going to leave all that stuff to you, the cheering and the clapping.
Okay.
You don't like that? That's not for you?
To keep people...
You don't like the clap?
Keep it. I want people to be up and ready to go anyway. That's an expectation.
Doesn't Ian Smith still hold the record for the most runs scored in a session? Is that right?
It'll...
Maybe for a wicketkeeper. Here's Archer, very short for a second. Maybe Conway thinking that he could have hooked onto that, but leaves it alone. What are you looking at now, Jarrod?
No, it's just the same thing. It's
more clapping.
He's really trying to let everyone know that they need to be up here.
The windowsill's in the way for me, I'm afraid.
And so, you can hear it. Anytime you can hear the clapping on a sound effect mic, it's basically Stokes. He's really trying to get them up. It's not that the team's completely deflated, to be fair. They were mucking around in the slips before, Harry Brook and Joe Root. But I think he's very worried about the amount of sounds he's hearing from them, the amount of energy.
Round the wicket comes Archer to Devon Conway, who kind of is caught on the crease a touch. What kind of captain were you, Jerry?
Well, I hope a winning one.
Or how did you become a winning one? Is it because you G'd the troops up in the field?
Were you a passive-aggressive clapper?
Were you bothered by any of that?
What are these? Why are you bombarding me with these questions, you two?
Kind of how it works.
Do you know how commentary works, Jeremy?
That again.
It would be weird if you were asking
no.
me what captaincy at international cricket test level was like.
No, I wasn't a shouter, not really.
Here's Archer, and this is short, wide, and left alone.
If that's what you're asking, I would work through batsmen. You know, Ev, this. You know what we were talking about last night. You know, when we had that little drink, we were talking about what sort of field we'd have to this player. And so, do you think we should do that right now? That's kind of, you know, so we would.
If you want to take the conversation that way, yeah, absolutely.
So it was more that sort of talk. If I was going to talk.
How do you?
And if I was under the helmet, then I would start to rub the grass just in his eye line. So my hand was always just moving to keep him aware that I was there.
Archer again. Oh, that's a good take by Smith. I was just about to say there's 4 byes there, but diving to his right, Jamie Smith has plucked a ball out the air, and that is a decent take behind the stumps. 145 without loss. The score remains.
I think also length has been the issue here for England, in that if they're too full, this pitch, you'll find if their length, New Zealand is scoring at maybe 1.3, 1.4 runs per ball. And if they are short, if they kind of compensate a little bit, they go a bit short, it's just a little bit less. They haven't bowled consistently enough.
This is punched out to cover point by Devon Conway. Archer this time forcing the shot.
Having said that, however, it is quite a difficult and a small area that they have to work from, I think, and they haven't been quite able to respond to that sort of challenge at the moment on this surface.
Yeah, you could see the plan that Gus Atkinson was bowling to. That was quite clear, wasn't it, with the cover fielders positioned, so essentially touch full. 2 slips in place.
We about to see. Bashir is coming on.
Ian Smith has the most runs by a keeper in a session. He scored 140 against India
at Eden Park.
Correct. Yeah, between tee and stumps.
Most of them, I would say, between mid-wicket and backward square.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. He loved it. He loved a pull and a hook and a sweep yeah.
Not a heave, no slogging.
Oh no, there'd be the occasional heave. That might go a bit straighter.
So who were the India bowlers around then?
What year would that have been?
89, 90.
I've got a feeling that might have been the test match.
Shastri?
Well, either against England, where he got 100, or the one where he was captain. That was against India, wasn't it?
I'm assuming Kapil Dev was in that attack.
Kapil Dev would have...
Don't know who the spinners.
Hawani?
Prabhakar might have been around in.
I think it's Hawani, wasn't it? Oh, it's down the leg side from Shoaib Bashir, and that's an attempted sweep by Latham, but doesn't really get down onto his. Doesn't really crouch and misses. In Scotland, the temperature. Oh yeah, a red warning for weather is when a forecast goes to 38 degrees. So it's not quite hitting that in Nottingham. As Bashir. This is Fuller and on off stump and driven out to Ben Stokes. Picks the ball up, gives it a rub. And yeah, Prabhakar was in there and Hawani. Defended on off stump.
Now Hawani was the leg spinner who got all the wickets, wasn't he?
Yeah.
In his, what was it, a debut match or something like that, something like 10.
I think it was his first match.
Might have been, but I don't think that one was.
Don't know the other guys in the bowling attack.
This is down the leg sides and it's going to be runs. I don't think it came off the bat, but just straying with his line there. Bashir got away with one at the start of the over. 4 byes called. Hasn't got away with that, so...
Well, he has. The wicketkeeper hasn't.
No, the wicketkeeper hasn't.
I mean, to be fair, Smith should have stopped that, but that's 2 really poor balls. to start this over.
That's his problem, isn't it? He just cannot be consistent enough about either his line or his length. It's almost as if he's trying to get a wicket every ball. And you can't approach the bowling in that way. I think you need to probe and then have something that's slightly different.
And he's just clipping this to short mid-wicket. Oh, this is a high-scoring draw between New Zealand and India, and it was at the start of 1990. What are you pointing at there, Jerry? What have you seen? Here's Bashir again, and this is just tucked off his pads to mid-wicket again. New Zealand in first innings 391, and Ian Smith, who came in at 369 at 9, hit 173. 23 fours and 3 sixes.
Must be one of the highest scores at number 9.
Yeah, I just assumed it must have been that's quite an incredible achievement actually. They were 234 for 8. 131 for 7 when he walked to the crease, so that's pretty good going. But the bowling, Kapil Dev, Manoj Prabhakar, Atul Wasan and Narendra Hiwani, which in itself doesn't sound remarkable, right? But if you look at the fourth innings of the match, or the third innings, Workari Raman bowled 19 overs, Manoj Prabhakar bowled 38, and then they both came out and opened the batting. Here is Archer, and he's bowling to Devon Conway, coming forward and defending to the offside. It's not often that happens, is it?
No, I can't think of too many times. I remember they tried to make Manoj Prabhakar into a top order player occasionally, didn't they? It never quite worked the way that they wanted to. But who's the other guy?
Workari Raman,
I don't know if
which
I know
I've
him.
never heard of.
Let's press view profile.
He played 11 test matches.
Oh, is that the coach now? I don't know if I've ever seen his name written down that way.
Yeah, he is a coach now.
Yeah.
Yeah, shrewd thinker according to Cricinfo. Full delivery, and this is tucked away to square leg. Devon Conway looked a little late on this ball. Archer feels the same. 150 up then for New Zealand. They haven't lost a wicket today. And truth be told, there's been few moments of concern. In fact, the biggest of them came when Devon Conway had to have a little bit of treatment on either cramp or a hamstring. Latham edged through vacant third slip early doors. He was on just 8. One ball after Ben Duckett had been taken out of that fielding position. And there's a play and a miss from Conway to Archer. Conway 71, Latham 70. This has been a dream start to the third test, despite the fact that Matt Henry, Cole Jamieson and Glenn Phillips are all missing from the New Zealand ranks, as Archer is in again, and Latham is tempted just for a second to try and uppercut this short wide delivery, but then withdraws the bat at the last moment.
Yeah, there was a drive too, wasn't there, from Bashir that was just wide of cover
Yes,
at one point as well. But those are about the 2 or 3 that we've actually seen today that have been half chances for England. New Zealand have just got to keep building this, really. They got these 2 players got a lot of runs against and the recent series against the West Indies in New Zealand. 321 and 323 in the first innings between the 2 of them.
Archer continuing to Latham, and this is left alone again, no run.
And 192 in the second, so 515 runs just between these 2 batsmen in that test match.
Oh, there's a bit more clapping in the slip cordon now, Jarrod.
I think he claps until someone else does it. It's fascinating to watch it. If it's a really hot day and you know you're not going to face much of Jofra Archer, would you rather face 6 balls in this over of Jofra Archer or 7?
Sorry, I just got distracted there. Somebody else has mentioned the clap on the message board. Stokes did the clap since over number 1, was super helpful to help sync the commentary to the pictures. Full delivery and steered through third slip for 4. Good shot from Latham. He moves to 74. New Zealand 155 without loss now.
There it is again. Sync your pictures, everyone. Yeah, so Jeremy, you're an international batter, and you would have faced someone like Jofra Archer before. Would you rather face 6 balls on a flat pitch like this today, or 7 balls from him? I don't think I want him to bowl the extra ball to me.
Well, it depends how many overs he's bowled, I think. At the moment, there isn't that much movement for him.
You're okay with the 7th ball at the moment?
Well, if I'm on 74,
As Latham is, and lets this one go through.
that's okay, that one.
I just think we should allow batters to decide whether they want to face an extra ball. When a bowler's made a mistake, and in a test match, you should be able to say, no, I don't want to face this 7th ball. Give me the run, and we'll call it quits.
Oh, you mean the no ball that was a few overs ago?
That was earlier this over, yeah. I just think on a day where Jofra Archer is probably your biggest threat, I don't want to face...
Jofra doesn't want to bowl it either. Really,
That's a
does
good
he?
point. In that case, I might make him bowl the extra one then.
Would you have asked Josh Tongue to bowl the no ball that Devon Conway had to face, that he hit to the boundary for 4? Do you think you would have done the same with Josh Tongue? Never think about that, as Jofra Archer, unless he bowls a no ball, is bowling the final ball of the over. This is tucked away and will be fielded down at fine leg for another run. 156 with that loss.
He was reversing it at that point. So
I think it
again-
was a little bit before then.
Oh, okay. If he's
Yeah,
reversing
it was before lunch.
Yeah.
I think if he's reversing it, I say to myself, I don't need to face an extra ball this over. I think you're right.
Oh, actually, no, you're right. It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you are right.
Because no one else has really reversed it much, right? So if he's the one reversing it, why do I want to give him an extra ball?
No, well, you don't if that's the case. And I'm surprised they haven't tried the short-pitched ball to try and get the condition of the ball that will work even more for them. And they look after it and keep one side really dry and all those kind of things we know.
They're certainly working on the ball, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think that,
Yeah.
There was a great moment before where Harry Brook did, one of those one where you bend your back and you really get into it, and then he threw the ball to root and accidentally threw it straight into the dust.
Sarah Bashir with a little skip. Is in and down the track. Using his feet is Latham, and he's sent straight back. Archer. How do you think Ollie Robinson would have bowled on this track? Do you think England now forget the pace that he'd bowl at, or the 3rd, 4th, 5th spell? But in terms of getting something out of this track, do you think he would have offered Ben Stokes something that maybe he doesn't have right now? Is Bashir? This is on the pads and just tucked away for a comfortable single.
So Atkinson's bowled a full toss and a half volley outside off stump here, and he's not going to get anything out of this wicket either. Doesn't mean that the wicket might not change and he might not be good later on. I think one thing that people forget is those sort of Ollie Robinson bowlers are very hard to hit off a spot. And this looks like a pitch where you kind of have to be deadly accurate in order not to be scored from. And their most deadly accurate bowler's not playing for them.
That leg slip has been taken out. The leg gully has been taken out. There's 2 point fielders driven back to Bashir, who fields. So you've got Joe Root at kind of a forward point, and then a little deeper is Ben Duckett. Jerry?
Yeah, and I think that if Smith was going to stand up to anybody, he could do it to Robinson. Some bowlers don't like that, of course.
Driven and caught on the bounce by Joe Root.
And that would keep the New Zealanders at home and allow Robinson generally to work his areas that he wants to. Once you know that the batsman's going to stay in his crease and start there.
This is a little bit of flight and an inside edge onto the pads, and Joe Root hasn't seen. Actually, it's not Root. Who's that? Harry Brook at first slip. He's not seen the inside edge, but everybody else did. 157 without loss.
Clapping again, was it? Yeah. I'm not even sure that was a inside edge, was it? Which is bat mostly.
There's Bashir, and forward comes Latham, just props forward and blocks it out to the cover. No run. Applause from the crowd here at Trent Bridge. 1 run coming from Shoaib Bashir's 7th over. No, sorry, I'm talking about 11th over. He's bowled 2 maidens and gone for 31.
Yeah, he's bowled 3 horrible balls today, and they've only gone for 4 runs because 1 was missed and the other 1 was by. So his figures look slightly better than they should have, but generally he's bowled okay. But I think Jeremy was showing before just his inability to find a length. I think we all understand that biomechanically line is always going to be an issue for Shoaib Bashir, but his inability to find a length and just sit on it is a big problem, especially against someone like Latham, Latham will just wait for the micro error, right, and just use that for a single. Another fielding change.
And Archer is set to continue. What do you think of that new construction at the far end, Jarrod? It's kind of like been bolted on. It's at the old pavilion. Meeting of styles and designs as Archer continuing. And this is pushed out to mid-off, no run.
I wouldn't want to slate it yet because it's not finished. But it does look a bit bizarre at the moment as it's being put up, doesn't it?
Yeah, that used to just carry straight across, didn't it?
I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it, to have, lovely views.
Oh my days, I think England have missed one.
Was this the Harry Brook one?
This is the this is the one that I said was a thick inside edge.
I thought he smashed it. Even now I thought he smashed it.
No, it's straight to the pad, and that's carrying on.
Ooh.
So there was no inside edge. It didn't come off the meat at the back. It went straight on the pad, and that is 4 runs from Latham. Now, there's been no fielder at third slip for much of the session, and that must be one of the...
He hit that down, though, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, no, it was completely safe. It looked like it went in the air, but it was actually a bump ball, wasn't it? Yeah, it was very full, and he's just basically opened the face a touch and steered it down through third slip. No fielder on the boundary. But the big moment might have passed us by at the time. But England should have reviewed a leg before decision. I'll just check that out. Just watching. Yeah. Here is Archer. Oh, and he's just not quite pushed at one. He's waited for the ball. I don't think that was too far in front of him. And it goes all along the ground anyway to Shoaib Bashir at deep backward point for another run. So in the last over, Devon Conway was hit just in line of off stump. There was no inside edge, and Harry Brook wanted that, but nobody else did, which is a real surprise because it's missed the inside edge it's missed the bat by quite some distance.
I mean, even when I saw the first replay, I thought it hit the bat. I was still 100% with you.
Archer continuing and driven by Devon Conway. There's a chase for Shoaib Bashir, and he will stop the ball from reaching the boundary at deep cover. Gets a good cheer from the fans for his work and his effort, and he saves his side a couple of runs, 164 without loss.
So the reason that shot was played is because there was a fielder there in the covers a moment ago, Ben Duckett, and he's now fielding it. I don't know what this position is, Jeremy. It's like short, fine leg. It's not a leg gully. It's way too deep for leg gully. I don't know how the ball would carry there on this pitch.
He'd have to pull it to him, wouldn't he?
Yeah, and they haven't really bowled to it. So I don't understand what the plan is at all with this field. And he's been driven anyway, where they just had a man.
I guess now he's asking Duckett, isn't he? Forward or back? Where do you want me? So he got into a very odd position.
That's an even odder position, though, isn't it? Unless he's going to go short now. He's just gone about 10 paces back. And Archer is in. Oh, it's the double bluff. It's pitched up, and there's a wild drive from Devon Conway. Doesn't connect. 164 without loss. The score remains. Oh, that was a bit of movement there from Archer.
I am a little surprised, though, that they haven't gone short ball and then try to get the ball into a condition where we're starting to see a little bit of reverse, aren't we? A little bit here and there, that they can get more than they are now. Archer seems to be the main man.
Here is Archer, and it's defended. Of the bowlers, which one would you ask to bowl short, Jerry? You can answer that whilst Manners comes in, by the way.
I think Josh Tongue would be the man I would ask, and Stokes would be the other one. I know Archer was used and he was pretty effective at it, as the players are now going to be taking a drinks break. It's pretty warm apparently out there. We're actually in some quite nice cool areas at the moment. Manners usually feels the heat a wee bit, but not today. He's looking lively, animated, ready to go, fired up.
It's a grim old day to be in the field, isn't it? You mentioned about reverse swing. You said there'd been a little bit. There was for about 2 overs, but Harmy and I have come to the conclusion that someone has now sweated on the ball and has ruined you've got to keep that one side dry.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You have to look after it. You're quite right. But I think that's probably the best plan to get some movement from this surface for, well, 4/5 of your bowling. That's what you got 4 players. I mean, Atkinson probably wouldn't use it so much, but you've got other bowlers who can.
Yeah, you've got Ben Stokes is one of the best there is. If you're looking at England bowlers, you're probably looking at Stokes, you're looking at Mark Wood. These skiddier, flatter trajectories will be the ones that would reverse swing it more comfortably than others. Josh Tongue showed that he got a little bit earlier on. I agree. I mean, I played an attack where we had 2 very, very, very good reverse swing bowlers. So the idea of me getting a ball that was going to go reverse swing was quickly taken out of my hand, because we had Jones and Flintoff. But my job and Hoggard's job was to get it to a point to a reverse swing, which was Hoggy would try and run his fingers across the seam and land it in the foothold areas to try and land it in the rough side. And my job was 4 or 5 overs across seam, with a fine leg, a third in position, deep point, deep square leg, and bowl 4 bounces and over, just to hurry the fast forward the reverse swing that if there is any on offer, and then you throw it to your big lads who can comfortably use it better than what the others can. And I think that is what England's got to be doing with Tongue now, to try and get it to go for Archer and obviously Ben is the best one to use it.
So who would you have bowling the short delivery?
Tongue.
Just Tongue.
Yeah, just Tongue.
And from this end to hit into the wider field for the left-handers.
Yeah, well, if you're bowling short enough, the likelihood is it's not going into the field. Latham and Conway, they're 81 and 73 respectively, but
they'll probably let it go.
They're letting it go, aren't
yeah,
they? They've faced 118, 131 balls. They're letting it go. They're playing the longer game. They're trying to grind England into the dirt. Now, you've got Shoaib Bashir, and all it takes, and Manners he's just said there, but all it takes is somebody being dozy. I mean, we had it with Monty. Just don't go anywhere near the ball, Monty, because them sweaty hands, you put that just once, and they say any moisture on the dry side costs you 4 overs. If it's reverse swinging and you get moisture on that dry, scuffed up side, it goes, and it takes you 4 overs to get it back. And I just wonder, has England possibly getting some moisture on the wrong side, and all of a sudden it just sort of slowed the chances of the reverse swing coming into play.
And what about your bowlers, say in a day like today, that's pretty hard to not perspire?
It is, but that's the discipline you have to show in a field, and something that's been labelled at this lot, which they're not very good at, is having a plan. If you've got a plan of reverse swing bowling, you make sure that nobody touches the ball.
Shoaib Bashir, change of ends from our commentary end, and that was pushed firmly up towards Ben Stokes at mid-off. They scrambled through for a single. Tom Latham's nice rotation of the strike. You ought to know, what is the secret to not perspiring? You seem to have mastered it.
No, I used to perspire heavily. Heavily.
You didn't in the front row of commentary at the Oval when the rest of us were melting.
Oh, I had a number of people behind. I used to lie down and they would rub me down with towels.
Here's Bashir
or was
again.
it beating me with towels?
Short extra cover is catching, and that was a mistimed
no,
by
that's something
Conway.
different.
We might have to talk about 1986. Yeah, did you write that article yourself, or was that ghosted for you, about New Zealand's triumph here? It's in the match programme. Here is Bashir again, and left alone by Conway outside the off stump.
They're all my words. Someone interviewed me from here for just to talk about the tour. Yeah.
When did you shave your moustache off?
What is this, 20 questions? What's going on here?
Here's Bashir, short and wide and late cut. Lovely shot from Conway, and he's guided, just steered it really. Lovely super shot past Harry Brook at slip down towards the boundary. Was it a huge moment?
No.
You just woke up one morning and thought, I'll have a shave?
Or I'll retire, or whatever. Yes, similar kind of thing. Yeah.
There's a brilliant picture there. You must enjoy that picture. You've seen the article, haven't you, in the match programme?
I haven't seen that yet, but if he's just done it from my words, then yeah.
Here is Bashir again, defended by Conway. We need a match programme, Scott, if you could. Thank you. It's a brilliant picture of you on the balcony, resplendent in your... Well, they weren't black caps colours then, were they? When did they become black caps? Anyway, with the moustache, the trademark moustache, and you look full of great joy. I think it's shortly after the moment of victory. Forward comes Conway again to Bashir. Defends that, and there's no run. New Zealand 169 without loss.
I think it might well have been, if it's one, well, I'll know it as soon as I see it, but I remember standing out there with John Wright and a few of the other players. I think it was when a guy called John Bracewell, our grave digger, and he was a grave digger, that was his job down in Otago, cold earth down there, cold in Dunedin, hard earth. You've got to be strong. Never mark John Bracewell in the warm-ups, in the touch rugby. You got scrapes down your legs with sprig marks and so on. Anyway, so yeah, I think that's when he got his 100. I think that we were outside for and wanted to support him. So, and that was an important innings, really. And other than that, Evan Gray, who used to bat in a mouth guard. Don't know why, but he did, and he
like a rugby gum guard.
Yeah. Come on.
Ben Stokes is into the attack. Can he get the ball to reverse swing now? He bowls back of a length to captain Tom Latham, steers it away behind square on the offside. Here we go. Producer Scott has arrived with the match programme. I was reading the well, I began to read the... I'm not going to be able to find it now.
And then got bored.
No, it was... Here we go. Look, there we go. There you are. Both arms raised in triumph, with John Wright behind you. Is that celebrating?
That's his 100. That's, yeah.
Outside the off stump from Stokes, left alone by Latham, and there's no run.
Yeah, that's the time. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes.
It was quite a beast, wasn't it? That moustache.
Something living up there. Yeah, you're quite right. Yeah.
John Bracewell had been a grave digger down in Dunedin. Here we go. So it's a Q&A. Very good. We had a week's training when we arrived. A whole week. Gee.
Yep.
Teams don't often get that now. You play a test match in Ireland now rather than train. Here is Stokes once again around the wicket and left alone by Latham once more.
Different tours, weren't they? Different tours. That little group, quite a different social mix, as I remember. We had older guys like me, who were married and kids and had toured quite a little bit. But then we had probably half our number were at 5 or less tests. So because there was a development part to the tour, and you played probably 4 or 5 county games.
Here comes Stokes again, a little bit of width outside the off stump, chopped away down to Bashir at deep backward point, and they go through for a single. Hadn't you, I might be remembering this wrong, hadn't you just beaten Australia before?
Yes, we had.
Yeah, I thought so.
We beat Australia in Australia for a start. Alan Border was the captain there.
That was also first.
That was a first in 85.
And then came to England and won here.
No, then they came over to New Zealand, Australia. We beat them again. Alan Border was captain. And then over here. And it was an interesting tour.
Stokes again, that one maybe nips back in towards Conway, defends it, no run.
Had Hadley played here before that?
Oh, yes.
He played at Notts, didn't he?
Oh, yes.
So he come over here with experience?
86 was his benefit year, so we played a lot of games for him to make a bit of bit of cash and playing against various teams. So that made the tour a little bit tricky at times.
His benefit year with Nottinghamshire.
Correct.
Oh, sorry, this made it sound
And
like
did
his
you
New
pass-
Zealand benefit.
Did you pass his little area down there at the bottom underneath all the stairs?
The Hadley waiting area.
Yes, it's closed off. Don't worry, Richard. Don't worry. It's for health. It's for good health.
And
They're
on the other
expecting
side,
in the heat, people.
on the other side of the what's the name of this stand again?
This is the Radcliffe.
Radcliffe stand. On the other side is the sobers waiting area,
Correct.
which is presumably for people who haven't had a drink yet.
That's where you go when you don't want to go home to bed. You just sit in there. It's
So
your waiting room.
sobers and Hadley, but so no waiting area for Clive Rice.
No,
who was-
not here. I don't know whether there's somewhere else.
There might be something on the other side of the
Yeah.
ground, I would have thought.
It must be an Eddie Hemmings banquet room.
I would have thought so. A big lunchroom for Eddie. Yeah. Who else? You know,
For driving now is Latham up to mid-off.
Tim Robinson was another one. A long time here. But I mean, we would have had even more. Had to go more stories if Tim Robinson had battered on this thing. I mean, he was there for bed and breakfast when he got going.
This would be going to the 6th day, wouldn't it? Here is Shoaib Bashir again, and now playing back is Tom Latham, pushing that one straight back to the bowler.
Remember with Durham, I wasn't playing in the game. I went and played in the Hampshire one. We had a day off in between finishing here at Trent Bridge and starting again at Hampshire, and we made Notts follow on here. I think we fielded some like 500 overs unbroken.
Bashir in again, and that's clipped away up towards mid-on, and they go through for a single. Now you are exaggerating. 500
It was
overs in a 4-day
ridiculous.
game.
No. But what I mean is,
Oh, I see.
so
two
they
games.
played here. I didn't play in the game here. They played here, fielded for like 80 or 90 overs, then had Notts followed on. So Notts had to follow on. So we tried to bowl them out to win the game. Then drove all the way down to Hampshire or Sussex somewhere, and lost the toss and fielded again.
Driven down the ground, lovely shot, super use of the feet from Devon Conway, and he's driven it hard down into the ground. Didn't take much pace off it. Bashir got maybe one of those long fingers to it, but not enough to prevent it from reaching the boundary directly behind him.
Yeah, I think it was like, was it Hampshire or Sussex? But it was like 80 overs, then made them follow on 140 overs, and then had to field 150, 160 down south 2 days later with a drive in between. I didn't play in this one. I did play in the one at Eastbourne, I think it was.
Here's Shoaib Bashir again. Forward comes Devon Conway defending this one out to the leg side.
Yeah, it was Eastbourne, I'm sure it was. It was when the 12th man came in. We were getting changed in squash courts, and he plashed the drinks trolley, the drinks carriers down, and sat and he slumped in his seats after we had just fielded for 170 overs 2 days. And he was like, thank God that's over with. My boots were crusted to my feet.
Here's Bashir, overpitched and driven to the sweeper on the cover boundary by Conway. They'll take another single. For all our digressions, this has been an outstanding opening partnership from Latham and Conway in admittedly batting friendly conditions, but I when I started on the county circuit as a commentator, it was in the days when literally people think I'm exaggerating now, but you sometimes, you know, if events and the calendar conspired against you, you could literally, teams could have up to 10 days consecutive cricket.
You could. Well, we finished a game. I think we finished a 4-day game at what was the Rose Bowl, the Ageas Bowl, and started at 11 o'clock the next morning at Old Trafford in a game, which was I think we got to Manchester about 3 o'clock in the morning. It was madness, but that's what cricket was.
And towards the end of the season, you know, you'd be like, just when you thought you were having a break, then you'd be in the quarterfinals of the Benson Hedges Cup, or here is Stokes again, and that's back of a length. It's steered away by Conway. It is an absolute road now. There's nothing through the air, nothing off the pitch. Hasn't been much all day. And then there'd be like a NatWest semi-final, and that would be rained off halfway through, and then you'd have to finish it the next day.
And then you were in trouble, because then
Then
that
you had a
next
Sunday
day-
League game
yeah.
the next game. I think it was.
Squads weren't massive. They weren't like huge, so you did tend to play across formats.
They were the days. Here is Stokes to Latham, who opens the face of the bat again and guides this one away to Shoaib Bashir at backward square leg. Throws in on the half volley to Jamie Smith, who applauds politely, I think. Almost like, well tried. Maybe just get it up a bit next time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sort of kick the boot into, they're not a rabble England of, it is a flat wicket, it's batter friendly conditions, it's tough out there. But if you're on the boundary down there and you haven't had to run that far and you've stopped the angle, you shouldn't be getting two, and they got two comfortably.
Here is Stokes again, and he's played inside edge down onto his boot. Just for a second, Latham thought that he'd played on there. He was saved by his back foot. It was an inside edge, back of a length, inside edge towards the stumps, and it's hit his back foot.
Yeah, it's just gone back onto the back foot and it's kicked it. He's kicked it back towards slip. I was just about to say, Tom Latham and Devon Conway played that shot really well. That back foot punch, that back foot sort of defence into the gully region, which is more often than not missed the gully or the two gullies that have been there. Hence why Shoaib Bashir's down on the sort of third boundary to try and block that four off.
Here is Stokes once again thundering in from the far end, the members' pavilion end, and turned away off his pads by Latham to leg slip, fielded by Joe Root.
Again, there you look at it and you think he's gone around the wicket. So the last two deliveries have been over the wicket, trying to sort of shut the angle down. Latham's blocked one onto his boot. Then he moved Joe Root from sort of backward point to leg slip, and his ball went a little bit straighter, and Latham's played the big flick and he's just missed it. But hits the bat, it goes in the air towards where Joe Root was. It missed the bat, hit the thigh pad. England's luck at the minute.
Here is Stokes again, all chipped up in the air and by Latham towards mid-on. Didn't carry halfway towards mid-on, fielded by Josh Tongue, and there's no run. This was before your time, but your playing time, that is, not your lifetime. But what year was it that Mark Taylor and his opening partner made 301 for none on the first day of an Ashes test here?
That would be 93.
Oh,
93. Would it be 93 or 90? It
97,
wouldn't have been
98.
97, would it? It'd be 93, was it?
And who was Mark Taylor's opening partner in that
97.
on that day? David Boone, was it? Here's Stokes, pushed away defensively by Conway, back towards the bowler.
It wouldn't have
run.
been Booney if it was 97. It would have been if it was 93. I think it was 97, so it might have been, I don't know, Michael Elliott, Matty Elliott.
England were full of hope before that day, weren't they? And Australia finished the day 301 without Swampy, Jeff
Yeah.
Marsh.
So it would have been 90. What was that? 93,
Or is it 89?
89. Yeah. I remember Booney telling us the story that they played they had to play a tour game here after they just won the Ashes. A day after they just won the Ashes, and they turned up with 5 players because they only had 5 sober. It was like, who's going to play tomorrow? And it was like, well, there was literally nobody sober.
So they had
after
to
winning the Ashes.
Well, what was the game they had to play? Down the wicket comes Latham, using his feet very nicely indeed. And they take a single again down towards mid-on. New Zealand just cruising now, 181 without loss. The Trent Bridge Ashes Test of 1989, let's finish the story. 301 for none after the first day. 219 to Mark Taylor in the end. Jeff Marsh, 138. They declared on 602 for 6, and England had a consolation century from Robin Smith, but they were 3 for 2, or 2 for 3, I think, at one point. Having that one is played defensively again on the onside. Tim Curtis, Martin Moxon, and Mike Atherton made 2 runs between them.
Eddie Hemmings is playing. Yeah, we mentioned Eddie before. Eddie was playing. Got 38. Beefy's batting at 9.
Angus Fraser came in as two night watchmen. Eddie Hemmings and
night
Angus Fraser, two night watchmen.
Jack Russell, Eddie Hemmings, and Angus Fraser all battered before Surrey and Botham.
Came in at 9. Goodness me. England were bowled out for 255. As Shoaib Bashir waits again. There was a 5-wicket haul for Terry Alderman, who took 5 wickets in every innings in that series.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Mirror.
And England followed on and were bowled out for 167 with FEC future England captain Mike Ather top scoring with 47.
Beefy must have been injured.
Yeah, he must have been. He couldn't. Did England use 2 night watchmen? Surely not. He was absent in the second innings, so he obviously was injured. And 3 wickets from Big Merv Hughes. Trevor Hones, 2 for 20. Down the wicket is Devon Conway, pushing this rather than driving it, and they have picked up an easy 4. That's why he wasn't running. Mid on was quite wide, and he's driven it straight down the ground.
I mean, Joe Root has just he's just rocketed Jofra Archer, which he's rightly to do it. Joe Root, he's catching in front of square, about cover point. It's like short leg, but 2 strips back.
Here is Bashir again, and gives that one a little bit of air. It's driven down the ground, and he loses his bat. Devon Conway, he's just slipped straight out of his hands. He's now he's looking at the palms of his hands and just ruefully shaking them, going, I can't keep changing my gloves every 20 minutes. But that's what happened. The bat just slipped out of his grasp, and it's the end of the over, and New Zealand 185 without loss. It's moments like these, Harmy, as a fielding side, as a bowling side, you've got to hold it together. I mean, you're right. Joe Root did.
He's had to go at him. And again, the cameras have picked it up. He volleyed him. I mean, he's bowled a full ball, fair enough, Shoaib Bashir. It's been belted down the ground. It's gone for 4. It's gone past Jofra Archer, who was never going to get anywhere near it. But the fact that he didn't go and get the ball, he just stood there with disdain look towards Shoaib Bashir. Joe Root's run from sort of short leg area to tell Jofra Archer to go and get the ball. Go. He was pointing at him. He was shouting. We could hear him from here. He was shouting, Jofra, go and get the ball. He was pointing at him to go and get it. Jofra went and got it and came back. And Joe wasn't happy.
Ben Stokes with another over now, and it's full and straight and pushed by Latham straight back to Stokes. Yesterday's press conference obviously was very, very well attended. Jon Norman and I were there with Ben Stokes. Everybody's trying to sort of interpret. It was, as always, more about what he didn't say than what he did say. But I did find one thing interesting. In one of the broadsheet write-ups about Ben Stokes' press conference yesterday, the author, who's a great fellow and a very good journalist, did say that here is Stokes again, bouncer. Quite a quick one too, and Latham is in position to hook and then ducks underneath it and allows it safely through to Jamie Smith. It was too high, too harmless. But he did say, like, Ben Stokes was sitting there talking quite quietly in quite reserved way in this stifling heat in the indoor school. It felt like you were sitting in a greenhouse. And Stokes had what I thought was heat rash on the side of his face. But the report in today's newspaper suggested it might be rash caused by the anxiety of the last 10 days.
I think it was the heat rash. It's got to be the heat rash.
We were all looking a bit red and raw as Stokes is in once again, back of a length, and pushed out square of the wicket on the offside to point, fielded by Ben Duckett.
Yeah, you've seen the marks on his face. It's got to have been the heat rash. He'll have just finished training. He's probably just come off from batting, helmet off and stuff like that. It was always going to be an interesting press conference. He didn't say much, which was, I thought, a good thing. I think time needs to be a good healer in this. We've said and exhausted all our opinions on what's happened.
He had the opportunity to say he wanted to carry on as captain. He was asked very clearly, do you see yourself being captain in the future? And he said, I'm just concentrating on this week. Here is Stokes again, and that one is guided away, open face into the gully, fielded by Bethel.
And I like what he said there, because at the end of the day, if they lose this test match, You know,
What right has he got to say?
yeah, I mean, England don't get beat at home. England don't get beat at home, and I don't want to sort of create a narrative that if they lose this Test match, they're all getting sacked. But England don't lose at home. Drawn against India, drawn against Australia. We don't lose home Test match series, especially a 3-match series. So jobs are on the line if they lose here. McCullum definitely. Rob Key, Ben Stokes.
And there's an appeal for leg before wicket here. Just didn't look quite right. More, I think, that born out of desperation than anticipation or genuine hope. And Stokes is not bothering with any semblance of interest in a review. Just says to Nitin Menon, pitched outside leg, and it was too high, wasn't it?
No, I think that's got to have pitched outside. The length of it has got to have pitched outside leg stump, and then it's obviously hit him too high. So I'm pleased he said let's just concentrate on this week. When he said he wasn't sure about playing, and if it was a different captain, I quite like that as well. He wants to be the leader. He enjoys being England captain.
Here is Stokes again, and it's driven square of the wicket on the offside, and they take an easy single as Shoaib Bashir does the tidying up. So Stokes is shouldering his share of the workload manfully, as he always does. Nobody's ever accused him of shirking hard work. Latham on 89, Devon Conway on 87, and it's a funny thing, isn't it, the England captaincy? I mean, it's really hard to live with it. It can be equally hard to live without it when you've done it a long time.
Absolutely, especially the all singing, all dancing character that Ben Stokes is. I wouldn't like to see an England team go take a field with not only without him, but without him in charge as well. So England have got an interesting call to make at the end of this series or the end of the India series leading into the 100, where they buy themselves some time, because once that series is gone, that is definitely looking towards the Ashes in next year. And what's been happening recently, this could be the chance to make that bold call.
Down the wicket comes Latham to Shoaib Bashir's off spin, beginning of the next over. Guides it away out on the offside. Highest first wicket partnership for New Zealand in England is this one, 186, surpassing the 185 between Trevor Franklin and who was that?
John Wright, was it? Would it be John Wright?
Or Bruce Edgar. Flicked away out towards mid-wicket now by
1990. Surely it's got to be righty, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Did Richardson and Flem not put a load on here against us in 2004? I remember that was, but I'm not sure if that was an opening stand or a number 1 and number 3. It's for the second wicket. I think possibly second wicket. I think Flem out about a 3.
Oh, a little push and a miss at one that actually deviates off the straight. That one turned just a little. It only needs to turn a little, but that one definitely deviated off the straight, and it's gone past the outside edge as Latham was trying to push it through the offside.
It's good from Bashir. Really good. Good line, good length. Yeah, 163, Fleming and Richardson. I knew they'd put on a decent partnership. That was an opening partnership against us in 2004.
Here is Bashir again, and forward comes Latham once more, pushing out towards extra cover and fielded by Bethel. It's amazing to think that Mark Richardson began his career as a left-arm spinner, batting at 11.
You got runs at Lords, then you got runs here, but in that 163 opening stand and partnership, we won the Test match because it was in 2004 when we won all 7. So it can be done.
Bashir in, bowls one right up towards Tom Latham, and he drives it to Ben Stokes, who Stokes was interested in the run out, and he was watching which end to throw. He was going for the magic, or imagining the magic direct hit to produce a bit of magic, because they were pushing for the second run, but he's taken his eye off the ball and overrun it and missed it. He was definitely looking at which end he was going to have a pop at, and in the end it's cost his team 2 runs.
It did. He did it a couple of overs ago, didn't he, Manners? He tried it a couple of overs ago and it did the same result, but he got his foot in the way. I don't mind that. That is trying to go for the wicket, risk it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen him pull it off. I mean, He's had was it 6 or 7 direct hit run-outs in his England career. End of the 48th over, 189 without loss. New Zealand winning the toss and batting first. Another word from Harmy, and then to take you through to tea time, it'll be with Jon Norman.
Yeah, there's more chance of Ben Stokes pulling it off than the big fast bowler of Josh Tongue or Gus Atkinson, but England need to make this breakthrough. 189 is they've batted brilliantly here in New Zealand. They really have. They've just taken what's on offer. I'm not criticising England. It's a batter-friendly pitch. It's a batter-friendly afternoon with the weather and everything that's gone. England are battling hard. They just need that spark. One brings two. That's what they'll be saying. England will be hoping for a couple of wickets and a difficult start. 200 for 2, 200 for 3. That's what they've got to be hoping for, Jon Norman.
As Stokes continues, and this is pushed out to mid-wicket for a single. Latham moves to 93. The score moves to 190 without loss. New Zealand winning the toss. I mean, where would England be by now? No, declared. Conway's got the Devil's number. Talking of the Devil. Jarrod, what is the worst day's cricket you've ever been to? As a fan.
As a fan?
Yeah.
I think, you might need to look this up, Gary might need to look this up. I think Sarwan and Lara batted a whole day at the MCG and scored about 210 runs, 200 runs.
Okay, that does sound pretty bad. As Stokes is in. Short delivery, and this is pulled down to fine leg, where it's fielded by Gus Atkinson. Conway moves to 88.
And
So that's the bad day, as in a frustrating, boring day.
But it was more frustrating because Lara was there, and if I told you watched Lara bat for a whole day, you wouldn't come away going, but it just wasn't Lara. It was just a wicket where you couldn't score runs and you couldn't take wickets. I think those are the ones for me that are probably the dullest. I'm trying to think of
when you can't score down the ground.
I want to say one at Southampton we might have done.
Oh,
There was one here.
There was one.
There was one here when Anderson batted with. Who did he make? Anderson made.
Oh, he had 81.
That was terrible.
Wasn't that the one where Cook took that wicket?
Yep.
2014. Stokes again tucked off his hip. There's certainly one here, and Latham fancies 2, and he comes back for the second. That's good running. Yeah. So I mean, we've seen plenty of long, drawn-out ball draws, haven't we? You know, boring days of cricket.
Almost every day of cricket I've ever seen from Nagpur.
Right. Okay. I remember my brother and sister going to a game at the it might have been Lords actually, in about back when South Africa were really, really strong, but they had Neil Mackenzie and Graham Smith at the top of the order. So you don't mind watching Hashim Amrabat all day. And those two put on 180. It got to the point where my brother and sister were like, oh, well, at least we can say we went to a day's cricket where there wasn't a single wicket, and then Mackenzie was out, and that was it. As he pushed out to cover, no run. And then you got the horrendous days. Adelaide, day 5. That kind of, goes the other way. No shortage of drama, but drama in the worst sense. I mean, I remember listening to the 4th innings from the wreck in about 1994 when England were bowled out for 42, and it looked like they might actually beat a brilliant West Indies side. They're those days where there was so bad, where basically all hope was. There was hope, it was crushed, extinguished, and then destroyed.
We didn't have a lot of those in Australia.
Well, that's it, right? You got a bit bored of your success. As Stokes now coming round the wicket to Latham, who is 95 not out, pushed out to cover.
I suppose the second day of Laxman Dravid in the Kolkata Test, just because, but it wasn't even that we thought they were going to win, I think, at that stage. It was just because we thought, are they just going to go on forever? I'll give you one that I remember being really dull, which is the Cook-Trott partnership at the Gabba in 10-11.
2010, yeah.
Yeah.
But at least they were batting from a position where they were going to lose the game to one where, there was some jeopardy involved.
Yeah, early on, definitely.
I mean, I was at Barbados in 2009. Sarwan again, he scored 291. I saw every delivery. Left alone by Latham. Just too wide, really. Latham was 5 away from 100.
I mean, I don't want to slag off Sarwan because...
Well, he was he was an attractive batter.
Yeah, I'd rather watch him than Neil Mackenzie. But at the same time, when Sarwan decided not to play a shot, he wouldn't play a shot.
Yeah, I mean, this is the test match where Harmy was furious to have been left out, and I'm still like, what? I think everybody scored a century. Ravi Bopara scored a century, Cook scored a century, Sarwan. The only thing with Sarwan was I've never seen someone score 300. So I was like, oh, okay. And I still haven't seen someone score 300.
Have you?
No. Have you?
Yeah.
Who?
I saw Michael Clark make 300. Hashimamla, you must have seen a Hashimamla make 300 at the Oval.
No, I don't think I was there for that.
What?
That innings. Well, I don't. Back then I wouldn't go to all 5 days, would I? It was Bashir. As he gets this ball to bounce a touch more, and Conway's 88, playing outside the line. 193 without loss. So you've seen what? How many hat tricks have you seen?
I've seen a lot of hat tricks.
Well, in Test cricket.
Yeah.
Go on.
Well, Siddle, Warne.
Well, you. Siddle, we were there together, weren't we, for that one?
Yeah.
Warne, you saw a Warne. You were there.
Yeah.
Down the track comes Conway, using his feet, but can only push this up to Ben Stokes, who's... I just thought I'd stop and let the microphones pick up what Ben Stokes is doing. You must have seen Stuart's broad hat trick against India in 2014.
I was here for that one. Yep.
Moeen Ali with his hat trick that nobody realised had happened. This is pushed out to mid wicket, no run.
Where was that?
Well, nobody saw it and realised.
Where was it here?
Don't know. Oh, I saw one. I saw Ryan's side bottom. Yeah, it was at the Oval. It wrapped up the win. I think that's why nobody realised. Yeah, South Africa. Ryan's side bottom across 2 overs at Hamilton in 2008. I was there for that one. Oh, Atkinson, yeah. Oh, this is straight going on, and it's just pushed out to mid-wicket again by Conway. But yeah, poor days. Let us know on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. The worst day's cricket you've ever seen.
When you get that question on day 1 of a Test match.
Well, do you know what has added?
By day 3 it will be, what's the worst sandwich you've had at a Test match?
No, it'll be, what's the worst day of this Test match? As that Conway will pick up 4. Now, this has gone past Archer, who's put in the dive, and I'm just having a look to see the reaction of some of the fielders, because they weren't happy with him earlier. He's getting to his feet very, very, very slowly.
Did you see earlier, another 4 was hit past him by Conway, and he didn't move to go and pick it up, and the ball was just down the boundary, and Root was at point and ran down to make it very clear to Archer that it was his job to get up and get the ball.
Well, I wasn't on commentary, but Neil Manthorp certainly picked up on that little moment. This time it's driven to one of 2 cover fielders close to the bat, and fielded by Jacob Bethel. 197 without loss then. And really, this session continuing as the first one went. 45 not out, Devon Conway, so he's moved to 92, and Tom Latham's added just 35 in the session. He was 60 not out at lunch. He's now 95. Conway signalling he wants a drink. He looked like he was suffering from cramp earlier in the session, but seems to have recovered, so probably took on some salts, or I don't know what you do.
Alistair Cook, Mark Wood partnership. MCG is another dull one.
Oh, hang on. The MCG test of 2021. No, 2017-18.
Yeah.
Oh, that was some bad days there. But yeah, one of the reasons I'm asking the question is that, of course, it's so hot here. We've got a brilliant view at the commentary box. And
have you been out the back?
Well, I have, and that's kind of where it's coming from, to be honest, because Stokes continues. Oh, this was short wide, and Tom Latham's gone through with a cut shot. Now, it wasn't a catch opportunity for Jacob Bethel, but he was interested for a second because it went at head height. But Latham has just got enough on it. 200 up for New Zealand, 201 without loss, and Latham has just moved to 99. What's Stokes saying? Stokes is... Do you know the other thing as well I've noticed? Stokes is moving the field around quite a lot because he's bowling. He's kind of relying on Brook to make sure the changes take place. And then there seems to be a little bit of confusion because Brook isn't totally sure what he wants to do. Latham on 99. Latham on 100. On the pads and played fine. And Tom Latham, the New Zealand skipper, celebrates with real passion and gusto. Crowd here at Trent Bridge have been stultified somewhat by the sunshine, but they're on their feet and applauding. Whether Latham looks back at today and thinks that the biggest thing he's done for his team is to score 100 or win the toss. We'll just have to wait and see. But for now, whilst the scoreboard hasn't given him 100, we have.
A really important knock for Tom Latham. Yeah, Kane Williamson's out of the side. I spoke to Tim Wigmore before, and he said this could be the most important innings of his career, away from home against a big team. He really hasn't done it a lot, John. He hasn't scored runs against the best attacks. He hasn't scored runs away from home. We know how talented he is, but he's also, limited in some ways. But good on him. He won the toss, and then he elected to make 100. I believe that's how it works.
Here's Stokes, and this is pushed through point for another run. Moves to 104. And, coming into this series, I think we were both in agreement that we felt New Zealand would struggle for runs. Tom Latham's record against England is not particularly great. Devon Conway averaged 5 the last time they played and has looked woefully out sorts at times. Kane Williamson, his record here on the last tour, he only played 2 tests and he didn't average many. Rashan Ravindra's got a below average score against England, and he's played them a few times. And then really, are they really going to rely on Daryl Mitchell and Don Blundell again? But here we are, 100 for Phillips and Henry Nicholls in the second test match. Now 100 for Tom Latham. And they're still there. It's Conway down the leg side, caught well by Jamie Smith again.
So you were asking about field changes before.
Yeah.
So this session, there has
Oh my
been
days.
1, 2, 3, I'm not going to count them all. What's that, about 30? And that includes Shoaib Bashir bowling, where you don't really change the field that much to a
27, 28, 27 are 27 field changes in 22 overs.
And I don't think this is a particularly field changey day. Oh, he's just changed one here. Sorry, I need to mark that one down.
Continuing around the wicket, Stokes to Conway. Oh, front-footed waft from Conway. He is strong down the ground, and when they come off, he essentially unfurls the shots of the day. You're not going to get shot of the day from the bat of Tom Latham, but you may well get it from Conway. And this was just a bit too wide to be driving at.
Yeah, Latham's has been a fantastic innings, timing, working the field, really good batting. Conway hasn't quite been at that level. He's been out of form for some of it, but he's managed to not really give many half chances and still getting his way through. He's a good fighter.
Yeah, he has been fighting as Stokes is in and pushed out to cover. There was that moment, though, wasn't there, in this session? Leg before appeal, which really was... It was Harry Brook at first slip who seemed most keen. Shoaib Bashir, the bowler. There was no England review. I thought it had been an inside edge. You thought the batter had hit it with the full face of the bat, but on replay, actually, Devon Conway was hit in front of off stump and the ball would have gone on to take the stump. 3 reds. If England had reviewed then Devon Conway would have had to have gone. It was 157 without loss at that stage. It's now 206 without loss.
I've got most of the near misses here. So we obviously had the fielding miss at the start of the game. We then had around the 12th over, the Shoaib Bashir. When was that? 12th over when there was a cover drive lofted sort of near cover.
Yeah. Yes, that's about right. About 12th over, yeah.
I've got 37th over, there was a missed LBW, as you just said. There's a cover drive in the air again, some stage, maybe in that same over. The 44th over, Conway almost chopped onto his stumps. I think the ball hit his foot instead. And I've got about 4 play-in misses on top of that as well. I mean, there really isn't anything, is there?
No, and even at the very start of this session, there was only ever 1 or 2 slips in place. There was fielders in front of the bat, and it was very defensive. Obviously, Shoaib Bashir bowling early as well, which does make sense. As Josh Tongue is in, bowling to Tom Latham, who just pushes this out, no run.
What's Bashir's figures?
Today?
Yeah. He's just come off, obviously. Josh Tongue's come on. You got a slip, gully, and we've had a lot of sort of catches around the mid-wicket cover region as well.
Shoaib Bashir has bowled 16 of the 51 overs today. He's bowled 2 maidens and he's gone for 54 runs.
It's not terrible, but against these kind of players, you'd probably rather go at less than, what's that, 3.4 and over?
Yeah, 3.37. He's the most economical of the 5 bowlers used.
Doesn't include things like the 4 byes. But
Stokes is going at nearly 5 and over as Tongue is in, and he's wrapping Tom Latham on the pads. I thought maybe an inside edge onto the pad. The ball has bounced up and dropped well short of backward point. No run. See, this is the bowler though, Josh Tongham. I don't think he's bowled brilliantly today. I don't even think he's been England's best bowler. But what we know about Josh Tongham is that every now and again he just gets something to happen. This is hit Latham on both pads, but too high. Would have gone over.
did he get anything on it?
Oh,
I think he did.
I'd like to have a little look at that. I don't think he did, but our eyesight is not to be trusted today.
We've got a very weird angle with this screen, to be fair, don't we? It's not quite. It's almost too bright behind it as well.
It's a bit better for me. He's straight again and defended by Latham. Have another look at that one. At first view, it looked like it was going over. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, you're right.
It was the noise I was going on because it just sounded like it went. It sounded like it went click boom.
Click click boom.
Yeah.
You're getting a little Jazzy Jeff there.
Yeah.
Well, that was actually quite. Well, let's see the predictor, but I think that possibly the ball's going on to hit stumps there.
Do you think Stokes has been the most likely to get a wicket today?
206 without loss. I'll answer that in a second as Tongue is in and he's hitting Tom Latham again. It looked like on the pads, but there's no appeal. Do I think Ben Stokes has been most likely to get a wicket? I mean, there was a couple of inside edges from Conway early doors. I mean, Archer did get a genuine edge, which, and then Shoaib Bashir actually should have taken a wicket. I don't think any of them are really. I mean,
maybe that's right.
There was that Yorker from Tongue,
There's
which
been
swung too much.
The odd moment, hasn't there? I felt that Stokes has probably had 3 overs where I felt like he could have gotten over, and I don't know if there's another player I felt like outside of one ball.
So yeah, Tongue is the one for me as he goes full, and this is pushed to mid-wicket, no run. He's bowling at 80 miles an hour though, so that's down on pace, isn't it?
It's not exactly what you hired Josh Tongue for. It is so hot there. We were talking about this off air, but just behind our area there is. It looks like a casualty ward, and generally it's older people who are really struggling in the heat. The Richard Hadley waiting area downstairs, people are on drips on down there.
I mean, it looks like a waiting area, doesn't it?
For a different kind of thing than usual. I think they're doing the same at the Sobers one as well. I saw a couple of kids just really struggling.
Yeah, this is dropped down to and forced back to the bowler. No run. Latham's 104. Conway, you imagine, would love to reach 3 figures before tea. And he will be facing the first ball of the next spell. Yeah, it's a little bit post-apocalyptic zombie film, right? But
it says it's only 31. It feels a lot hotter. I've been out on the gantry a couple of times. It feels a lot hotter outside than 31 at the moment. Feels more 35, 36, so not quite. Was it red warning? Orange.
Well,
orange. So is tomorrow going to be a red warning day?
Not here. It's red warning down south.
What's the temperature going to be tomorrow?
32.
Says the guy who just had his weather app open.
32, I think.
Sunday morning, I think, is the prime day for us to walk. It's going to be about 21, 22 degrees. It's not getting over 26.
We're thinking of doing park ride on Saturday morning.
Yeah, I'm going to run tomorrow, but running's fine because you can go back to your hotel room and shower.
Here is Ben Stokes, and Devon Conway will take a single down to back. A long leg.
I mean, Harmy's not going to run.
No, he will not be running.
Wouldn't it be great for the people of Nottingham, though?
I was.
Like if Harmy turned up to their park run. Could you imagine how excited they'd be? Then how disappointed they'd be when they realise they have to carry him over the line. My first memory of Steve Harmison outside of watching him play cricket was him running past me in Barbados. To the bar?
No, well, he may, I don't know. I didn't see where he ran to. I just assumed it was back to the hotel bar. Stokes on the pads of Latham bowling over the wicket. And it's another Comfortable run taken by the New Zealand skipper, who moves to 106.
I still remember when we were in that hotel in Antigua where we all used the gym because it was a fantastic gym, and Harmy used the gym, and next to Harmy was Alistair Cook, who was doing one-arm push-ups and not sweating, and Harmy was on the exercise bike with the pedals, I want to say moving the pedals, but leaning on the pedals and just sweating on the machine.
I remember that as well. I don't think Sam Ellard made it in there, did he? Stokes again, and there's Conway reaching a touch, one hand off the bat on the drive, fielded by Josh Tongue. Has he come off the glove a bit there?
No, I'm just saying it's those hands again, isn't it? Getting out ahead of him and sort of squidging the ball to mid-on.
Squidging the ball to mid-on. That's how this test match be described.
I mean, one thing I will say is New Zealand are scoring at a decent rate. There's been some nice shots played. It's not as if there's been no attacking cricket or they just got singles. I think they played some lovely shots down the ground, especially Conway to Bashir. Latham's timed the ball beautifully.
Stokes again. Ooh, comes forward as Conway in defence. The guy in the blue shirt said after the second test that he thought New Zealand were not that good. I wondered why he'd say that. They just thrashed England and doing well again here.
Harmy's got a blue shirt on.
I think he's talking about me, because Harmy...
You said they weren't that good after the second test?
I think what I said was, Cameron Ponsonby said, this very good New Zealand side. And I said, I don't think they're very good. I think they're good.
I did a podcast not that long ago saying they're a very good spoiler team because of their bowling attack. But their batting lets them down a little bit, especially against key opposition.
Here comes Stokes, and that's driven by Conway. Full delivery.
Do you remember when South Africa decided for about 4 years not to pick any batters? But they still had Rabada and they had all the other bowlers around. So they would beat good sides occasionally, but consistently they weren't very good. New Zealand's not quite in that camp. But if you look at the form of Blundell, Mitchell, Conway, Latham, Williamson, form-wise, they were in that camp for a little while. But because you have Henry and Jameson and Will O'Rourke and you can have Santner on the bench and everything, you still have a very good bowling attack that can go through people at any stage.
Stokes left alone by Conway, who doesn't average more than 5 now, or less than 5 now. Says Captain Fishing Trips. Yeah, he averaged 5 in the series in December 2024.
It was 5.5, wasn't it?
5.5, yeah.
I think it was 5.5. Could be wrong. You probably got it in your notes.
It's that kind of game where we'll actually find out, right? I'm really loving this, by the way. This is a proper. Well, yeah, it's just different, right? Lord's Test was too many wickets. This test, I'm not sure I'm going to be loving it on Sunday, but I'm loving it right now. Let's have a look. Devon Conway averaged 5.25. Split the difference, Jarrod.
Disappointed in myself there.
Yeah.
And his ultimate will come and take away my card.
21 runs in 4 innings. As Tongue is in, and this is chopped away, and the ball will not beat the fielder at deep backward point. That's a good diving stop. Has to make up a bit of ground. And it's another couple of runs from the bat of Tom Latham, who moves to 107, and the score 210 without loss.
I don't think you've ever seen anyone more disappointed to save a boundary than Atkinson was there, because he suddenly realised he was going to have to get up and go and chase it. He was happy to save it or have it go for 4, but he ended up in the middle ground, following the ball all the way out.
Latham has done his time, needs the younger guys to come in. For New Zealand, says Shalimar 7-100, but the problem is everyone in this New Zealand batting order is 34, apart from Rashid Ravindra, pretty much on the pads and tucked away for another single. I mean, we did talk about that. There's not a lot coming through, is there? And
also, if Latham goes, they have to find another opening batter. I think Latham has 5 more hundreds as an opening batter than I think any New Zealander in history, and they have to find another captain. It feels like a bit of, and he's on 100 not out at the moment. I'm just not sure I would make that call right now to get rid of him. But they do have to think about getting some younger players through. There's, is it Maru?
Yeah.
There's obviously, we won't talk about him too much, but Jeremy Coney's son is another one that's being talked up a lot. Grandson, sorry.
His tongue. Short delivery, and Conway takes on the ball and bounces. Well, it's along the grounds, really, as deep point, which is about 15, 20 yards in from the boundary. It's Emilio Gay out there, just fields. What did I just look at that just interested me? Oh, yeah, so Tom Latham is currently the 5th highest run scorer for New Zealand, and he's. Do you know who's 4th on the list?
So would it be Williamson, Taylor, Crow? So who would be 4th? Have I got the first 3?
Yeah.
Why am I missing the Stephen Fleming?
No, the way I asked the question should give you.
Is it Jeremy Coney? Is it Jeremy Coney's?
Tongue again, continuing around the wicket, and Latham just ducks underneath this one. This should be the last over of the day. In fact, that last over of the day, last over of the session. It's Baz.
Oh, geez, I wouldn't have even had him that high. I suppose he did bat up order late in his career.
He also played for 100 straight tests.
He did, didn't he?
That's right. And I don't think he's that far off with this 100. Let me have I could have just actually asked Gary. Do you think Gary's going to come up with the answer before this ball is delivered? Gary, how many runs behind Brendan McCullum is Tom Latham in the top run scorers for New Zealand? 2 balls to go in the session. This is just a little bit too leg side.
That was a slow ball, but it was really slow. I don't know what the pace on that one was. Did it come up?
They've all been slow balls, haven't they? 212 without loss here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel at Trent Bridge. Well,
112 kilometres an hour.
70 miles an hour, you're
when
right.
I said it was a slow ball, it just stopped. It came out of his hand. So generally when you bowl a slow ball, you're still bowling at maximum pace with your arm. But it was like he slowed his arm down and then it just sort of plopped out of his hand. It was like he had a shuttlecock on the end of his hand and he went...
Oh. 50 runs separates Tom Latham with Brendan McCullum, and it's Latham facing full delivery, and this is pushed out to deep backward point where a run has been completed, and the first session of day 1 of the 3rd test match between England and New Zealand was the first wicketless session of the series, and the afternoon was the 2nd. Tom Latham, who started the afternoon on 60, has moved on to 109, and Devon Conway is 6 away from 100 himself. He began the session on 45. 108 runs scored in the morning, 105 runs scored in the afternoon. England have bowled how many overs? 54 overs in the day, and they are just trooping off the field now. Thanks for joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We will be back in about 20 minutes' time.
Welcome back to a sweltering Trent Bridge in Nottingham for the beginning of the final session of the first day of the deciding test match between England and New Zealand, and it's been all New Zealand so far. Well, apart from half an hour before the start of play when it was announced that they'd lost Glenn Phillips and Matt Henry from their starting lineup and that Kyle Jameson would be rested. So 3 changes which many an English pundit thought were good news for the home side and thought they would work in the home side's favour. But then New Zealand won the toss and they've made their way to an uncompromising 213 without loss. Jarrod Kimber's alongside me, as well as Jeremy Coney. Jarrod, I wonder whether the loss of Matt Henry and Kyle Jameson will work in England's favour, but not so much if they need 500 to draw level.
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably helps New Zealand now, doesn't it? Because if New Zealand get to, let's say 500, let's say 800, it means that England's going to go for it because that's the way that they play. So even with the lower quality bowlers, it's not like you're trying to chip out a wicket, are you? The batters are coming at you the entire time. So I do think that there's a, outside the obvious, there's another big advantage for them, because if you lose your 2 best bowlers, generally you wouldn't be in this good a position at tea on day 1, right? I mean, it's crazy how good this start has been.
Jeremy Coney, tell us a bit about Blair Tickner. Well, we know a bit about Blair Tickner. We probably know less about Ben Sears, who've replaced Matt Henry and Kyle Jameson. Tickner has been in outstanding form and has been rewarded with a central contract by New Zealand Cricket. And we know that he's in terrific form. Ben Sears, as I said, we know a little less about. It looks like Jacob Bethel's going to bowl the first over after the tea break. His first over of the innings. He had a match haul of 4 wickets in the second test match at the Oval. Probably England's best bowler out of a meagre selection. Here is Bethel, first delivery from him, and it's a nice juicy full toss. He's been guilty of dragging a few down out towards extra cover. Jeremy's with us now. He's untangled himself. Tell us.
I love the idea of it's 213 without loss, and you come out after tea. The first ball's a knee-high full toss from a part-timer. I think Atkinson did a similar thing after lunch too.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's exactly right. He also started with a full toss. I'm sort of throwing it forward to England's innings, and we've got a very, very long way to go in the New Zealand innings. 214 without loss now. Bethel's second delivery is a quicker one outside the off stump, and it beats the outside edge of Devon Conway's bat. I think he's beaten him for pace there. We talked a lot about how he does bowl a particularly rapid, quicker ball. We'll get to you in a moment, Jeremy. Ben Sears, we want to know about. Ben Sears.
You've asked him about 3 times. He puts the microphone up, and then you tell us something else.
Bethel in once again. Oh, and there's an edge, is there? There's a noise. It's taken behind by Jamie Smith. There's oohs and ahs. I heard a noise. Jarrod did too, but shook his head immediately. Didn't sound right.
Both times looking to give himself room, Conway, and stepped to the leg side so he could create a stroke through square. Got to be careful of that.
Not quite sure why he's being so bold and adventurous in the first over after tea. He's a part-timer, I suppose. This time he defends, though.
He prefers the ball spinning away than spinning in, and I think some of what we've seen so far is just that. He's just readjusting, but it is weird to see someone on 94 to suddenly play every shot in the book.
He hasn't swept yet. Maybe that's coming. This time he does push it to the sweeper on the cover boundary, however. And it's Emilio Gay that trots in to do the tidying up, and Conway moves further into the 90s. 95 now, Tom Latham with Test century number 17. 110 not out. He's been quite brilliant, as Jacob Bethel's got 3 men sort of catching, saving 1 on the leg side. He's got a leg slip and a slip, and nobody saving 1 on the offside, really. There's a sweeper. And the last ball of the over is pushed away defensively by Tom Latham, and there is no run. New Zealand 215 without loss. Tell us about Ben Sears, who wasn't
just before you do though, Jeremy.
Stop it.
Ben Sears, a right arm medium fast bowler, raised in Wellington, played for the under-19s for New Zealand, also has played in the MLC. played in the Pakistan white ball series as well. You know, the franchise that they have there, Rawalpindi, something like that.
Pakistan Super League.
Okay. And he was cited by a guy called Pocknell, who was a Wellington coach early on, and he had a lot of injuries as a younger lad. He's played 2 test matches, one against Australia, in which he took 5 wickets. He got Smith out, Steve Smith, LBW, for a start. I remember that. And then he got Labuschagne and Cam Green, Mitch Marsh, and Mitchell Stark in the second innings.
Shoaib Bashir begins the second over after tea. Medium fast.
No, he's faster than that, but sort of the fast medium.
Right,
I would
okay.
say fast medium rather than medium fast.
You did say medium fast, though.
Okay, well then I'm changing my mind.
I heard he was brisker than that. Yeah, sort of mid-80s, maybe down the leg side now from Shoaib Bashir, and Jamie Smith somehow has conjured the ball onto the stumps. There's a half appeal, but not out.
I mean, I hadn't met him until this morning at breakfast. The New Zealanders are staying with all their children and well, I imagine their wives. Of course it is. Of course they are. And it was a very busy season, really, and session.
Pushed away defensively by Conway again. What did he have?
But he looked well. That's interesting. He was looking very intensely at the buffet there, and there didn't seem to be much that he agreed with. He wanted the things they'd kept behind and they hadn't brought out yet.
Here comes Bashir. Down the wicket comes Conway, and he's skied it. He's looking to go down the ground. He has gone down the ground. He didn't time it. He didn't get all of it by any means, but he's got 4. So he's cleared mid-on, but it only just trickled into the rope, and he moves on to 99.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hump, wasn't it? He came down, he decided he wanted to use his feet. The ball probably wasn't quite where he wanted it to, and he just sort of went with it anyway. A bit of more of a slog than a normal shot there. Just seeing the field change again, I think because he's on 99, although you can't tell with Ben Stokes because he changes it all the time anyway.
We'll find out in a ball or two's time what Ben Sears had for breakfast eventually. But right now, all eyes on Devon Conway on 99. 1 run away from an 8th Test 100. Bashir is into him again. He drives through the offside for 4 more. Square of the wicket on the offside. It's a delightful way to reach 100. It's his 8th Test 100, and he has worked as hard as any opener to find his form after a truly awful test for everybody pretty much at Lord's. He struggled a wee bit at the Oval, and he's just looked towards the players' area and made the rocking motion. I think he might be dedicating that one to his second child, who was born just before the Oval Test, between the Lords and the Oval Test.
Yeah, definitely. Also, maybe a new dance move, but I think it's more likely that it's the baby. Good on him. He's been struggling for a long time. I think he struggled in this innings, but he's worked his way through his problems on a very flat pitch.
Yeah, he has. You're right. He's been through difficult patches. He's absorbed pressure. He started off like a man who had found his form with a couple of cover drives to get off the mark. He then went through a couple of dry patches where the timing seemed to desert him for no apparent reason. But gosh, he has been super value for that, Jeremy. Super value for an 800.
I think the shots that I'll remember will be the drives, generally square, and also later on some punches and steers and those kinds of things. But he's found a way not to get the hands way ahead of himself, and he's letting the ball come to him a lot more. So I think as he's gone on, he's tended to play a little better.
We were talking about this before, Jeremy. There's an element of he's like a puppet, that there's 2 sets of puppeteers sometimes. One is doing his body and the other one does his hands, and they don't quite work in. And through the innings, he's brought his hands back to be part of the overall package. I know that's going to sound very weird if you've never played cricket, but if you have played cricket, you know what I mean, where sometimes your hands sort of work independently of your other movements. And it's probably Conway's biggest issue as a player. It's why he plays on so much, because his hands are outside the line when they don't need to be.
But but he's got a really good environment to score here, where the ball isn't moving so much. He can play the initial line easily. It's not really seamed a lot either, and the pitch is such that the bowlers, once you strive to try and go and take a wicket and bring the stumps into play, you're a little bit full, and so you do provide the opportunity for the batsman to get driven.
Josh Tongue is into the attack after 1 over from Jacob Bethel, and it's played away defensively by Tom Latham. Fruit salad and yogurt, or was it cereal?
No, he was waiting for some kind of eggs.
I don't. The answer to your question, if you want a quick answer, is I don't know, because he stood at the buffet and he was regarding it with suspicion, no doubt about that in my mind, and ordered something special. And then I saw him hurrying away to his room. I don't know whether he wanted to eat with others, whether there's some particular eating issue that he has.
Flicked away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for a single.
And by that I mean not what he's eating, but throwing things perhaps around himself.
I think he
or
might have
onto
gone
the
for something with chocolate chip in it. He didn't want
I
anyone to
don't
know.
I think he was just waiting for the egg chef to...
No, the eggs were there.
Oh.
The eggs were there. You had several choices with eggs. You could actually get an omelette as well, if you wanted.
Well, if he didn't have breakfast, then at least he had the option of a dry piece of chicken with some cold al dente vegetables at lunch today. Or maybe the players don't get what we got.
Are you complaining about the free food again?
No, not at all. There's a slip in a gully for Conway now, as Brooke is at slip, Bethel in the gully, Joe Root is at leg slip, or wide leg slip I should say. Conway does play defensively on the back foot, just nudges it away on the onside.
I think this is the first time we've really seen the proper leg side field. It's not the full Neil Wagner spread field, but they've got the square leg just in front of the umpire, the 2 fielders on back, and then they've also got this leg gully position, which they've done a lot today. Whose children were the worst behaved?
Is it true that there are like 16 or something?
Yeah, there's a lot. They hire, there's a particular person who comes to look after them and take the children away. So, near us.
Like an au pair?
Yeah, well,
travelling au pair?
Or a kid?
She's responsible for them.
Tongue in, down the leg side. Conway looks to help it on its way, hits him on the pad, is fielded by Root at leg
I
slip.
think perhaps because mums that can then enjoy for a moment or two, or for
a glass
half
of
an
Prosecco.
hour. I don't know what they do.
If you're in a box at the cricket and you've got 16 kids around, it's probably hard to actually concentrate on anything. So it's probably just to make it easier for everyone, right?
I think that's a possibility. It's one
but
of the reasons.
you haven't said whose children were worst behaved.
I don't know, because I only sat near Tom Latham's family, and there were moments. There were moments, but
Tongue in again, punched away by Conway on the leg side. It was full and straight and in at the pads, and I have to say that it looked like a bit of a throwdown, with that disrespect meant towards Josh Tongue, and he's just whipped it away through the leg side for 4.
And that's what Tom did too. He whipped one of these children away, and he took it for a little bit of a run around and that sort of thing. So I thought to myself, well, I wonder how you're going to go today, and how you're thinking about your batting.
Children make you alert, though, don't you? You know, he's on his toes the whole day. He was prepared.
How is Grandad, Rod Latham? Is he still? What's he up to these
he's
days?
down. Well, last I saw of him, he was in Canterbury.
Driven now by Conway up towards wideish mid-off, and there's no run. It's gone straight to the fielder, Captain Ben Stokes. So the over comes to an end. 57 gone, 228 without loss.
Because you knew Rod. You called his first, and only Test 100, yes.
In Bulawayo, at the Queen's Sports Club in Bulawayo in 1993. It was memorable as an innings for his reaction afterwards. He was very emotional. He said, I've had some great sporting moments in my life. Played Ranfurly Shield, good rugby player. I think never gave up cricket, but I think rugby was his primary sporting endeavour for much of his career, and he was very emotional scoring a Test 100. It meant so much to him.
Played in the 1992 World Cup, if you remember, for New Zealand as well.
I don't remember
When it
that.
was-
I don't
it
remember
was the
that.
end of
No,
the
I
squad.
don't.
Oh, he bowled little medium paces
Ah.
as well. you
That
know.
doesn't narrow it down in New
Tu-
Zealand.
Turning the light switch on though, but it had a peculiar action.
Short and wide and cut as Bashir offers it a bit of width to Latham, and it's fielded at backward point by Ben Duckett, so no further addition. 228 with that. Where did he bat?
He was higher in the order, up in the order.
Because
Great Batch opened.
Yes, he did. That was the series. That's right.
Martin Crowe was 3.
Yep.
So he would have opened or batted 4
I
or
think
5?
opened. We could look that up.
clipped away by Latham for another single. Latham really, really looks dug in now. He's just so unlikely. He looks, I should say, so unlikely to make a mistake. He's very happy to take singles and spend time at the non-strikers end. Conway's 107, Latham's 112. Their partnership is 229. Short from Bashir. That's a little bit of a drag down, and that's a gift, and it's pulled away for 4 by Devon Conway. He could have done with that on 97 or 98, but no, he's got it on 107, and he's raced up to 111. That was a long hop, and it's hammered through mid-wicket.
He's looked a lot more aggressive though, hasn't he? We see him come down when he was on 95 and hit Bashir over the top. He tried to do it against Bethel. They just had 4 guys out on the leg side. He flicked one between them for 4. So I think he's decided that he wants to cash in this session. Maybe seeing it a little bit better now.
3 men catching on the offside, kind of one at, well, both at extra cover really. Joe Root, the squarer of the 2, Bethel alongside him straighter. Ben Stokes a wee bit deeper at mid-off, but there's also a slip in place, Harry Brook, and a backward point, and a man sweeping on the cover boundary. So 5-4 offside field as Shoaib Bashir is up to the crease again, gives that one some air, and Conway is forward defending 233 without loss.
So Latham was the one in that World Cup who was dropped for Great Batch. So it was John Wright,
Correct.
opening with
Yes.
Great Batch. And
In the first game against Australia.
Yep. Sorry, yeah, the first game was John Wright and Latham
That's it.
with Andrew Jones at 3, and then that's when Martin Crowe played the incredible knock, which he did again later in the tournament as well.
Here is Bashir again, and gives that one a nice loop as it is defended by Conway. I've always wondered, going back to the 92 World Cup, whether there was a story behind an unknown story or a largely unspoken about or unwritten story behind Deepak Patel's use as an opening bowler, because it was groundbreaking. I mean, I know that Jarrod will come up with some kind of precedent from years earlier, but in a mainstream tournament it was like a bit of an eye-opener.
Well, we'd certainly never seen it outside of Asia, and even in Asia it hadn't really been done all that much. The white ball swung so much, right? So you use that. I talked to Martin about it years later, and his theory was that most opening batters weren't very good against spin, and they specifically couldn't start against spin. So he figured that he would trap them on the crease with Deepak Patel, who he thought was particularly good, and Deepak did really well. I think in the semi-final that they lost, Deepak doesn't open the bowling, and it was because Martin Crowe was off the field. Jeremy might remember, it might have been John Wright who might have been the stand-in captain, unless it was Rutherford. I can't remember who was the standing captain there, but they completely went away from Martin Crowe's plan. He'd made the 100 and then went off the field because he had knee issues and spent the whole time in the dugout swearing that they weren't following his plan, and then obviously Inzamam played that brilliant innings to win the game.
Yeah, John Wright was the captain.
He was the stand-in, was he?
Yes.
Yeah. I can tell you that about 30 years later, Martin Crowe had not forgiven him for those decisions.
I remember at the time thinking, well, hang on, why isn't he opening the bowling? He's done it throughout the tournament and done it really well. So you've answered that for me. Here is Josh Tongue up to the crease now, and Latham wants back and across, nudges it away out towards mid-wicket. I do admire Latham so much for his unrufflability. Nothing disturbs the surface. Nothing disturbs him underneath either. He's in this kind of mood.
So is that the only father and son you've called hundreds on? The Redmonds? They both make hundreds? Rodney certainly did.
Yes, but I didn't call
Either of them?
Done it. No, there's been a few
You
other.
didn't call Stuart Broad and Chris Broad?
Yes, I would have done. Yeah.
Did you call Stuart Broad's 100 though? Probably not.
No. But I did. I did many games with Chris and Stuart. Many. Here's Tongue again, short and pulled through mid-wicket. Latham has fetched that from some distance outside the off stump actually, but Tongue is wilting under the sun, and there was no pace on it, so he's able to pull it easily through mid-wicket.
You wouldn't have done the Mandrakers. The first Mandraker would have been beyond your time. Chandrapal? Have you done Little Chandrapal?
No, not 100. The first one would have been Alan and Mark Butcher.
You called both their hundreds, or in first class cricket?
First class cricket. Yeah. We don't have to narrow it down to Test cricket only.
I'm trying to think if there's any other Rutherfords, Hamish and Ken. Ken didn't make a lot of hundreds, I suppose.
Well, he did playing for Transvaal, which is where he finished his career. Became a bit of a legend at the Wanderers. Latham 114, Conway 111. Josh Tongue, none for 41.
So we're going with proper Wagner field. We've got no mid-off now. We've got a deep mid-wicket in place, deep backward point. So bumper time, everybody.
I bet Josh Tongue's really excited about having to run in and bowl bouncers now at 20 past 4 on,
well, I mean,
day one.
With the lack of pace he has on his normal delivery, he might not be able to actually get a bouncer.
Well, I think he's going to have to bowl long hops, isn't he? And just hope that there's an error that comes from Conway or Latham. We've got on the offside a gully and a deep backward point. Bouncer sways out of the way of it, does Latham. He's not going to make a mistake. Latham's not going to make a mistake.
There's pace on that one, though.
It's interesting, though, that they've chosen that end to bowl from, that you've gone to the shorter side. Now, whether they're trying to encourage them to have a go and say, come on, you can do that, you can hit a 6 there, rather than hitting to the wider side.
It's quite a pocket, though, isn't it, this particular bit?
The finer you come,
so
yes, absolutely.
Maybe that's what they're thinking, that the top edge will be finer. But you're right.
It's got to be part of the enticement, surely. Hit to the shorter side. It is short, and it is pulled, though, all the way along the ground. Very nicely done. Fielded down there in the deep by Gus Atkinson. They've gone through for a single. I'd be amazed if Tom Latham made a mistake here. He'd rather duck and weave and swerve rather than take on a ball that's too high or not the right line for the shot. Conway 111, Latham 115. 236 without loss. That test match, the Ashes test match of 1989, when Jeff Marsh and Mark Taylor put on 301, was the only time in test history that the openers have batted through the first day of a test match without losing a wicket. Only time. Could happen a second time. Short, pulled by Conway. Out to Atkinson again, this time in front of square, and they go through for another easy single. 237 for none.
You just mentioned more. You must have called Jeff and or Sean and or Mitch's hundreds. You've definitely called a Sean Marsh one, because it was the first test I ever called with you.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Wait, was that? Did he make 100 more at Pretoria?
He made 3 in a row, didn't he? So I think that was the second, yeah.
So would you have called a Jeff Marsh 100?
I'd have to think about that.
Didn't make a lot of runs in Test cricket, Jeff Marsh. More one-day cricket was his.
Yes, yeah, well, exactly. But let's stick to first class or Test. Here's Tongue again, bowls another bouncer, and Latham doesn't like the look of that one. Too wide. No, sways out the way, limbos backwards, and it passes harmony into the gloves of Jamie Smith. 237 without loss. 59 overs gone. Latham 115, and Devon Conway 112. What would the atmosphere be like in the New Zealand dressing room at the moment, Jeremy? Would there be people sitting in their superstitious positions and not moving, or would they be fast asleep?
I don't know this team to that extent. If it was the team that I played in, there would be probably some doing that. I think in the first innings it's a little bit different than chasing, in a fourth innings and trying to get down to win the game. then you do get more of that, and you also get usually the whitening on the wall, against the brick wall or whenever you like, and marking off the lines. Line time for a line time. Franco wasn't in the team, but he was given the job. I remember chasing quite a low total. Sometimes though the hardest to get those low
Then would they
totals.
cross off what, 10 at a time?
10 at a time. They were 10s, those ones.
Mm.
Yep.
Shoaib Bashir is into Conway. He's got a slip in. Down the wicket he comes. He's gone big. He's gone wide and handsome over mid-wicket. I don't know whether it's gone all the way. Oh, it certainly has. It's got 6. Used his feet. Nice little quick 2-step, or 1.5 steps anyway. Got to the pitch of it, and he's hoisted that over mid-wicket pretty handsomely. Oh, it was a full toss. He turned it into a full toss. I didn't spot that immediately.
To be honest, I was watching him just before the ball, and I was like, I think he's going to come at this one no matter what, and he really did. But he got to it and just hoiked it away. It's good timing. As we said, since tee, he's looked to play a lot more shots.
Yeah, well, he looks like the one. If someone's going to make a mistake, it'll be him. But he might, goodness knows how many he'll have by the time he does make a mistake.
And England, again, you know, the one thing they needed from Bashir today was control. He bowled a good first spell, second spell not quite as good, but here he has struggled a bit at just keeping the ball in the right area. He's bowled a half tracker, he bowled another one down the leg side he got away with as well. And it looks like Conway really wants to go after him here. No change to the field though.
Here's Bashir, that hop and a skip at the top of his run up. Quicker one, he's fired that in. He gave the last one quite a bit of air, and that was the first 6 of the innings, wasn't it? It was, wasn't it? Yes, Conway. Yeah, no doubt about that. In the 19th over, Shoaib Bashir, none for 73 now. 243 without loss. 4 men on the offside, plus a cover boundary, a man on the cover boundary as Conway is forward, defending out towards Joe Root at short cover.
I now realise why he's played that shot as well. I didn't at the time. They've got no one out on the leg side, so they've made that decision, and that very smart cricket for him to be like, okay, well, I'm going to get to it on the full and just flip it over there. It doesn't matter where I hit it, there's no one out there.
Can miss-hit it too. Still gonna. That's whipped away through the leg side, and there's a chase on for Emilio Gay. He went initially half forward and then back onto his crease rather than into his crease, and whipped it away through the leg side for another couple. Runs flowing now.
This is going to be a very fast outfield if we get some hot days. That was really only a tuck.
If we get some hot days.
Yeah, well, but some more hot days. But it was really only a tuck, and it went 7/8 of the way to the boundary in that long outfield.
Here is Bashir once again. Oh, he does get that. There it is, edged! It's taken at slip, but did it come off the bat? Harry Brooks not sure. It's caught at slip. He's now holding his hands akimbo as if to say, I don't know. I don't know what it came off, but he's caught it, and he appealed, and the umpire's given it not out, and Ben Stokes has come rushing in from mid-off, and they've decided against the review.
Come off the pad, did it?
Boot?
Was it a toe?
Did it come off his toe?
The
Batsman's toe?
Yes, round about just above the boot. In that area there, I think that's where it's come off. It was outside leg stump.
Here's Bashir once again, whipped outside the off stump, and a beautifully delayed cut shot from Conway. Oh, he's seeing the ball so well. It was just a fraction wider, and the way he delayed the cut shot. Now, you'd be full of confidence, bristling with intent. You might be tempted to go after that one. But he didn't. He waited and played it so late. It was level with him, if not marginally behind him, and he's cut it away for 4.
Also, just it's a game within a game, and England are gambling a little bit to try and get wickets here, Jeremy. But they took the fielder in from the leg side, and it went for 6. Then it was ... 2, so 8 runs in 4 balls, and then Bashir has to bowl to a different field afterwards, and he gets hit for a boundary on the offside. So it's very hard for you to stop boundaries or runs on this wicket as it is, but when your bowlers aren't backing you up, is even worse. No, you're gone. Anyway, Jeremy was about to say one of the most prophetic things we've ever had. But
So that's the meaning of life. Behind the windowsill. As Josh Tongue is in, short delivery, and it's helped round the corner for nothing. Short pitch bowling will continue for the next 20 minutes or so, I imagine. 249 without loss. I did suggest, we did suggest to the producer that maybe Manners and Jerry and Jarrod wanted to stay on for a bit longer, but he was quite keen for us to get in. I was surprised. I was enjoying listening to those guys chat. Shall we try and open this window, producer Scott? Do you want to try and do it? Let's see if there is a breeze out there that can help us out. Short and pulled as a diving stop by Jacob Bethel. Just below us to the right at fine leg. 3 catching fielders in front of the batter on the leg side, 2 behind, and the 250 is up for New Zealand. It might be flat, it might be hot, there might not be a lot going on for the England bowlers, but boy oh boy, New Zealand have been given an opportunity and they have seized it. Concentration from both of these batters, 10 out of 10. Conway 124, Latham 116, and it's Conway facing. He's been a bit more attacking, and he takes this on, it's in the air and it's sailing over the fielder at fine leg. Another 6 from the bat of Devon Conway, and he moves to 130, and now it feels like Latham will continue on at his own pace, but Devon Conway is going to have a little bit of fun out there.
He is. He's not for 1 second trying to keep that down. He said Dean Conway, the Welsh physio from England from my time, one of the funniest blokes in the world. I reckon he could even bat on this. I reckon even Dino could bat on this wicket. But there, Conway. It was a well-directed short ball by Josh Tongue. It was high. He got the height right, but Conway, the form he's in at the moment, just comfortably hit for 6.
Yeah, I didn't see the pace. Short again, swatted and dropped. Dropped by Ben Duckett at square leg. I don't know how much of the ball he got a hand to. The reaction of Josh Tongue is one of a bowler who feels that catch should have been taken. Conway taking the short ball on again. He got a little bit of a toe end to it, and Ben Duckett gets maybe a fingertip to it, but it seems like he was a little bit slow to get going.
I think the reaction from Stokes, who's next to him, and the reaction from Tongue is the disappointment that he dropped the catch, because I don't think he's catching that. But I think it was the reaction of him. He was very, very slow to react, and I just wonder from Ben's point of view, this is not the greatest ground to. I think the umpires are having a word about the height of either the height of the last bouncer or the ball doesn't fit through the. This could be a bonus for England. I think it's the ball. I think it's the ball being out of shape. So this could be a bonus for England, especially if they're going to go down the short ball tactic and they get a harder ball. But Trent Bridge is not the best ground visually for catching in the outfield. I always felt here more in the shorter format, in the 50 over format. But it's very, very difficult when the ball goes into the crowd. And I would imagine, John, at square leg there, Ben Duckett's thinking that's coming a lot harder than it actually was, because he clocked it, didn't he? He didn't quite get it, did Devon Conway. So because of that, it's possibly just looped to Ben Duckett, and he hasn't quite reacted quick enough, and he hasn't getting the second, like a goalkeeper would, wouldn't he? Goalkeeper going to the far corner, he gets 2 little strides in, then leaps. It looked as though Ben got startled a little bit, and then wasn't being able to get his footwork right to then go again to try and catch it. So I'm not looking to make an excuse. I'm just trying to, trying to see what possibly could have happened, why Ben Duckett didn't get across, because the ball wasn't going that hard towards him at square leg.
Yeah, I think you've got that pretty much nailed on there, Harmy. Slow to get moving, wasn't expecting the ball to come to him, and when he realised it was a kind of a treading water kind of movement, wasn't it? He was like, oh no, and he's put a couple down in the series already. So yeah, a little moment going the way of New Zealand, and the little moments really from a game perspective as much as anything. And of course I probably would, I'm saying that as an Englishman, but you know, can you see a result on this track here? Harmy, I mean, half an hour after tea on day one is not the time you want to be asking that question, but can you see either side taking the 20 wickets they need?
I don't see the bowling attack from New Zealand taking the 20 wickets unless it goes really, really spin sharp and Santner towards day 4 and day 5. But
which could happen.
Which could happen. I can see England making a mess of it once, but I can't see them making a kamikaze mess of it twice.
Here is Joss Tongue, and it's going to be 4 more. This time from the bat of Tom Latham, who takes on another short delivery, 2 boundaries in the over, and Harry Brook at a kind of leg side gully, or leg side gully, didn't even move.
Yeah,
He's managed to pull that between Brook and Duckett at square leg, and who's that out at deep square leg?
Atkinson's at deep square leg.
It was in the air for a bit. Well, they're taking it on then.
Why wouldn't you?
Well, if you're ever going to take the short ball
yeah.
on, you're going to take it on at 60 overs in when you're 260 without loss, right? You'd think, on a track like this, at a ground like this. Goes again, it's in the air, and this is just going to drop short of Jacob Bethel running in from fine leg. Maybe they shouldn't take it on. Seen more chances in the last over than we have the entire day.
But you're also thinking, if it's our day and it's our luck, then just keep going. Because when I cloth it, it's dropping short, and when I nail it, it's going either for 4, because it's gone. I've nailed it between fielders, or I've hit it for 6. So I think while the luck's going your way like this, you just keep going. If I was New Zealand, I'd keep going. Can I see a result forced? Of course I can, because this ground is so quick scoring. Because it's so quick scoring, I can see you can still see that just about a result where England are still in the game. You know, you judge a wicket when both teams have had a bat on it. 20 wickets. That's going to be the challenge of one team getting bowled out for maybe 110. What I would say about Trent Bridge, sometimes, if it is dry and it does get cracked, it does get uneven. It does roll along the floor here. It does. The cracks open up, and if I've not been out on the surface, but if there's any sort of cracks out there and the green grass get, I mean the green grass is all but gone now, but if the grass does get burnt off, all of a sudden, if the cracks open up, you can get a mad 45 minutes where the ball does go along the floor.
I mean, you only have to go back to the last time these two teams played here, as Atkinson coming in, and that's a short delivery, good diving stop at square leg from Ben Duckett, prevents a single. 262 without loss then here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. New Zealand winning the toss, deciding to bat first, and both Tom Latham and Devon Conway have gone past 100. Yeah, New Zealand made 553 in first innings, and England won by 5 wickets. So, I mean, don't have to go back in time that far, do you?
No, you don't. And that literally went to the last ball, didn't it? That was the last throws of the last session. So we could be in for 5 good days here.
Yeah, we could. Round the wickets comes Atkinson, and this is just a touch too short. That test match was terrific for the reason it's very, very rare that at tea on day 5 you can be in the canteen and nobody knows what's going to happen. All 4 results are still there, and then within half an hour of that final session, Johnny Bairstow had won the game for England. It was
blistering,
it was
wasn't it?
ridiculous. Matt Henry dropping short, and Bairstow just hitting the ball into the stands time and time again. Short again. Latham will take a single to final leg. A comfortable pace. Atkinson, I'm not sure Archer's latter speeds. Atkinson, the fastest bowler consistently in the match so far for England?
I think so, yeah, I would say so. He started, it looked as though he started off with that point to prove. You know, that the nightclub incident and missing last week. It looked as though he had in for that first 4 or 5 overs. And then once that 4 or 5 over spurt had stopped, it looked as though he had put all that in, because his next spell was really powder puff. There wasn't a great deal there. This one has been a little bit better, but he's bowling to a short ball plan, so he's got to finish his action off.
Bit wider in the crease this time, and it's Devon Conway just pushing this out to mid-wicket, no run.
What I'd say about that game, John,
More than 1 wicket had fallen before tea on day 1.
No, there was a lot better bowlers in that game than there were in this game.
Well, I mean, look at New Zealand's Tim Southey. He went for 0 for 154. Trent Bolt What a miss to New Zealand he's been, and just to cricket fans all around the world.
100%.
Matt Henry won for 128. Jamieson was expensive. Michael Bracewell was bowling for New Zealand. He's ruled himself out of the Test arena, I think, now. Atkinson again, short again, and Latham pulls this. Oh, that's a good shot. There's a fielder at deep backward square. There's a man at cover on the deep point boundary, and Devon Conway, has managed to pull that with such timing and pace that it's beaten both of them, and they both had a good run up as well. And listen to England's bowlers at 2022: Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, Ben Stokes, and Matthew Potts. He had a really fantastic summer, didn't he, in 2022?
Yeah, huge summer. He got a lot of wickets for Durham, propelled Durham to the top end of Championship. I think he won. Did he win Player of the Year? He won one of the Players of the Year, Cricket Writers or something, Player of the Year that year. Got his debut at Lords.
Atkinson, this is on the pads and just played fine by Conway. End of the over, 267 without loss.
He bowled there last week, the week before as well, and he got 8 for in that game against Derbyshire. He's tough time for him in the winter in Matt Potts. I think he'd have been, if I was Pottsy, I mean, I've been in this situation before, John, when I remember having a conversation with one of my former captains who's been very vocal this week, Michael Vaughan, when England picked Pattinson in the summer of 2007, I think it was, or 2008, when they didn't pick me or Hoggard off the back of that New Zealand trip. And I think Matt Potts might have been in a similar situation, having Ben Stokes in his dressing room over this last week, basically saying, come on, why have you picked Henry Cookram and you haven't picked me? Because England don't like looking back, but I think somewhere like Matt Potts in English conditions, although he got a bit of a stiff one in the winter in Australia and Sydney, I think 8 for, I think I would have picked him last week.
Here is Bashir, and this is played along the ground just to fielder on the deep square boundary for another single. Shoaib Bashir back into the attack, so he's replacing Josh Tongue. Ben Stokes really chopping and changing a bit now, isn't he? He's got a slip in place and a leg slip, with Ben Duckett at fairly deepish backward point to the left hander Latham, who pulls this for 4. Bashir starting to leak some runs now. He's approaching 100 of his own. 84 from his 19.2 overs, and he looks like he's cramping up a bit as well. I saw one of the outfielders looking like suffering from cramp. That was just a bit of a drag down. There's some turn there, but from too short of the crease. This is Fuller as he overcompensates, and that's a laboured run from Atkinson at mid-wicket, and Latham comes back for a second. Starting to look painful for England out there. They really have tried to keep a lid on things all day. Conditions that are too weighted in favour of the batters. The moments have gone New Zealand's way. The half chances have not gone England's. And now New Zealand are cashing in as Bashir is in. And this is just defended by a resolute straight bat of Tom Latham. Just goes through a few stretches of his own. And we're not used to these kind of conditions in England. The Kiwis a little bit more used to things. Latham again defends, pushes this out, and at no stage today have England managed to get into the Tom Latham bubble. Conway on a couple of occasions has started to look a little edgy, and he's just been a little bit more attacking, so I feel like you've got a bit more of a chance there, as this is steered comfortably, and it's exactly what I'm talking about. All the time in the world, waits for the ball to come to him. Point is back on the boundary. There's a gap there, no turn, and Latham just eases that through the gap and completes another single.
Yeah, I agree with him, and I think to put a little bit more meat on the bones with that. Not having a go at the England bowling attack. It's flat. It's hot conditions. Yeah. So I think Latham's been able to play the way he plays. For the simple fact is England haven't had the discipline of putting 4, 5, 6 balls in a consistent place. They've always been trying to strive for that one wicket ball, and what that tends to do on a surface like this and a ground like this, it just releases pressure.
It's Atkinson, and has he been caught down the leg side?
Dropped.
Oh, you are kidding me. Jamie Smith, has he put down a chance behind the stumps? I think he has.
I think he has, you know. I think he's nicked this. I think he's got a little glove on it. Did he get out this way at the Oval?
He got out this way at the Oval. First wicket of the series. Oh, no, it was Conway who... Oh, yeah. That's as regulation of chances you will ever see, Harmy. And Jamie Smith's caught everything.
Oh, he has. He's nicked it. He's got a bottom glove on it. And to be fair to Smith, he has looked all right behind the stumps. It didn't wobble either. He's not laid a mitt on it. It's gone straight through everything, hit him in the gut.
Atkinson again, short again, and no run there. Drilled to Brook, I think. Passing this.
Bethels it behind square.
Oh,
Fisher, I don't think.
How's your luck, England?
I don't think Brooks on the field, is he? Oh, Brooks at fine leg. Fisher's on the field for somebody. It looks like it might be Joff. Is it Joffre? No, Joffre's at third.
Yeah, Joffre's at third. Atkinson short, and Latham takes it on. It's a chase for the fielder, and it's the ball that's going to win. Can only have 2 men behind the stumps on the leg side, and that drop. Oh, England! I can't believe it. I honestly can't believe it. Smith has caught everything, and that was down the leg side. It was a little glove, possibly off the inside edge of the bat. Either way, it went straight to Smith, and it's almost like he's taken his eye off it.
And he's not close either. He's
No.
far enough back to see it coming a long way.
It's not moved. It's maybe just a drop in concentration. Short, taken on again by Latham. It's very difficult to commentate on this. It's very difficult to see where the ball's going. As the ball is thrown in, and nobody's backing up. Suddenly there's a miscommunication between the two batters because they think there's overthrows, and then Latham's had to be sent back.
Yeah, Harry Brooks thrown it to the non-striker's end, of which Matt Fisher's backing up the wicketkeeper because there's not many people on the offside, and he's had to hurl himself round. Is it Josh Tongue that's off? No, Shoaib's getting some treatment, but he's on the field still. Josh Tongue's off.
Here's Atkinson, and this is just tucked away by Devon Conway towards mid-wicket. Dot ball to... Oh no, Atkinson's got one more. So some of the bowlers are going through running repairs. Some of the fielders look like they're suffering from cramp. Smith's just put one down. Someone's larking about. Harry Brook. In and amongst this, New Zealand are 281 without loss.
They're having a go at everything. I mean, why wouldn't you? When the luck's going your way like this, Conway and Latham, if you're getting short balls, just keep going at them.
Short again, and it just dropped short of the fielder who throws the ball at the non-striker's end, but Conway's in, and now Conway looks like he's walking gingerly. 282 without loss. New Zealand batting first, and Ben Stokes is having a bit of a joke and a laugh about it all. It is getting a touch farcical out there, isn't it?
It is. Just nothing's going for England. I mean, it's so frustrating, and at some point you just, as a captain and as bowling unit, you just want the end of the day to come, and we'll worry about tomorrow when it comes, because you just go, well, there's nothing much we can do about it. We're trying our absolute best to get a breakthrough, to make something happen. I mean, asking bowlers to bowl short ball tactic on this wicket, in this heat, and it's just dropping short. It's just going either side. They're creating the chance. It's not coming for them. Could be one of them days where nothing happens and then they get 5 wickets first up tomorrow morning.
Down the track. Down the track comes Devon Conway. And this is smashed over long on for 6. Conway has had enough of Shoaib Bashir. They were quite polite early on, but now they feel like they're overstaying their welcome.
Yeah, I mean, Conway's now, he's looking at that short side. You know, to the leg side, to the mid-wicket leg side boundary, it can only be 50 yards, if that, on the angle, on the corner. It's obviously it's a little bit longer straight. Archer's gone back out into the deep, but if you're Conway now and the way things have gone, the short balls that's coming and the balls that's dropping short, you know, your partner's just been dropped, everything going your way. I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you be coming down a wicket and trying to hit? Because when things are going your way like this, cash in, boys, cash in.
Here's Bashir again, and this time it's defended. Producer Scott coming up with the good stuff.
Absolutely.
Couple of biscuits and a hot steaming cup of coffee. That's what we need right now, a bit of sugar and a bit of caffeine.
Yeah, I set off at 5:15 this morning. I need a bit more than others.
Here's Bashir, touch flatter, and pushed away by Conway. It was 144 not out. 288 without loss. I'll read you out a tweet that our friend Cameron Ponsonby. Down the track again! It just dropped short of mid-off. No one out on day one, says Cameron Ponsonby. If anything, England are respecting the curfew too much.
Absolutely. Very good, Cam. Very good. And sometimes in this situation as a bowler, you just have to laugh.
Well, I think that's what England are doing now, aren't they? Forward and pushed out to to cover. 288 without loss. The eagle-eyed viewers on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel would have no doubt picked up on the fact that I started commentating that 6 with the microphone on the table. You didn't see, did you?
No, I didn't see, no.
That's why I called it twice.
All right.
Here's Bashir. Ainu's not been caught. He's been hit on the bounce back to the bowler. And that's the end of the over. Over number 65. Second new ball due in 15.
I thought that was out. I thought he turned around and walked off. I thought he was turning around to walk off. I thought that was out.
I think we're all reaching a delirium.
Yeah. It's drinks. I just thought he's chipped that back. He turned around and started walking towards. I think he must have thought that the high vis was one of England's. I mean, as a bowling unit, I've been in this situation many times before, more often than not in Australia with a Kookaburra ball. And you have one of them days where, I mean, Brisbane 380 for 1 when Ponton smashed it, I think, 2006, many times. And then you come up the next morning, you bowl 2 rank long hops in the square cut, 1 to backward point, and then the pick up pull 1 straight up in the air goes to square leg, and all of a sudden you pick 2 up, 2 wickets up, you know, very cheaply, and you just want this day to end. Get out of the day as quickly as you possibly can, because everything you try just goes against you. You rock up tomorrow morning, you bowl a spell which is completely worse than it was today, and you pick up a couple of wickets. That's just the game. It's the way it is. But it's about sticking together, and I think, by and large, John, I think England have stuck together. They've had their plan, their angles, whatever. You know, it's a bit of a lotch on the leg side and where you are in the field, because, like you said before, you can only have 2 men behind square on the leg side, so you've got to have everybody in a position to think, right, you're guessing a lot of it, and hope that Latham and Conway take it on. And they did take it on, but unfortunately for England, it's either dropped short, gone in the gap, gone flying past a fielder, or not quite get to a fielder in Jacob Bettle or Ben Duckett's eyes, and it just becomes frustrating. And then towards the end, as a bowler, you just have to laugh and say, I wasn't good enough today, I'll be better tomorrow.
Johnny Cake says, this is the most biased commentary I've ever heard. There's nothing unlucky about that drop catch. What am I listening to? Did I say unlucky? I don't think we said it was unlucky. It was a terrible drop, Jamie Smith.
No, I don't think
Wasn't
we said
unlucky,
it
was
was
it?
unlucky. I think
If
we
I did say unlucky, I'll take it back. It wasn't unlucky. It was a bad drop.
I wouldn't say it was. I don't think we were saying it was unlucky. We were. I think it was more the. We were more surprised that he's caught everything today, and he's kept very, very well today. And this one chance that got a little flick off the glove has managed to get anything on it. I mean, he wasn't unlucky. He didn't even. Does it go down as an attempt? He didn't even get a hand on it. Hit him straight in the midriff.
The Fitness Project says, what is Harmison talking about? England are being spanked.
Well, they're being spanked. I'm not saying they're not being spanked. I'm just saying as a bowling unit, they've got a plan of the short ball trying their hardest. The ball's just missing fielders. You've got 6 fielders on the leg side. The ball's either going just over the top of them, just short of them, or just the side of them. You know, on another day, if they take the same shots on 4 or 5 times, you get ball to hand. It happens. It happens.
The Fitness Project says,
But they are getting spanked.
They are, but they
It's
do
Trent
always
Bridge.
say. You do always say, yeah, let's see how they bat.
It is, but it is Trent Bridge.
Watch how the other two bat. I mean, if England are all out for 250,
Yeah, I can see England. I can see this game going. New Zealand getting 550, 600. England kamikaze style getting 250, getting bowled out. Then they have to make them follow on because there'll be no time left in the game. Then England get 400 or 500.
Atkinson continuing as with the short ball, and this is drop short of square leg.
This is Trent Bridge though.
A random person, 3840, says, at this rate, they won't get out. They'll just grow old and retire before they get close to getting out. All in One channel says England will struggle. They'll not bat 100 overs in the game. That's actually a pretty good point. England don't bat for very long.
If they bat for 100 overs on this, they'll get 550.
Maybe, but maybe New Zealand will get 750. Short again. This is quite wide though, and is that Brooke running in?
Bethel.
Is it Bethel at square leg? And there's no run. Latham 134, Conway 144. We've got Atkinson bowling at one end, and Bashir. What are they going to do about Bashir? Because are they just going to try and burgle one? That's what they did last year, didn't they?
Did last year against, that was against Zimbabwe.
Atkinson short and swing and a miss. King Niz says Harmison as usual, supporting his mate Ben Stokes. Try not to be biased for England game. I mean, I'm not being funny, but I've heard you be critical about Ben Stokes probably too much.
Yeah, in this last fortnight I have. Yeah, I think I have. I'll tell you what I wouldn't like to see. He's messing about. I was going to say something else there. Harry Brook is messing about with fine leg, and he keeps having a conversation with Jacob Bethel in between balls.
Yeah.
He's 20 yards in from the boundary. This would finish England's day off if the ball goes over his head, one bounce four.
Atkinson, that's a full delivery, and it is beautifully punched through extra cover and away to the boundary for 4. Surprised me, but it didn't surprise the man at the crease with 138 next to his name. 292 without loss.
Without sounding biased and trying to stick up for England bowlers, I could see what Atkinson was trying there. Tom Latham's, there's another man come to the leg side, so 6 now on the leg side, maybe 7, 6 now on the leg side, and he took a backward step. He went outside leg stump, so Atkinson might be thinking he's going to try and uppercut him over point, so he's gone for the full ball.
Atkinson short delivery, and this is pulled to one of the 6 men on the leg side, where it's fielded. All in One channel says we'll definitely have a result in the game. This won't be a draw. And Abby says New Zealand have the better spinner, and I think that's true.
Yeah, I agree with you, Abby. I do think they have got the better spinner. I was worried about their batting unit finishing at 6 and having a long tail, but this has definitely worked in New Zealand's favour, having that frontline spinner in Mitch Santner.
Short and left alone. We have an Aussie listening in Hanoi. And Rocky Fox, this is another good point. Rocky Fox 1673 says this wicket is worse than Lord's. At least we were entertained during the Lord's Test. I think the criticism of this pitch will certainly be quite loud if we get to the end of day 3 and England are, halfway through their first innings.
A bit like what we were just talking about before. And it is a good point, Rocky, that this pitch, is it too flat? We'll see what happens when obviously England bat on it, but the scorecard from a few years ago when when Bazball started, them bowling units on a flat pitch looked as though they could get 20 wickets. Are we gonna criticise this pitch for being too flat because the bowling units on this surface aren't good enough to get 20 wickets? There's two different elements towards that. It's a fast scoring ground. Trent Bridge is renowned for big scores, fast scoring ground. But if you bowl well on here, you can get wickets.
Shoaib Bashir, 7 away from an unwelcome century to go with the very welcome ones from Tom Latham and Devon Conway, is bowling, and this is pushed out to cover, no run. This is New Zealand's best opening stand versus England. Previous took place in 1930 between Dempster and Mills at Wellington. As Devon Conway carves this through the offside. There's a fielder on the cover boundary though. Now, I believe that Mills is Jack Mills, and he shared in an opening partnership which lasted, yes, that's right, Manners, which lasted for the best part of 80 years. And it took place in New Zealand's second ever test, and it was Jack Mills' first test for New Zealand. He is one of 12 New Zealanders with a test century on debut. It's defended by Tom Latham, who's opening the batting for New Zealand. What a toss to win, eh? Blimey O'Reilly. Here's Bashir, and this is just played fine. There is one other thing that we should mention, and that is, of course, whilst this pitch and the conditions may not change that much, the weather will. And
It's going to be warm tomorrow.
It'll be warm tomorrow when New Zealand are batting,
Yeah.
and I think it won't be cold on days 3, 4, 5, but I think there's going to be a little bit of rain and cloud cover. Here's Bashir, and down the track, and this is forced through mid-wicket. Chase on for Jofra Archer, who actually fields quite effectively with his left boot just in front of the boundary. As that Latham moves to 140. It's felt like Devon Conway has been the more aggressive of the two batters, but actually they're going at an almost identical strike rate. 145 from 206 from Conway, 140 from 198 from Latham. And New Zealand 5 away from 300, and they've yet to lose a wicket. There'll be more runs here, just a single to mid-wicket again, where it's fielded. Bashir now has gone for 97, and it's been a while since he bowled a maiden.
Yeah, the cloud cover might change it a little bit, because this is a swinging ground. If you talk about the what you need to play here at Trent Bridge from a bowler's point of view, and the characteristics you need to bowl a little bit fuller than you get. No value for bowling short here. You bowl that little bit fuller, and as the test match goes on, you get straighter and straighter. So into day 3, into day 4, and all of day 5, you're going to be going from outside off stump onto off stump and straighter, for the simple fact is it gets lower and lower. It tends not to go up here, it tends to go down. It scuffs, it's very abrasive, it's hard on the feet. I mean, the bowlers later on tonight will be, I mean, from like that feet point of view, it is here in Old Trafford, very, very abrasive on your feet, hence why there's a lot of reverse swing at both grounds. But it's a very, very quick scoring ground, and You know, you've got to try and somehow build some patience and stem the tide.
Jacob Bethel's bowling. I'm surprised that this is only the second over that he's bowled today, and this first ball is steered out to extra cover, or through extra cover, out to the boundary where Josh Tongue fields. I mean, the crowd have done well, haven't they, to stick around. It's been so hot today. There's cameras just picking up some people asleep. Better check they are just asleep. It is that hot. As Bethel.
Got sun cream on them.
Oh, this is in the air, and it's a top edge which has just flown over slip. Backward point was interested as well. And Devon Conway just lost his body shape there. That's a thick outside edge.
That's what I mean.
Not sure where that ball was supposed to go, but it's another 2 runs. Conway moves to 147. And New Zealand now 299 without loss on day 1 here at Trent Bridge.
That was supposed to come up here. He was trying to hit that up here. But that's what I mean, you know, talking about being biased. I mean, as a bowler, you have one of them days, and this is one of England's days. That could easily have gone to anybody's hand there.
Here is Bethel again, and this is just punched through the gap at point for a single. 300 up for New Zealand. What an effort it's been. Tom Latham and Devon Conway both approaching 150. There's been a moment of excitement from an English perspective, but boy oh boy, this has pretty much been as chanceless a partnership as you will ever hope to see. And the problem for England, it shows no sign of ending anytime soon. The only thing I'll say about Conway, though, that shot was, you know, we spoke to Rob Key for that test of time we did, the 100 he scored, 200 he scored against West Indies at Lords. As coming round the wicket now, Jacob Bethel, and this is just pushed up to him long on for a single. And Rob Key reached 100 and then he started getting a migraine, didn't he? And he just thought everything's got to go now because I can't stick around for long. That shot, and at times from Devon Conway, it's almost like he's just like, I can't do this anymore. I'm just going to thrash everything, and he's still there.
Well, he did get cramp about 3 hours ago.
Yeah, and he's continued like he's just trying to smoke everything.
That's when Keys, he got 100 in front of the Queen, didn't he?
He did, yeah. You couldn't see out of one eye.
Yeah, we were absolutely, we rinsed him for that. Yeah, test 100 at Lords in front of the Queen.
This is a little bit more loop here from Bethel, and it's pushed up to Jofra Archer. I guess he's being kept back now for the second new ball, which is 12 overs away. If New Zealand haven't lost a wicket by then, well, yeah, I'm just getting a stat from Gary Morgan, picking up on something I mentioned earlier. England have only batted over 100 overs in 13 of the 91 innings under Stokes and McCullum. But surely this is a pitch to make that 14. As Bethel is in and on the reverse, and that will be 4. Through vacant thirds, down to the boundary, and that's the end of the over. 306 without loss. Devon Conway's 149 not out. Tom Latham is 147. Change in the commentary box as well. It will be Neil Manthorp and Jarrod Kimber.
So it looks like we're getting a fun bowling change here, depending on how you look at these things. But Joe Root has the ball in his hand at the moment. To a interesting field so far. Just trying to see if they're going to bring a catcher in for him. Do you think lose the toss, bowl first, Joe Root comes on day 1? It's probably not the most embarrassing thing that's happened to them today. That'd probably be the Jamie Smith catch.
Yeah, that was awful, wasn't it? Here's Joe Root then, and starts off with a low full toss, which is the way things have worked out today. Gus Atkinson's first ball after lunch was a low full toss, and well, they applause is for Devon Conway's 150 as he clips that one down towards long on. Congratulations to Devon Conway. He's got a couple of double hundreds, 100 double 100 against England at Lord's, exactly 200, and his career best 227. Here is Root once again, and forward comes Latham, pushing that one away defensively. Conway's was a long way behind in terms of pace and runs halfway through this stand, behind Latham, but he's ahead of him now, as Latham's on 147 and clipped away out towards short mid wicket again, and there's no run. Conway's highest score 227, as I said.
He's really decided to attack since tee, though, hasn't he? So that's why he's caught up to Latham, whereas Latham, one pace Latham as they call him.
Here is Root once again, and that is nudged away square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. The highest opening partnership by anybody anywhere in a test match against England is 338. That was in 2003 at Edgbaston. Herschel, Gibbs and Graham Smith, 338. That's driven out towards extra cover, nicely fielded by tumbling Jacob Bethel, and once again there's no run. Nothing particularly wrong with being one paced in Test cricket, particularly if your pace is at Tom Latham's, which is entirely acceptable. Strike rate well above 50. The last time that visiting openers made hundreds in England in the first innings of a Test was when Graham Smith and Herschel Gibbs at Edgbaston did it. This is a tweet from Matt Roller, ESPN Cricinfo's chief cricket correspondent. I think he is now.
It's not ESPN anymore. It's just Cricinfo now. It is. It's cricinfo.com.
And of course, that you know what the consequence of that stand was.
Harmy got tired?
No, it led to the
was that Nasser?
Retirement of Nasser Hussain, who also happened to be 35. I don't think, I'm not suggesting that Ben Stokes will go the way of...
Be a weird career move for Devon Conway to suddenly become the Graham Smith England captain killer from here, wouldn't it?
The England captain slayer, yeah. So Graham Smith saw off Andrew Strauss a few years later as well. That one is tucked away, and Michael Vaughan, actually. So three scalps. That was clipped away for a single. Devon Conway moves on to 151. Latham has 147.
Since we're talking about South Africa a little bit here, I would also put in that the Jamie Smith drop reminds me of AB de Villiers dropping David Warner in, I can't remember if it was PE or Cape Town, but it was a very similar one where the ball just came through and he just didn't put his hands in the area that the ball was supposed to be in.
Bethel in once again, around the wicket, and open face, guides it away towards backward point, down towards the fielder in that position, and they go through for yet another single. The runs are just coming at, well, it's varying between a flow and a trickle, but they haven't stopped since midway through this session, and New Zealand 309 without loss. That's down the leg side from Jacob Bethel. It's a nice take from Jamie Smith. It's really hard, isn't it, to explain that drop. It's a short ball from Atkinson, pull shot from Latham, and it was basically, it should have been just straight into Jamie Smith's gloves. He took half a step to his right down the leg side.
Yeah, he was there. He got in the right spot,
and he looked absolutely shocked, stunned, like he couldn't believe it himself. Little reverse sweep now, very nicely played, really sweetly done by Devon Conway. They're going to come charging back for the second. Just the physical commitment and I don't know, the aerobic capacity of these two as well, just to keep going like this, is extremely impressive. It is from everybody out there on the field on a day like this. I don't know what the temperature has reached. Get the sense that it perhaps hasn't quite nudged the 38, 39 that was forecast. We've already had the hottest day on record in June in England. Here is Bethel once again, quicker one. Do like his quicker ball. There's no discernible change in action, and that one has beaten Conway for pace. He stepped away to cut, and it was through him and past the top edge before he quite realised what was happening. There's a man on the sweep at 45 degrees on the leg side. Man at deep square leg as well, mid-wicket, catching mid-on. And again he's beaten by pace. Conway trying to late cut that, guide it past slip. Harry Brook hasn't had a bowl today. I think it may be time for maybe not. There's no swing. There's nothing in it. There's nothing in it for anybody. The proper bowlers. So,
well, I mean, we've had Joe Root, Jacob Bethel, now we're having Ben Stokes. So we're certainly moving the fielders, the bowlers every moment. Also, we had I counted in the last session 27 fielding changes. We're almost up to 27 in this session already.
You've been counting field changes.
Yeah. You know the notebook that you're asking about before? That's what's in here.
The
I can read them out if you want.
That's obviously, yeah. That's so. You wouldn't count. So you wouldn't count a change of field from the sixth ball of a bowler's over to the start of his next over if the field was different. So it's only active during the over.
Only active during the over, or if they before the over, if they set up a field and then they change it before the ball starts. Or if I remember what the field was in the previous over, which by this point you're going to be shocked to know I do remember the fields quite well almost all day. But yeah, mostly it is the active fielding changes as they happen. And I'm also not counting the ones where they have a leg slip in for... I'll let Stokes bowl this ball.
Here he is from the member's end, and it's chopped away by Latham off the bottom edge, down into the ground. They'll go through for yet another single.
So most of today, when Bashir has bowled, they've had a leg slip for Latham and a short cover for Devon Conway, so it's the same fielder. I'm not counting that as a field change because that's two different batters with two different plans. Everything else I'm counting.
We're into the 71st over. Did you think that Ben Stokes, you didn't see him live, so maybe it didn't come across on television, but did you think that was a heat rash on his face yesterday? You would have seen footage of his captain's press conference. Here he is again outside the off stump, left alone by Devon Conway. It was interesting that Chris Stokes of the Independent wrote that he thought it might be a rash caused by the stress of the last 10 or 12 days. Looked like heat rash to me.
Does a heat rash look different than a stress rash?
Have you had a stress rash? I'm not sure I've had a stress rash.
I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what it would look like.
Well, just red. It's a rash.
Like a heat rash.
Yeah, I guess. But it was also insufferably hot in the indoor school where he had his press conference. That one is guided by Devon Conway, opens the face of the bat and runs it down to Emilio Gay at deep backward point.
Is that out the back with the squash courts?
Down below us. It's in the Radcliffe stand. But yeah, it was a warm day yesterday. I think it's even warmer today. And there was no air movement at all. And I tell you what, I wasn't the only one dripping onto the floor. And Stokes looked very, very warm. And of course, he'd just been practicing for 2.5 hours, or at least 2 hours. So no wonder he was a bit red in the face. Probably just been scratching his beard. Here he is again, and Latham opens the face of the bat, guides it away to backward point. So just the two moments of concern. The one actual dropped three, because Latham would have been LBW had England reviewed one from Bashir that was given not out. England started off very early on this morning with 3 slips against Latham, moved the third slip to leg slip, and Latham immediately edged the next ball at sort of waist height probably through third slip. So that was the moment, and then he was dropped. Here is Stokes again, bowls to Latham again, just drops it down on the offside square of the wicket towards cover point, sets off for the single, and that is 150 for the New Zealand captain Tom Latham. They're neck and neck virtually. Conway 154, Latham 151. Absolutely outstanding. He 17 Test hundreds puts him alongside Martin Crowe. Only 2 players have scored more hundreds for New Zealand. Kane Williamson's 33 Test hundreds and 19 from Ross Taylor. It's Stokes in once more, a little short outside the off stump, chopped away by Conway to deep backward point. Again, Emilio Gay. It's just to run a ball, if not more, for the Black Caps at the moment, and they are sauntering, cruising, 315 without loss.
Tom Latham, before today, and I don't think it changes today with the bowling average in this game, but I need to check it. Against bowling attacks that average under 30, he's averaged 24 in his career. So a lot has been made of the fact that he hasn't made runs against the best teams or away from home and everything, but specifically that backs it up, that he struggles when the best attacks. So be happy to get this 100 away from home. Kane Williamson not playing. Hot day. As you said, a bit of a luck at the start, but it's batted beautifully outside of that. As Manners, what is this, a mint?
There's a little pile of
Sweets?
airport lounge sweets on the desk in front of me as Jacob Bethel begins another over of his occasional left arm spin, and forward comes Conway, plopping that one defensively out on the onside. It's been a real test of character for England today, and for all of their bowlers, and for Captain Ben Stokes, who's in a catching position at short mid-on. In some ways, you know, Jarrod, there's all sorts of speculation about whether Ben Stokes will call it a day. Not involved in the white ball series against India, which the first T20 is just a couple of days after this test match finishes, and that's flicked away on the onside. Duckett dives to his right to field, and there's no run. But if England do lose, it would be a horrific way for Ben Stokes to call it a day. Maybe it might be the saving, or that's flicked away down the ground towards long on. It's tidied up by, is that Matt Fisher? That's Matt Fisher on the field. Who's he on for? Don't know, I can't work it out just yet. Where's Josh Tongue?
I think there's a couple of substitutes.
I think there might be. There's one of the
mid-on.
There are three substitute reserve fielders, let's call them that. I think they're from either from local clubs or from Nottinghamshire second 11. But there's one with a no number on his back at mid-off, and Matt Fisher is down at long on. Here's Bethel once again. He's certainly catching up with their over rate, that's for sure. That's pulled away slightly too short from Bethel, and it's another single to Latham. Finds Emilio Gay at deep backward square leg. Used to be frowned upon, didn't it, using specialist reserve fielders, but England do it as a matter of course now.
It's pretty common around the world now, isn't it? Maybe in the 2005 Ashes it was still frowned upon.
Gary Pratt. Any idea where he's at now?
I'm sure Harmy would know who Gary Pratt is, but yeah, Australia started doing it not long after that as well. And most teams around the world, if they have a chance, can do it now.
Gary Pratt is playing for Richmond Cricket Club in North Yorkshire, Harmy says. You knew he'd know, and he did. It's infamous or famous, depending on your viewpoint. Run out, there's an edge, and it's a bottom edge. Tom Latham has gone. Jamie Smith takes the catch. A little bit of a tired, flat-footed dab outside the off stump as he tried to run it down to third, and England have finally broken through, and it's the captain who takes the first wicket to fall at the start of the 73rd over, with New Zealand 317 runs to the good before losing their first wicket. Latham has gone. Well, he gets a standing ovation, Tom Latham, and he thoroughly deserves it. Devon Conway is gulping down drinks in the middle as Latham departs for 151 from 214 balls. He's all just a little bit tired, wasn't it?
It was. He's played that shot all day, you know, he plays it under his eyes. It's with a straight bat, sort of guiding it to backward point. He scored so many runs off it, but that time maybe just jagged back a little bit. I'm not sure if there was any movement there, or he's just a little bit late on it. But as you said, a little bit tired. But fantastic innings. We just said that how important this is for Tom Latham. You know, at this stage in his career. No one doubts he's a test level player, but it's, becoming the star, becoming the important player for New Zealand they need. This was an innings that they absolutely needed more than anything else. It ruined our chance of not seeing a wicket on day one.
And it's the third highest opening partnership ever against England, after the 338 between Herschel Gibbs and Graham Smith in 2003 and the 329 between Jeff Marsh and Mark Taylor in the here at Trent Bridge in the 1989 Ashes Test. And now this 317, and it's Ben Stokes with the old ball who finally has the breakthrough. And what a time for Henry Nicholls to come to the crease. Talking of rashes, there's a famous pad rash that you get for waiting a long time in the pavilion with your pads on a hot, sweaty day. I wonder whether New Zealand have been rotating the number 3. Hour on, hour off. Stokes in, bowls. Nicholls, first delivery on the back foot, pushes it out to cover, fielded by Ben Duckett. It is something that teams do. I know that
it's not that common anymore, is it? It's more of an old-fashioned thing.
Is it?
Well, that did move quite a bit off the surface there. So, well done for Ben Stokes for getting anything to move on this one. In the end, I think that's what did him. A little bit of movement away, and he's got the outside edge.
Here is Stokes once again from the members' end, running towards us and towards Henry Nicholls. Leaves one alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. One of the more amusing men in, it's going to sound harsh, but maybe there haven't been too many funny men playing Test cricket for South Africa over the last 25 years, but Morne Morkel is one of them. He made his debut in the Test match in which Graham Smith and Neil Mackenzie added 415 for the first wicket against Bangladesh in Dhaka, and Morne Morkel made his debut in that game. Here is Stokes again, and it's driven by Nicholls, who's off the mark immediately. Nicely done, up towards mid-off. It's fielded by Jofra Archer, who has a speculative shy at the stumps. And Morkel tells us a fascinating story about how he watched Jacques Kallis with his pads on for 8 hours sitting. He was batting number 3 in that Test match, and he sat and didn't move for 4 sessions. Just sat in the same place, didn't move, watched every ball of Smith and Mackenzie before he finally got his chance. Here is Stokes in again. Nicholls flicked away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for another single. That was Kallis. I mean, I think
he batted at 4 in that Test, so he would have been waiting even longer.
Well, he normally batted 4.
But here's, I've got an added story. So they made 415, was it? What do you think Kallis made?
I can't remember. South Africa made 600, didn't they? Here is Stokes again, driven by Nicholls, full and straight to mid-off. Archer fields.
I think he made 40 not out. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
How many balls do you think it took him to get the 40 not out?
Oh, 100?
120. Yeah. He batted the exact same way he would have if he'd come in on a green top at Wellington at 10 for 2, and they were 415 before there was a wicket fell.
Please don't tell me you're surprised.
I'm not. It's an innings I think about a lot. I've got a piece that I've been working on about it, because I think it tells you about how certain batters just think about things more than anything else. But I love the fact that he didn't sit there and go, this Bangladesh team's done, I can come in and capitalise now and we can declare quickly. He came in and went, I'm Jacques Kallis and this is what I'm going to do. Oh, I was wrong. Sorry, it was 75.
No, this is different. This is Graham Smith.
Phew. We're talking about the Bangladesh one where they made 415. It's
for the first wicket.
But it was Smith and Mackenzie, the world record.
Down the wicket, Conway has skied one out to Matt Fisher at long on, who takes the catch. The substitute hangs on, and Conway has gone as well for 157, and New Zealand have collapsed from 317 for none to 319 for 2. He used his feet, which he's done so well, Devon Conway, in the latter part of his innings. Down the wicket, try to hit over the top. Joe Root takes a wicket. He's got 1 for 1 on a day that New Zealand are 319 for 2.
He's been attacking the off-spinners more all day. He really loves the ball spinning away, and I think he saw the part-timer come on. Joe Root just bowled one over at the other end. They yanked him off, brought him back on here, and I think Conway, certainly after tea, decided to score a lot quicker, and he went for Root, and unfortunately for him, he's hit it straight up in the air, but he was the one that we thought would go out before Latham. It was Latham who was completely steadying the ship, whereas Conway has been attacking a lot more, but good innings from him. He struggled early, he fought through it in the middle part, and then when he got on top, he really started to bat very nicely. But another left-hander goes to Joe Root.
Yeah, I mean, you take him however you can get him on a day like this, in a situation like this. And so Joe Root has 1.1 overs, 1 for 1. And he's got rid of Devon Conway for 157. Outstanding. Rachin Ravindra comes to the crease now. I wonder how he'll play with an hour to go in the day's play. What does he do?
Didn't we say in the Ashes the problem was that the only two that kept stepping up for England were Stokes and Root? Wicket takers again.
They've taken a wicket apiece, and New Zealand are 319 for 2. A weary England finally have some consolation for their efforts.
I think there are more non-English players on the field at the moment than there are English players, by the way. I think they have 3 or 4 substitutes. They certainly have 3 substitutes. Fisher just took that catch. We got mid on, and we got backward points as well. Sorry, mid off and backward point.
We know the backward points substitute fielder because no one else in the actual starting 11 wears a broad-brimmed floppy sun hat, but that fielder has. Here's Root into Rachin Ravindra, drives the ball down the ground. It's fielded by Matt Fisher, and there's no run. Good on him. The substitute at backward point. Good on him for wearing a broad-brimmed sun hat. Excellent stuff. The subs are Travis Holland, Sam Seacharan and James Hayes. We don't know which one that is at backward point, but he's one of them. Here is Root once more, and forward comes Rachin Ravindra, pushing that one down the ground.
Really going for their over rate here. Root is actually running back to the top of his mark here. They've also got no one out on the leg side, so if he gets this wrong on length or line, he's going for 4.
Here's Root once again. It's a half volley, and it's driven through extra cover for 4. Just over pitched that one. You know what? You've spent that much, you might as well try and buy a wicket. And Root has just tossed it up, hasn't he? He said, go on then, drive that one. And it's a long half volley.
Yeah, it wasn't a terrible delivery, was it, for a part-time off spinner? We've seen worse from full-time spinners today. So, but he just got that a little bit too full. He's got the catcher in there, though. He's got a short cover ready for that.
Yeah, it's exactly the right ball to bowl. A little round arm slinger now from Joe Root, which he does like to add into the mix. He's got a slip as well. There's a man on the sweep, 45 on the leg side, mid-wicket, backward point. 2 catching covers, really. They're both stationary. One much shorter than the other, and the substitute fielder at deepish mid-off, probably 20 yards behind the stumps. The crowd rooting. 323 for 2, 74 overs gone, 6 overs to go to all the new ball. I wonder whether Jofra Archer's excited about that prospect. Actually, yeah, all change, double change in the commentary box. Steve Harmison is coming in to take over from Jarrod Kimber, and after a word from Harmy, it'll be Jon Norman for the next half an hour.
Wow, what a good half an hour that was, Manners. 2 wickets. Me and Jon Norman left half an hour ago thinking, can New Zealand get through the whole day without losing a wicket, potentially taking that total up to around about 400 once the new ball was come. But Manners is asking if Jofra Archer would be happy to take the new ball. Well, Jon Norman, he's going to have to bowl with the old one for a little bit here. This is a good move for me from Ben Stokes to get his premier fast bowler revved up and ready for when, and loosened up for when that new ball does come.
Who says Test cricket's boring, eh?
Exactly.
Well, Jofra Archer has been given the task of nipping out another couple to make this England's day. Well, not England's day, to mean that they... Oh, that's a good delivery. First up, beaten Henry Nicholls past the outside edge. Good length delivery going across the left-hander and taken by Jamie Smith. Can England take a couple towards the back end of the day? Did that keep us a bit low?
Touch low. I'm interested to see what speed that was. It didn't come up on the screen.
He's only bowled 8 overs today, and there's still 6 overs until the second new ball. And we've got 55 minutes left in the day's play. But Ben Stokes has realised this is England's moment. 2 new batters at the crease. Henry Nicholls, who of course, scored that wonderful century at the Oval, facing as Archer comes in. And this is, oh, it's in the air. It's in the air and not too far from that leg slip. Joe Root it is, diving to his right. And the ball has travelled at some speed down to the boundary. Well, that nearly came off.
Yeah, just looking at where Joe Root's position, trying to think, is he too fine? No, I don't think he is. I think he's in the right place for Jofra from over the wicket against Henry Nicholls, who shovels it around the corner. He takes a step to his right, but I tell you what, it would have been a good catch because that was travelling, that was.
Here is Archer again, over the wicket to Nicholls. First ball is dug in and it's pulled to the deep square boundary for 4. Well, Nicholls is taking it on. And England, or rather New Zealand, have moved on to 331 for 2.
83 miles an hour. It's the first one that's registered of the 3 balls. I think his quickest ball this morning was about 85, 86. He looked as though he just needed a little bit of an injection this morning, did Jofra. Just wondering, this stage of the day, somebody pulling him, then the thought of the next new ball, just get him going here.
Archer again, and this time Nicholls plays back to the bowler, no run. It's funny, isn't it? Cricket's it's a game built on concentration, and you often see batters fall after drinks breaks or after, lunch or tea breaks. But very often as well, you do get 2 wickets in quick succession after a very long partnership. The wicket of, one of the 2 leads to the downfall of the other because something happens there, right? Archer is in, and this is tucked off his hip by Nicholls, who'll just take a single. So a busy start to Nicholls' innings. He's 10 from 9, and Ravindra, we know he likes to get on with the game. So maybe there's a little opening here for England. It's going to be New Zealand's day, unless something absolutely astonishing happens in the next 50 minutes. But if England can walk off the field knowing that when they come back tomorrow, they only need to take 6 wickets rather than 8, that will make a big difference.
Massive difference. I'm just saying to you off air there a second ago. I mean, that Gibbs-Smith one haunts me. You're walking off the field and, I mean, you can't feel your legs thinking I've got to come back and get 9 wickets tomorrow.
Here's Archer. Oh, it's a good delivery and bounces a touch more. And it's one of those deliveries that kind of follows the batter. Ravindra just gets the bat down and it goes through to the keeper. Good end to Jofra Archer's first over of his third spell today. He's not bowled anywhere near as much as the others. 12 overs for Atkinson, who's 0 for 51. Archer's 9 overs have gone for 41. Josh Tongue, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 56. Shoaib Bashir was accurate in his first spell, but New Zealand started to attack him as the day went on. 22 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 97. And it's Stokes, 1 for 57 from his 13. And Joe Root, who's picked up a wicket as well. And despite picking up a wicket, Joe Root has been taken out of the attack, and Josh Tongue is going to be bowling.
Interesting. Ben Stokes is not on the field. Do you know who was setting the fields here?
Brooke.
Yeah, Harry Brooke. Harry Brook is, it looks as though, yeah, he's moving the field. Harry Brook looks as though he's in charge of the team when Ben Stokes is not on the field.
Here is Tongue, is in. This is driven, pitched up, and there will be 4 runs through extra cover. Well, there's a dive at short extra, but it wasn't in the air. And Nichols moves to 14. Glorious shot late in the afternoon here in Trent Bridge. The shadows just starting to become more pronounced. That might be one of the shots of the day, but Josh Tongue has bowled a few today. He's looking a little weary, and I don't think he was expecting to be called back to bowl with a 76 over ball.
No, I think he was. If he was going to be back, it was going to have writing on. It's going to have a pronounced seam, and it was going to be a bit shinier than the one that he's got on his hand now.
He's in now, and Nichols gets behind the line of the ball, pushes this out to Emilio Gay, who's at mid-wicket. I mean, England's batters would have been watching this. Emilio Gay's obviously had a decent introduction to Test cricket, a couple of 50s. He's a naturally confident character. You can only imagine watching on, he'd be thinking, I'd love to have had a go here.
Yeah, you would have loved to have had a go this morning, but he'll not love to have a go when it comes to his turn. That first 20 minutes will be tricky because he'll have been in the field for the best part of a day and a half, possibly looking at getting on to sort of middle session tomorrow.
Here's Tongue, and Nichols again just pushes this to go at mid-wicket. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, look, predicting anything makes fools of us all, but let's say New Zealand bat through to tea tomorrow or just after lunch. When Emilio Gay comes out to bat, there's going to be the weight of the scoreboard on his shoulders and 5 sessions in his legs, so it's going to be slightly different, right?
Yeah, he's going to have the fortune of not having Matt Henry bowling at him or Kyle Jamieson, who have bowled very well at him so far this series. But he's, credit to Emilio, I think he's played very well so far.
Yeah, I agree. I look forward to seeing how he goes. Defended back to Josh Tongue, who chips the ball up with his feet.
In Trent Bridge should suit him. He scores in what you would say is conventional openers areas in Test match cricket. He hits the ball straight down the ground quite well. He utilises extra cover, straighter rather than squarer. I think if you hit it squarer than extra cover with the new ball, then you're in trouble. And he cuts and pulls quite well, so he does play in a good way for this.
Here is Tongue. Oh, and he beats Henry Nichols, who just withdraws his bat inside the line at the last minute. Not sure though, I think he might well have been beaten there. 1 ball left of the over.
That looked close to off stump, that, didn't it?
No,
Miles away.
but it was quite close to the bat.
Closer to the bat than it was to the off stump. Did it keep low?
Yeah, yeah. There's been a couple that have just kept a little low. I mean, this sun is. We were here yesterday, and the ground staff had quite wisely kept the strip covered all day. Didn't see it. Last ball over then, and that's a dot ball to finish Josh Tongue's 14th over. He's gone for 60, yet to pick up a wicket. But yeah, the sun has been beating down on it for the best part of 6 hours or so, 7-8 hours. How do you see this track? 2 or 3 days from here.
I was just about to say, I'm going to go out tomorrow morning and have a look and see if there's any other indentations. See, I think it started a bit damp this morning. With Gus Atkinson's first over, his footmarks, where the sort of scuff marks of the batters, they look like the darker brown, which was looks as though it's like a little bit moist in it. So if there was any moisture in it first thing this morning, whether it's made any indentations, it didn't look as though it had a huge amount of green grass on it, live grass on it, which is another thing that can make indentations. And the reason why I go with the indentations is if there's cracks and the little grooves in it, all of a sudden, as the game goes on, you're not allowed to water it. You're not allowed. You can, if you're going to roll it, double-edged sword, you roll it and try and flatten it out, but you're also breaking the cracks up to make them a little bit more crumblier. And if they are like that, start hitting them, ball goes inconsistent and along the floor. So it wouldn't surprise me come day 4, day 5 that this the ball goes down. Very rarely goes up at Trent Bridge. It mainly goes down, and that, like I said before, you as a fast bowler, you don't get any value for bowling short. You try and pitch it up. You see if you've got a chance of swinging. Then you try and find a length around about the top of off stump and work up over as opposed to back over, because a very, very short square and very, very quick scoring square. And as the test match goes on, there's 2.5 to sort of the end of day 5. You try and get from outside off stump onto off stump, and then from then you'd start bowling straighter because there's a bit of inconsistency. So I think that's the way this pitch will go. So if there's weather around and it makes the clouds come in and it makes the ball swing, sat asunder, then it can make it trickier for the batters, because it is a big, big swinging ground here at Trent Bridge. But I think it'll be all right tomorrow. It'll be a good surface to bat on. I'd like to think England will get, if they get 100 overs to bat on it, they'll get 100 good overs of a good surface. And then if they can make it a one innings game, when the New Zealand boys have been in the field for the best part of 4.5 sessions, then all of a sudden there might be a moving day and a low score in one of their innings, and England would like to think that it would be the third innings of this match.
Temperature in Nottingham tomorrow is going to be 33 degrees. So New Zealand will, if they can bat through to tea tomorrow, to keep England out on the field for 5 sessions in those conditions, and then it looks like it might be a little cloudier on Saturday. Sunday will be, but I don't know. I think there's something in this. Pressure's going to be on, and of course England don't draw test matches, do they? That's the mantra when they come out. Even if New Zealand hit 550, which is looking quite likely, with 8 wickets to go,
England will still believe they can get 550.
England will look back to 2022 when they still won the game after giving up 550. So yeah, stick with us, folks. We'll see what occurs. But
end of innings 1, re-evaluate from Stokes' point of view where the game situation is and how we can win it. That seems to be in his plan over the course of the last 4 years, whether they've been in good behind the 8 ball and have to come out and chase the game, or in front of the game. England have getting to halfway in the test match and work from there.
Here comes Archer again, and this is played into the mid-wicket region. Theone says, waiting for Santner to bowl on this pitch. He can give a masterclass. And All-in-One Channel says, Santner will be a nightmare for the English line-up. Kiwi contrarian. He is a much improved bowler, that's for sure. He did bowl New Zealand to a remarkable victory in India a couple of years ago. He only played in the 1 test match. New Zealand won that series 3-0. Few gave them a prayer when they headed out to India, and yet they won all 3 test matches. It was extraordinary to commentate on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel at the time. As Archer continues in, pull shot, and there's a chase on for the fielder at long leg, and on this occasion not quite the power on the shot from Henry Nicholls, who certainly has come to the crease and displayed the manner of a man with 100 in his last test match, and also one who's been sitting there waiting to get out there all day. He's not batting for stumps, that's for sure, and he's right actually, because that's the best chance New Zealand have got. This is facing Archer and Tongue with a 76 over ball. They've been in the field all day. There's runs there for New Zealand. Most of them are in catching positions or single. It's down the leg side and taken by Jamie Smith, who has dropped one today down there.
I think it's in New Zealand's best interest, with 3 overs to go till the second new ball. Whether England take it or not, sure they will. But it's in New Zealand's best interest at 339 for 2 to keep being proactive, to keep trying to score, to keep the scoreboard moving. Because when that second new ball comes, if England gets 7 overs with it, 6 overs with it tonight, that could bring 50 runs. England have then got to bring 2 fielders into the slip cordon because they need wickets.
Archer, and this is played to Shoaib Bashir, who was deep in conversation with Ben Stokes, just getting some a drink in the last over. The England fielders still mucking around with the ball. Harry Brook and Jacob Bethel still enjoying life. Who wouldn't? You're getting paid to play cricket for your country in front of a full house on TV.
Just make sure you catch it. if you're clowning about like that and you shell one, I tell you what, after I've bowled 15 overs in this heat on that and you shell one, I'm coming after you.
Here's Archer, short ball, and that will be 4 down to fine leg. Nicholls getting a position early inside the line and almost hooking down to the boundary for 4 more. He's raced away. He's 20 not out, and New Zealand 343 for 2.
Again, in between length from Jofra. It's not quite a short ball. It's not quite a good length ball. He doesn't know whether to bowl over the wicket, around the wicket. The reason why I was looking at speeds before, I'm not bothered how quick Jofra Archer bowls. I don't want to bowl 9 mile. But when he bowls that high, sort of high 80s, it looks as though it's the rhythm that he's in.
Over the wicket now to Nicholls, and this is pushed out towards the leg side. Dot ball to end the over. Archer's gone for 7 from over number 10, and New Zealand, wow, what a handsome position they find themselves in after winning that toss at 10:30. Tom Latham, no doubt in his mind what to do. Bat, and they did. A wicketless session, followed by a second. 213 without loss at tee. And despite both Latham and Conway going within 2 runs of each other, 317 without loss became 319 for 2. Latham 141 and Conway 157. Latham 151, yep. And Gus Atkinson has just been called upon to bowl, replacing Josh Tongue. Was that a surprise there? Just 2 overs for Tongue?
No, because I think Tongue's gone at the other end. I think Stokes has had enough of Archer, and I say to carry on. I'm not having a go at Jofra. He's bowled 84, 83, 84 mile an hour. When that last over there, he's running in, he's charging in, he's giving you everything. It's just the rhythm's not there. And when Jofra's in lovely rhythm and it looks good, it's smooth, and it gets 86, 87, 88, 90 mile an hour, if it looks effortless. He looks as though he's trying everything he possibly can, and it's just not working for him. He's bowling 83 mile an hour, 84 mile an hour, so he's not in any sort of rhythm whatsoever. So I think from now, Stokes goes to Tongue at the other end, and Atkinson comes on now.
Here is Atkinson, and it's Ravindra facing with a slip, gully, point, and cover point and mid-off. And Joe Root's still buzzing around, as is Harry Brook. I don't know what's in those energy drinks that they bring out onto the field of play, but I wouldn't mind one.
I wouldn't mind one either. I mean, I was nearly asleep before. I mean, I was obviously joking before. You want them to make sure you catch it, but they do have to give you energy. It's so important that the fielders do give you energy.
Around the wicket, Atkinson, and Ravindra pushes this out to the left of backward point, and Jacob Bethel, I think, just fumbles it. Single there anyway. And Ravindra moves to 6. The score 344 for 2. New Zealand. And we've got 38 minutes left. 12.4 overs. So we won't get those in. I thought we might do if we hadn't seen that wicket of Devon Conway fall. Then maybe Ben Stokes would have continued bowling spin at one end. But quite rightly kind of seizing on a moment here, and it's Nicholls now, Atkinson, and this will be a single for sure, maybe 2. Sets off fast, and yeah, that's good running late on the day. It's a big expanse between mid-on and it's a mid-wicket essentially. Emilio Gay.
They got their overrate back, didn't they? Overrates at 0. They were -8, 10 at the Oval at times, and maybe it's more.
I thought the scoreboard was wrong at one point.
Yeah. But they lost 12 points. 12 points, not that much in the grand scheme of things when they're not challenging at the top of the World Chess Championship.
Yeah, it seems to be a common theme though for England, doesn't it? Atkinson continuing, and again resolute this time. Nicholls in defence. Just covers up and pushes it back to the bowler. He's 22, going at a run of ball. What do you think of that point that Ben Stokes made? I think it was in India when possibly we were covering the series, and he said, well, it's all right for these subcontinent teams. They bowl a lot more spin than we do in England. You know, it's easier to keep within the over rate.
And I think that is important. I think the umpires have got a huge role and responsibility in the over rate, especially in this country, because there's drinks coming on. It's not, apart from today, it's not that hot.
There's Atkinson again. This is a touch fuller and driven, but no timing. Fielded by Duckett in the covers. 346 for 2. There is another test match going on, by the way, in North Sound, or at North Sound, or both actually. 110 for 3 Sri Lanka against the West Indies. Kamar Roach and Alzari Joseph bowling. We commentated on a test match in 2019, 7 years ago, when Kamar Roach and Alzari Joseph were bowling at North Sound. Kamar was Roach bowling?
Yes, Roach is bowling. Joseph got 6 for it, didn't he?
He did. He took wickets. And this is left alone by Henry Nicholls.
One of his parents had passed away, didn't he?
Yeah, I think his mother had passed away the night before, actually. Mark Nicholas with an interview after the game, or after the day's play. It was a brilliant interview. And, you know, it was obviously the bowler, or the man, Alzari Joseph, who is from Antigua, of course. Yeah, it was very emotional for him. It was a test match that West Indies won. They went 2-0 up with the win there, didn't they? Then we went to St Lucia, and Mark Wood bowled that blistering spell to Shimron Hetmeyer and others. But over in Antigua, Patam Nasanka and Nishan Madushka, and also Kamindu Mendis batting at 4, went early. Oh, they've just lost another one. Chandamal's gone for 54. As Joe Root has been brought into the attack just to bowl over number 79. And this first ball is defended away. So they're now 110 for 4. So Kamar Roach with an early wicket, a couple for Alzari Joseph. Shamar Joseph has picked up one, and Jaden Seals is bowling as well. There's Joe Root in, and Roshan Ravindra, who's been a touch quieter than Henry Nicholls at the start of his innings, but he's quite a deceptively tall man. He's using his feet well just to step forward to Joe Root and meet the ballers. There this time, touch over pitched, and it's driven up to mid-off, where Ben Stokes limping slightly, stretching out his calf.
Okay, I was just about to say, if England take a new ball, I think I'd take it with Stokes and Atkinson.
Well,
not anymore. I've seen. Not anymore. I don't think I'm taking the new ball tonight. Not after seeing Jofra bowl 2 overs and Ben move like that.
Here comes Root again, and this time deep in his crease and moving across as Nicholls just accessing the leg side for another run. 348 for 2. New Zealand wouldn't have dreamt of such riches at breakfast. Jeremy Coney hovering around. The news that Phillips, Henry and Jameson were all going to miss, as at this time Ravindra comes forward and defends. It was such an important toss to win. Well, it seems like at this stage you never know how a game's going to progress, do you? Camera's just picking up on Stokes there. Oh, I don't know about that. Don't know. Deep in his crease again does Ravindra. Let's have a look at him as he runs in.
He's fine.
Yeah, he's all right.
I just wonder if he twisted his ankle as he was jumping onto his right side.
Nah, he's fine, isn't he? The camera's honing in on his face, but he's giving no indication that there's any problem. 79 overs of the day done. 1 over before the second new ball. Just approaching 6 o'clock in the evening here in Nottingham, where not quite record-breaking for New Zealand, but third highest opening stand against England in this country. It came to a close as Tom Latham was caught behind for the bowling of Ben Stokes. Ball that possibly kept just a touch low, and then Devon Conway being caught really well by, was it Matt Fisher?
Matt Fisher, yeah, on a sub. I think England had 2 subs or 3 subs on at the time.
Yeah, they did have a few. As Atkinson is in, and Nicholls defending out to mid on, no run. So now New Zealand, the task is pretty clear. Just bat for the next half an hour, add another 15, 20, and walk off with, I mean, come out tomorrow and bat out a good 2 sessions and see where you are, I suppose. No Glenn Phillips, which is a shame. But Roshan come back quickly as Nicholls facing. And again, just comfortably eased towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Josh Tongue. Joe Root running around. Fielder's just gone back at deep square, and there's a man at fine leg, and I think it's, who's that out at backward deep point? Is that Emilio Gay? No, it's Joffre.
Joffre's at deep point, Emilio's at deep square.
That's right, yeah.
Shoaib's at fine leg, I think. Yeah, Shoaib's at fine leg.
Just one wideish slip in and a gully. Atkinson comes in, and this is down the leg side. England, there's a half appeal, but Atkinson's already turned round. He's not interested at all.
If there's a noise, surely this can only hit the back.
I think
it looked as though it was away from him.
Well, Stokes doesn't look interested. I don't know, I think there's a little bit of gamesmanship going on there, to be honest. Atkinson isn't one who's prone for emotion, is he?
No, he's not.
Even for him, that was pretty downbeat.
And Smith's not that great behind the stumps when it comes to the emotions either.
The interest was at this ball, of course, pushed out to cover, no run. Joe Root at mid-wicket, and then Bethel at gully. And a little bit of Harry Brook at first slip, but nobody else is interested.
I'm not really taking much notice of Harry Brook and Jacob Bethel.
Although, Brook was the only one that went up for that leg before earlier today.
Yeah. I think it's just hit the thigh pad, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's a good cat.
No. He dropped it. Oh, they caught it?
Yeah.
Wow, that would have been something else, actually. Yeah, it's gone past the outside edge, and it's just hit Henry Nicholls on the thigh. Atkinson is in and defended by Nicholls.
Is he going to take it? One ball to go.
Well,
are they going to take it?
I asked you that question a while ago, and you said, well, they have to.
I said they have to,
but at that point, they hadn't taken a wicket.
Yeah, and at that point, I hadn't seen Jofra Archer bowl. I hadn't seen Josh Tongue bowl.
You hadn't seen Stokes hobble.
Stokes has just hobbled, and Atkinson's now 3 overs into a spell, which if he does take the new ball, potentially he's going to have to bowl another 3 more. So I'm possibly thinking they might not.
Here's Atkinson, short delivery, and this is pulled by Nicholls. Down to fine leg for a single. End of the over, 349 for 2. We're just going to watch as they are going to take the second new ball, it appears. And to talk you through to the conclusion, as Sri Lanka lose their 5th wicket, 110 for 5 now, will be Neil Manthorp and Jeremy Coney, with New Zealand 349 for 2.
Many thanks to Jon Norman and to Steve Harmison for taking us through the penultimate half hour. We're into bonus time now. We bowl the overs that haven't been bowled out of the day's allocation. So we will be a few short, and I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever that match referee Andy Pycroft will not be penalising England for being probably 4 overs short if we get 6 in the last half an hour. That's short from Jofra Archer and pulled away emphatically down to the long leg boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot from Henry Nicholls. It takes him on to 28 from 32 balls, and it brings up the 350. Jofra Archer with the brand new ball, and that was not his quickest, which is understandable at a couple of minutes past 6 o'clock in the evening, but it wasn't badly directed in at the hip, just very nicely played by Henry Nicholls, who leaves the next one, which is a little bit wider outside the off stump. This is the most runs scored by New Zealand in a full day in tests in England. The previous record was 352 on day 2 of the 1949 Lord's Test. So it's been a long time coming. That's this record, 353 for 2. And in case you're just waking up in New Zealand, the news is that Tom Latham and Devon Conway had a little record-breaking day themselves with an opening stand of 317. Short pull shot, and it's clanged Henry Nicholls on the helmet. Umpire Nitin Menon has immediately called for the physiotherapist, the doctor, the medical team to come out. That has clanged him hard. You could hear the noise very clearly now that we've got our commentary box window open, and it made a nasty noise. And it wasn't a deflection, it was a full-on blow, and Henry Nicholls knows that that has made contact with very much the side of his head. He's just feeling now and looking at his fingers to see if there's any sign of any blood. I'm very glad to say there isn't, but that doesn't mean to say that that bouncer won't have done some damage. And Rachin Ravindra, his partner, is down alongside him inspecting his helmet just to see whether there's any material damage done to it. Nicholls 28, Rachin Ravindra has 7. New Zealand 353 for 2. Alongside me, Jeremy Coney. Never a happy moment, but Henry Nicholls has got the towel from one of the men in green bibs, and he's giving himself a good toweling, and which suggests that it's not tender. It's not. You know, he's confident enough that the helmet's done its job for him to give his head a good rub with the towel. But we will go through the concussion protocols.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the replay, actually. I didn't quite catch exactly where it took him. It looks as though it's on the side of the head. And which side is it? Is it the front as he sets up? In other words, the right-hand side of the temple area. Was it on the helmet itself, or was it on the bit of the side of the visor?
It made quite a clunk, didn't it?
It did, which suggests kind of on the helmet itself. But I'd just like to see the replay. They don't seem to want to play a replay at all at the moment.
This is the first over with the second new ball, taken immediately by Jofra Archer. Pulled away for a 4 with the first ball. Oh, here we go. This will tell us a lot more about where that's hit him, and it is on the left, sort of on the cheekbone, really.
Yes.
But on the helmet, though.
It's actually nipped. Once it's hit the surface, it's nipped away as if it was going to go over off stump. Nicholls has gone to pull that and missed it, and it's hit, as you say, the left-hand side. So he's facing the leg side where he wants the shot to go. So it's not if he faces up to bat, it's the back part of his head, and the sort of on the side, it's actually made contact with the side of the helmet. And then he's stood over his stumps, hasn't he, as if to protect them, to make sure the ball hasn't gone up in the air and landed on the stumps as it comes down. So he was obviously okay to realise and to think that way, that I've got to protect my stumps. And then, of course, people have come out and he's removed the helmet. They'll have another helmet for him. This one's another one from the bag. There's been a few used in this series.
There was a lovely bit of campaign marketing from his sponsor, his kit sponsor. Did you see that? Gray Nicholls. And they said very few people are allowed to add an extra L to Gray Nicholls after he scored his 100 at the Oval.
Very good, very good.
He said, but we will allow Henry.
Very good, yeah.
Yes, it was good. It was, and you could just see the sponsor's name, the name of the sponsor. And anyway, he's got his new helmet. 80.3 overs gone. And we'll get underway again shortly with Nicholls on 28, Ravindra on 7. I was talking to our maybe our early morning risers in New Zealand, and telling them that Tom Latham made 151, Devon Conway 157. Spectacular opening partnership of 317 before finally Latham bottom-edged Ben Stokes through to keeper Jamie Smith. His 151 coming from 214 balls with 15 fours. Conway was more aggressive in the second half of his innings, 157 from 224 with 22 fours and 3 sixes, as Nichols now plays a full-length delivery from Archer into the offside, and Ben Duckett does the fielding. Not surprising to see the stands away to our left. Very sparsely populated now. They've been in the full glare of the sunshine for the last 3 hours, and it's only the hardiest of the hardy who remain there now. I'd say that's probably no more than 20% occupied at the moment. But away to our right, where the Hound Road stand has got a cantilevered roof providing sunshine for much of late afternoon. That's much more plentifully occupied with those hoping for another wicket. Here's Archer again outside the off stump, and Nichols leaves it alone once more. It's 353 for 2, the most runs ever scored in a day, any day of a test match by New Zealand in England. In a truly dominant day. England just have to operate now. Well, we've got the new ball. They probably bowl 6 overs with it. Maybe we might only have time for 5, so it'll still be nice and new and hard tomorrow. Hopefully the England attack will have a decent ice bath and a good night's sleep, be fresh to attack tomorrow, and try and limit New Zealand, I guess, to 500. Anything less than 500 will feel like a victory. Last ball of the over is defended by Nichols, and there's no run. They'll then have to, I mean, the best that England can hope for perhaps is, 500 plays 500 and then have a one innings shootout.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? But I mean, it seems a little odd to say that this is quite an important session for New Zealand when you're 353 for 2, but New Zealand having to lost those 2 wickets within the compass of 2 runs, losing Latham first and then Conway straight after at 319 for 2. You don't want really to lose another 1 or 2, do you? And England ending up with, from a New Zealand perspective, 4 wickets quite quickly at the end of the day.
Here comes Atkinson again, bangs it in short. Ravindra plays it out into the offside where Ben Duckett comes into field. They would take a bit of the gloss off, wouldn't they?
Well, you've been in such a powerful position. I mean, and even Conway's dismissal was a tired kind of dismissal, I thought, the stroke and the thinking of it, and his preparedness to go on and play the shot with the man back anyway. He had to really, clip that very hard, either away from him or get it up and over him.
Here's Atkinson again, round the wicket and beats Ravindra outside the off stump. Well, that's actually not a bad delivery with the second new ball, and Ravindra, Gary Morgan will be able to confirm this, but I don't think we've had more than half a dozen play and misses all day.
No, that would be true. That again has actually pitched as if it's going to continue towards the stumps and then moved away. So that just a suspicion, and certainly Ravindra thought so because he played inside the ball even though he was looking to hit it. And so that's another good sign for the bowlers.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls. Ravindra leaves one alone. It really isn't too far wide of the off stump, but it was a very good leave in the end, very well judged.
So there are a couple of signs. A good one from Archer. That was a very good bouncer to Nichols. Running in and from over the wicket, not round the wicket, over the wicket. Got it to land on about leg stump and had it go away from Nichols from the surface and bounce as well. So he felt that he could hook that because he didn't think it was going to move off the surface.
Here's Atkinson in once again. He goes full and attacks the stumps here. Ravindra plays straight and guides it up to the fielder Josh Tongue on the leg side at mid-on. 400 runs in a day's play has happened 67 times in tests. I didn't realise it.
That many times?
Yeah, exactly. 41 of which have happened on day 1. New Zealand have only done so 3 times on day 1. 453 for 9 against Zimbabwe in Harare 21 years ago in 2005. Here's Atkinson again, full and wide outside the off stump, and left alone once more by Ravindra. And then twice against Sri Lanka in 2014 and 2015. 429 for 7, 409 for 8 at the Hagley Oval and Dunedin. 400 runs in any day's play has happened 67 times. Good Lord.
Yeah.
I'd have got
Well,
maybe half that.
Yeah, Dunedin is quite it's a boutique ground, quite a small ground.
That's
There's
the
no-
University Oval.
Yes,
is
it is, yes.
Beautiful, one of my favourite grounds.
It is a nice ground, you're right.
Outside the off stump, and that's even
dear
closer to
me.
the off stump, and that's left alone. Very, very well judged, depending on your view, or slightly shakily judged. But anyway, it went through without making contact with anything. Taken by Jamie Smith, 353 for 2.
Well, that's more like Atkinson, isn't it? I mean, that's what you expect to see when he's holding the ball and he runs in. He's going to challenge the stumps and the outside edge. That's the kind of length that I think Atkinson's at his best. To ask him to bowl the short pitch deliveries, to me, is it doesn't use the strengths that he's got. There are other players I think you could ask in this England side, like Stokes.
Archer at the moment is into Henry Nicholls, having clonged him in the previous over. That one is defended, no run.
Like Archer, like Tongue, I think, who are more suited to bowling a short pitch line with the field settings that we all, if you follow cricket, understand what's happening about the short pitch delivery, what ball after ball, and the occasional one up to keep you honest as a batsman, but generally half the pitch, getting them to encourage the hook into an area where they might not be able to control the stroke, and having maybe up to 6 on the onside. That's not Atkinson's game to me.
2 slips in a gully for Archer into Nicholls, and that's nudged away up towards Josh Tongue at mid-on again, and there's no run. England at one point had 3 substitute fielders on the ground as players took turns to go off, and maybe they jumped in an ice bath. Who knows? Just do anything to cool down. Maybe a rub down. Maybe just a quick hydration break.
Has Bashir returned?
Not sure that he has. Is
No, I don't think he has.
he? Matt Fisher is, I think, is still on the field for him. Here is Archer once again outside the off stump and left alone by Henry Nicholls, and there's no run. Nicholls 28. Rachin Ravindra has 7 off 20 balls, so he's not playing for the close, but he's doing what you advised, Jeremy, just making sure that the gloss isn't taken off what has been a massively record-breakingly dominant day for the Black Caps. A series at stake, remember. New Zealand have only won 8 test matches in England. England just generally do not lose home series of any length, but particularly 3-match series, and so you would think there would be consequences to pay in terms of job losses if England do lose this test match and go down 2-1 in the series. Archer is in again, bangs it in short of a length. Nicholls up onto his toes, showing no ill effects from the bounce that hit him in Archer's previous over. Plays that one away defensively on the offside.
I mean, New Zealand, looking at the longer down the view of the game, I think they will need a lot of runs. From what we've seen in the enervating heat of the day, and it looks like we're going to get another day like that tomorrow, and then after that it might change slightly.
Here's Archer once again around the wicket, and Henry Nicholls cleverly takes a single as he pushes it between cover and mid-off. Stokes comes in from mid-off, picks up. They have scrambled through for the quick single.
Yeah, so 354 for 2, New Zealand, after they won the toss today early. The changes to the team have all been basically in the bowling order. So the top 6 that New Zealand, New Zealand, I've given it away there, a bit, where I come from. Sorry, everybody. Latham, Conway, Nichols, Ravindra, Mitchell, Blundell.
Nudged away by Ravindra up towards mid-off.
But 7 Santner, 8 Smith, 9 Tickner, 10 Sears and 11 O'Rourke. So there are 3 changes there with Santner, Tickner and Sears coming into this side as their overs completed. Santner for Phillips effectively. I think Phillips with a side strain.
I think New Zealand are very lucky to have a like-for-like replacement. You know, I mean, Santner's a front line spinner, but you know, also bats. He's an all-rounder.
A handy bat. You're quite right. And then to have Henry, unfortunately, go with the calf muscle that he's had problems with just prior to the match at the Oval, was able to play, but can't play this match.
Here's Gus Atkinson again outside the off stump and left alone by Nichols.
So Ben Sears comes into the team, the right arm fast bowler from Wellington. And then also Jamieson announced before the game really that he was not going to be, or it was announced that Jamieson wouldn't play the 3rd test match because of his history of stress fractures, and it was felt he would play only 2 of the 3 test matches here in England. And Tickner replaces him. So that's kind of the 3 changes. And so with that lengthens the tail, if you like, for New Zealand, having Sears at 10 and O'Rourke at 11, or the other way round.
Atkinson once again runs away from us from the Ratcliffe Road end, and Nichols, he's, as I said, showing no ill effects of that bouncer. He's back and across, moving his feet quite nicely, nudges it out to mid-wicket where Ben Duckett fields. Little moral dilemma a member of the crowd was faced with a couple of minutes ago, half an hour ago, I suppose. I went down to ground level just to assess the level of collateral damage from the heat and the sunshine today, and must say that St John's Ambulance Brigade have been very busy. They've been first aiding several hundred people. A couple have been needed a drip to help them rehydrate, just calm them down. That's Atkinson full and wide outside the off stump, and it's laced away through extra cover. Wonderful shot from Henry Nichols. Gee, he's looks like a man who scored 100 in the last test, which he is. Anyway, so there was one fellow who was obviously feeling very unwell, bit of heat stroke, and went and sort of checked himself in, and after they've administered whatever they see as the appropriate treatment, they need to take your name and address, and he was clearly looking a little embarrassed, and he said, "Do I have to give you my name?" And they said, "Well, we just need your details." So here's Atkinson again, and it's pushed out towards mid-off, and I just slowed my little walk down because I was intrigued by this conversation, and they said, "What's the problem?" He said, "Well, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be at work. Do I have to give you my name?" He didn't want to be rumbled.
Okay. Well, he really, if he's coming in again, I think we should offer some counsel there that he gets into a shady spot.
I mean, he didn't look like the worse for wear, as in he'd been drinking the wrong things. He just looked very burnt and a bit unstable. Short and pulled away down towards fine leg, and there's a very, very athletic attempt to field it down there at long leg. Is that Shoaib Bashir? He is back on the field, but I think it's in vain. It is Shoaib Bashir. He is back on the field, and he sprinted probably 20 yards and then had to dive. He has got hands to the ball, but the impetus on the ball has just taken it towards the boundary, and he wasn't able to haul it back, and it brought a smile to Ben Stokes' face anyway, and he applauds nonetheless. He applauds the effort, but it has gone for 4.
Yeah, well, a tumbling. The second one particularly, he lost his shape.
I would applaud that effort as well. It's
a good effort, isn't it?
Full-on effort at the end of what has been an extremely long day, and a fruitless one regarding in terms of wicket rewards for Shoaib Bashir. He's toiled away. He's been hit for a couple of sixes by Devon Conway, and well, he gave it his all. The third umpire is still looking at this for confirmation. He wants to get a different angle, but yeah, I think you could just take your cue from Shoaib Bashir's body language. Really, I think that he looks like a guilty man. He looks like he knows his effort was in vain. Adrian Holdstock's the third umpire. Come on.
Come on, Adrian.
Come on.
Make a decision. We're diving.
We don't have another angle.
No, that's the issue he has. And, well, it's enough for Shoaib.
Oh, maybe he's just winded himself. Maybe.
Yeah, I'd have enough.
I guess
no.
Maybe he hasn't got enough evidence to. There's not lack of evidence.
Lack of evidence.
Couldn't give the 4.
And now the applause.
Because he actually has saved 2
Yes,
runs.
he saved.
361 for 2. Last ball of the 84th over, and then we might just have time for 2 more. Here's Atkinson. Top edge, he's top edge to hook, and Jamie Smith's underneath it. He takes the simplest of catches. Atkinson has a 3rd wicket for England. Short ball does the trick. And I'm afraid to say that Rachin Ravindra will be very disappointed with himself for taking that shot on at this stage of the day. Jeremy Coney was just warning about the possibility of losing a couple of late wickets, and well, Ravindra just couldn't resist it. It's dropped short. It was there, I guess, for the shot. Maybe it just got a little bit big on him, but this top edge has gone straight up, and Ben Stokes is delighted.
Look, it's a gifted wicket, as you've been pointing out. New Zealand have lost their 3rd now. A man who could really, Ravindra could score so many runs if he got himself in some of these games. And this is a perfect place for him when there's lack of movement once you start to get in. But you've got to go through that process. He is not allowing himself the chance to do that. Well done, Atkinson. Well done, Atkinson, to give him the chance. And he got it high enough and wide enough. I didn't know where he was trying to hit that ball. Was it straight over mid-on on that, or was he it was certainly well outside the off stump. You could actually have gone to the offside rather than try and get it around from way outside off to get it into the leg side. And that's why in opening up the stroke, he's got a sort of a slice to it, and that's why it's gone straight in the air or just behind Jamie Smith, who took the catch. So a poor shot, a poor choice of shot at the wrong time, and it's cost him his wicket. And New Zealand now 361 for 3.
I think if I was Daryl Mitchell, I'd want to get out there, but instead Blocker O'Rourke has been sent out. We might not have time for another over, and much as I love watching the blocker do his thing, I just wonder whether, it's usually the incoming specialist batsman's choice whether he wants a night watchman or not. That was the last ball of the over, so this will be the last over of the day. So Blocker O'Rourke, Big Will be at the non-striker's end. He might not even face a ball. How peculiar would that be? Here is Archer, bowls. Oh, he's edged it! Has he? Up goes the finger! Nichols has gone! In the last over of the day! And England have struck twice in the last 20 minutes of a day in which they have toiled and toiled with so little reward. Jeremy Coney said New Zealand needed to be careful. They didn't want to lose a couple of wickets to the new ball, and that's exactly what's happened. And Nichols has now gone for 36. Archer has a wicket, and England have squeezed the door open just enough to see a crack of light. New Zealand are 361 for 4.
And that looks like it's going to be the end of the day's play, but Archer has got a little shot outside. It's wide of the off stump. It could have been let go, but he's wanted to use his bat. He's a middle order player who's been promoted to number 3. He likes, his natural instinct is to want to hit the ball, and he's found a little edge through to Smith again, who takes his 3rd catch. And it's England. How odd is that, everybody? It's England that will walk off the end of the day feeling they've pulled this game and dragged this game back their way by claiming 2 wickets in the last 2 overs of the day's play. So well done them. They've stuck at it, and they've now got to a point where New Zealand are going to have their number 5 coming out tomorrow. So
with the night watchman,
with the night
it might
watchman,
not last long,
no.
so they might be 360 for 5.
Yes, they should. Yeah, definitely. So it just shows you this game. It just keeps on biting you if you take things easily, if you give an opportunity. The other side are in with a chance, and especially with the new ball, second new ball. Well done. Poor play from New Zealand. Good play for most of the day, let's be fair. Poor play at the end.
So often the day's play is shaped, isn't it, by what happens in the last 45 minutes, the last half hour even. And, remarkable that after an opening stand of 317, it might just be England that walk off with a wee spring in their step. How unlikely. Absolutely remarkable. You'll have a full summation of the day's play with Jeremy Coney and Steve Harmison, hosted by Jon Norman, in just a second. I think the big man's ready. All 3 big men are ready. What a remarkable finish to the day's play. We'll take the briefest of breaks, and you'll be back for a summation of the day's play with following on in just a moment.
Hello and welcome to Following On. I'm Jon Norman, talkSPORT's cricket editor, alongside the former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney and the former England fast bowler Steve Harmison, looking back at a day that all the thousands that were here today will never ever forget, for right reasons and wrong, and those that stuck around until the last 2 deliveries of this day. First day of the 3rd test match will well, they were treated with 2 wickets, just to put a little shine on the day for England, because it was New Zealand's day, finishing at stumps 361 for 4, 151 to Latham, 157 to Conway, and if not for a brilliant bit of fielding by Shoaib Bashir, they probably would have ended the day 2 down, but they didn't. Roshan Ravindra with one of the all-time poor shots, and then Henry Nicholls was dismissed by Jofra Archer. So let's start with the good, because there was some bad and a bit of ugly at the end. A 317-run opening partnership for New Zealand, the 3rd highest ever against England. And I always forget the Trent Bridge hover. That hover, it always kicks in just as I'm about to do my end of play report on talkSPORT.
But we have to have the windows open, though, unfortunately.
Well, we do. It's been a blisteringly hot day. The crowd that did stick around, well done to you, because at one point it looked, Harmy, like we weren't going to see a wicket today, which perversely would have made the day even better in some ways.
No, we weren't going to see a wicket. They were definitely well done. I think they just needed a little bit more sauce on it. And I mean, there's some red faces, red arms, red legs going to work tomorrow, who I think have been thoroughly entertained. I really do. And
do you think?
Yeah, I think they
really
have. I think they've
I
been
went out there
entertained.
at tea and they didn't seem to be thoroughly entertained.
No, I think
Harmy.
I think they've been entertained. I think there's a
Really? What
yeah,
bit?
361. There's been
Kiwis
some,
might have been thoroughly entertained.
I think you've got to give England credit for persevering and sticking with it. This is a good pitch.
Perseverance doesn't necessarily lead to thoroughly entertainment.
But England could easily have felt sorry for themselves a couple of times today. There was a passage of about an hour where England went the short ball tactic, and it either went just to the left, just to the right, or just short. And you could see they're trying their best. I'm not gonna have a go at this Poland group. I thought they tried very, very hard, and we'll see what happens when New Zealand come to bowl on it. But I think the crowd got to be good. If you get 361 for 4 in a Test match day, 85, 86 overs, you've got to think I've had value for money today. I think New Zealand's 2 openers batted really, really well. I think England kept going. I don't think Jofra Archer had a great deal of rhythm until that last spell towards the end of the day. Atkinson and Tongue persevered and tried hard. Then when the short ball tactic, like I said, just that another day could easily have gone to hand. Shoaib Bashir found it tough. He found it very, very tough because there wasn't a great deal of assistance out there for him. He was having to contain. I don't think New Zealand went at him as much as I thought they might have. A great bit of fielding towards the end. But I think all in all, I think Gus Atkinson deserved his wicket as much as it was a shocking shot from Ravindra. But I think Gus has put a shift in on this. So has Josh Tongue. And out of sorts, Archer. Ben Stokes was Ben Stokes, and I think you have to give credit to the way New Zealand openers played and the patience that they've shown and the disciplines that they needed to bat on this surface and execute their shots. And I still think this game is quite evenly poised because 500 plays 500, I still think can comfortably get a result over the course of the 5 days if we don't get any rain.
Well, it did 4 years ago, so why not here? Jerry, it sounds an incredible question, but on a day when New Zealand have had a 300-run partnership, is there a touch of disappointment at the end of the day?
Well, of course there is. Of course there is, because an opportunity lost. They were in command, let's be fair, for most of the day, and I think people would acknowledge that. But, you know, from the Conway dismissal, which was kind of fatigue and a bit of looseness, and a good catch, running away to his left and diving from Fisher. And then New Zealand having to work a little bit to make sure things didn't fall and go awry. They then lost to a very weak shot, really, from Ravindra. He really does let himself down sometimes in this format. He's a dangerous player, and I love to watch him. And he's such an attacking player that he can take, on a pitch like this, he can take the game away from you very quickly. But he's given a wicket away at a time when he didn't need to. He's punching his bat as he goes. That's too late. You make sure you don't do those sorts of things. But well done, Atkinson, for example, to give him the opportunity and to see if he'd play loosely. And he did. So to lose that wicket was disappointing. And then less loose, perhaps Nichols playing just back a little at one that was a bit wide, that bounced a wee bit from Archer and was taken by Smith, whose 3rd catch of the day. So it's ended badly. But for the majority of the day, New Zealand have done okay. 361 isn't a bad start to an innings, is it? But they've lost wickets, and now they've put themselves into a little bit of jeopardy in the game. And with the lower order being not quite what it was, Phillips not there, there's a few little question marks, perhaps put it that way, that are hovering.
But the good was very good, wasn't it? Tom Latham 151, Devon Conway 157. They both had a little moment, as you always will, I suppose. Latham edging through vacant 3rd slip, the ball after Duckett had been taken out. Conway surviving a leg before shout on 71, which if England had reviewed, they would have overturned it. He would have gone. And then Latham dropped behind the stumps by Smith. That was a really poor drop as well. So, but they both faced over 200 deliveries. There are going to be moments. How do you assess both of their innings and the partnership that they put on? Because of course, for all the wonderful ways that New Zealand have have competed. The one question mark actually was about the opening duo, and that was some answer today. Jerry?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the openers did respond. They suddenly found, I guess after about 5 or 6 overs, they thought to themselves, I'm sure, hey, this ball isn't moving as much as we thought it would, either laterally in the air or from the surface either. So therefore, if we get a good start here, we can really make hay. And they did. They were able, and they were good enough and determined enough, and maybe the innings in the past have driven them enough to get to this is part of the mind stuff, isn't it, in cricket, that Ravindra needs to learn. And so they just started to collect. I think probably of the two, you'd find that Conway was more aggressive, prepared to chase wider deliveries than Latham was, who was very compact, played within himself, within his body, and knocked it about and kept knocking about. They ran quite hard for turning ones into twos, and slowly gained confidence and built on that. And the partnership built 108, was it, in the first session, and about the same in the second. So the partnership just flourished during that middle period of play as well. So I think they have set the innings up. And unfortunately, then the game turned with the second new ball. So full marks to those two. You can't really complain about that, can you?
No, absolutely. Harmy?
No, I thought Conway looked as though he didn't settle as quick as Latham. I thought Latham settled. I think it was a typical Tom Latham innings, wasn't it? Really, he defended the good balls. He respected the bowlers. He utilised the areas where he feels strong. When England went a little bit shorter, he played that back foot punch early in his innings, which was controlled, which brought him a hell of a lot of joy down to the sort of the wide third boundary, and he got a couple of boundaries away there. I think he capitalised on England on a surface which was flat, which went searching sort of towards the latter parts of the first two sessions. Last half an hour of the first session, last half an hour of the second session, England went searching for wickets, and I think because of that, I think especially Conway was allowed to sort of play his more expansive game. I thought in the first sort of 50, 60 runs, Conway, he looked as though when he went hard at the ball, he just lost his shape a little bit. At not one point did I think Tom Latham got out of second gear, third gear. I thought he was comfortable in the way his game plan was set against the England bowlers. But then once Conway started to get going, I think he ran down a wicket and hit a 6 off Bashir, and that just seemed to kick his, from a technical point of view, it just seemed to kick all his rhythm and his balance and his head position into gear, and then from there he never really looked back. But credit to the both of them. England tried very, very hard in that to break that partnership. Ben Stokes, like Jarrod, has made notes on changing field after field after field to try and make something happen on a flat wicket and a hot day and a quick scoring ground. You sometimes, as a fast bowler, you walk away from a day's play and you doff your cap and say, you know what, I tried everything I possibly could, but they were just better than me today. Okay,
let's look ahead to tomorrow and the rest of this Test match. Some people would look at this, see the 300-run partnership for the first wicket, and write this off as a draw.
Oh no, definitely not. There's a result in this, definitely, unless it rains for in lose 2 sessions. There's a result in. There's a question mark whether can these bowlers take 20 wickets, but I also look at this surface and think this might break up day 4, day 5. I think Nathan Smith could be a challenge towards the latter part of this Test match, with Blundell stand up the stumps, bowling stump to stump in England, naturally coming hard at the ball. Tomorrow, the old the cliche of tomorrow, it's a big first session, big whatever, but I think New Zealand need more than 450, because I think if England come out and England were to bat, and they batted 19 times, over 100 overs, I think if they were to make that 20, England would have a decent score at the end of that on this ground, the way they play. And then that would ask a lot of questions on New Zealand, especially if they have to have field in a hot day. So I still think there's a result in this, definitely. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that there's going to be a draw, just because we've got a lot of runs on day 1.
Jerry, Crickviz have New Zealand down for the win at 60%. So 60% for a New Zealand win. Are you feeling confident that you're going to be heading back to New Zealand with fond memories of watching New Zealand come from one behind to win a Test series?
No. I don't really listen to cricket. Who is it? CricViz you're talking about?
Yeah.
And how do they get that?
Well, they base it on the data that's in their database.
Right, okay.
That goes
Well,
back
they'll
to
have more data
2006.
than I've got in my head, that's for sure. But I'm just watching, and I think that I tend to watch, listen to what Harmy was saying. I actually tend to agree with him here, in that I would think 500. You need 500 on this surface. Of the way the ball has behaved so far, and they're probably now, New Zealand, going to have to get their runs through Mitchell and Blundell, but they haven't got Santner can bat, yes, he bats aggressively, but he'll give you a chance, and then after that and Smith can also, he's shown in that second innings, I think, at the Oval, that he can bat as well. But other than that, there isn't a lot, and so somehow these players prior to him and the next couple of partnerships are going to have to do the bulk of the work. They need 500 because their bowling isn't quite the same. Having said that, I'm looking at most of the England bowlers, and most of them are between 4 and 5. And I think that isn't necessarily because of the pitch itself. It's just such a fast outfield, and because it's not actually doing a lot, it's easy to score at 4 runs and over on this surface. And so 90 overs in a day's play is 360. 9 falls to 36, 360. So, there's the 400 and 500 that I'm talking about. So I just feel there's plenty of time to get something done in this game.
It's just a small point, but we have had Kiwi Contrarian ask the question: why did New Zealand bother with a night watch? As the batsman cross law has changed, Nicholls was always going to be on strike for the last over.
Yeah, but you from that point of view, whichever way you go, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. If Archer runs up and bowls a hip high, he's gone for the short ball. But if that ball there is a little bit straighter, Nicholls rides it, goes down a fine leg, and he marches off to the non-strikers end, tucks his gloves off, takes his helmet off, and says, "Will, over to you for 5 balls." And that there is the job of the night watchman. And I think that's why some people like them, some people don't. You're a batter, take responsibility. The one thing I would say about night watchmen, I don't like having a night watchman when there's a longish tail, because then all of a sudden that might expose a Blundell or a Mitchell
being not out
towards the end and running out of partners. That's what sometimes a night watchman does complicate it.
I suppose with a guy that does just block it out, maybe it could come back New Zealand's way if he can block out 4 overs of the new ball. We shall see.
Well, that might be the other part, mightn't it? That he sees off some of the dangers, but he'll need a bit of luck to do that.
What about spin? We've actually seen some today. Shoaib Bashir's had a bowl, Jacob Bethel, and of course Joe Root picked up that wicket of Devon Conway. Mitchell Santner, one of 3 changes for New Zealand. He's going to have a bowl, and some would say he's the best spinner in the across both sides.
Some would, and some wouldn't probably. But he's certainly in the last couple of years he seems to have been able to change his white ball bowling, which is more, keeping the score down and repressing those and creating wickets through defensive kind of bowling. Now, of course, he has to do something different, but he has been able to make that change. He got a lot of wickets in India. He's got lots of wickets in some of the other games he's played as well. So he's a flight bowler. I think he'll be more accurate than Bashir. Bashir looks to me to be a young bowler who's looking to take wickets almost every ball and isn't quite consistent enough with his line. And what I would call a stock ball, the ball that pays your bills. And he hasn't quite got that at the moment yet. And so he gives players too many opportunities to score. And while it's 4.4 runs and over from him, 22 overs for 97, and he's kind of looking much like the other bowlers, you would want your spinner to go less than that, really, on the first day.
But Santner, that one day that you're talking about, Jeremy, that might work perfectly on this wicket. That one day bowling, which is tight onto off stump. You're not looking to flight it. You're not looking to turn it. You're not looking bat pad. It's not subcontinent. You're bowling it into the surface and you're running it onto off stump. That might just work on this surface if we have another hot day tomorrow, and all of a sudden the cracks open up and the wicket goes a little bit up. It doesn't go up here. It goes down here. So that might suit the way Mitch Santner bowls.
I think that's the one worry about that I think ground staff will have on this surface, that this is quite brown to start, and I think when I was watching them, it's certainly, if we get 2 or 3 hot days here, this will start to change and it might start to turn and it might start to sneak through a bit more.
Well,
that's all ahead of us. I think that's quite exciting.
I agree.
That's where the wicket column might become interesting.
Well, it is going to be a hot day tomorrow, possibly hotter than today. So we shall see. We don't know that, but we do know that the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube, or the talkSPORT Cricket team will be back on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. There's a mouthful for you. Following a run fest today, but 2 late wickets, just giving England a little bit of freshness as they walked off the crease. New Zealand will hope to bat to tea. England will be hoping to bat before lunch to find out which of those 2 things occurs. Join us back here just before 11 o'clock UK time on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel for day 2 of the 3rd test between England and New Zealand.